Chapter 544. Master Yi. Chapter 544. Master Yi high-rise buildings were raised from the ground up. For Yi Yuan to be able to reach peak alchemy emperor realm, it was absolutely not by chance. The street Yu, Deaness of his basic skills in alchemy, could make everyone all perspire from Embark's smint, let alone that the ones with the highest strength among these alchemists in front of him were alchemy sovereign. Yi Yuan's elucidation explained profound theories in simple terms, making those alchemists all have a feeling of suddenly becoming enlightened. Only after these alchemists listened to his words did they know that their path all the way over here was like a large funnel, leaking as they walked. Reaching their boundary now, they already missed D knows how many things. Hearing Yi Yuan's sermon, they wished that they could immediately go back to study Tier 1 medicinal pills systems and learn once more. With Yi Yuan's realm, narrating these basic theories was enough to make these people glean considerable gains. In the beginning, it was still quite noisy inside the entire main hall. But later on, the entire main hall became perfectly silent. Only Yi Yuan's voice was reverberating. Those alchemists, including Chao Zheng, who came with the mood of attending the event, all became devout believers at this time. The faces of these people would reveal us, so that's how it is look every now and then. All right, the sermon today will end here. Now is the time to raise questions. I can answer 10 of your questions. Starting now then. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. Only now did the audience startle awake. Many people still had a look of recollecting the aftertaste. Evidently, they had not yet recovered from Yi Yuan's sermon earlier. Only at this time did they abruptly wake up. The one giving them a sermon was merely a 17-year-old youth. How monstrous was this youth? To actually have such profound understanding of Tier 1 medicinal pills? Compared to Yi Yuan's lecture earlier, the herbal compendium was simply like a child's play, too shallow. They all could not understand how a 17-year-old youth's understanding of alchemy reached such a level. Master Yi, I have a question to ask. An alchemy king was the first to react and was the first to raise his hand. And in his words, Yi Yuan already became Master Yi. Seeing that alchemy king raise his hand, everyone was lamenting with regret in their hearts that they missed such a precious opportunity to clarify their doubts. But they all secretly made up their minds to definitely be the first one to raise their hands next time. Rindong was already standing on the platform at this time, helping Yi Yuan to maintain order. He was listening to the lecture below the stage the entire time before this, and also received considerable gains. These few days, he had been researching Tier 1 medicinal pills the entire time and had long trained the greater phaseless art to the legendary realm under Yi Yuan's guidance. Rindong felt that his understanding towards Tier 1 medicinal pills was already quite okay. But after hearing Yi Yuan's talk today, he discovered that he seemed to have only touched the tip of the iceberg. Although these Tier 1 medicinal pills were simple, the things that he needed to study in depth were way too many. Standing on the platform at this time to help Yi Yuan maintain order and hearing these people call Master Yi one after the other, he had indescribable pride in his heart. This master of his was considered acknowledged correctly. Even though Yi Yuan was his cousin, the disparity between the two of them was too great. It's you then. Ask away, Rindong said. But when that alchemy king heard Rindong's words, he became hesitant and actually did not open his mouth for a time. Rindong said unhappily, "Is there a question or not? If there isn't, switch to somebody else. Master's time is very precious. Where does he have the time to dawdle with you here?" Only then did the alchemy king said hesitatingly, "Master Yi, my question concerns Tier 4 medicinal pills. I wonder." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Doesn't matter. Ask away." This person was clearly afraid that he could not answer Tier 4 medicinal pills problems. Furthermore, the question asked was not too conforming with the contents of the sermon. Hence, he would appear hesitant. That alchemy king was immediately overjoyed when he heard and said, "Master Yi, recently when I've been refining the Phoenix Flame pill, I noticed a problem. When the Phoenix cry, GRAS, S and bamboo filament azure yellow are together. They keep on being unable to fuse together perfectly. From there, it caused my pill refinement success rate and quality unable to improve. I tried countless ways, but always failed to resolve this issue. Master Yi, please resolve my doubt. When this alchemy king expert was raising his problem, he was like a student asking a teacher questions very devoutly. But towards his ATT, I, Tude, no body questioned it. Yi Yuan already used his broad and profound alchemy knowledge to subdue everyone. Among the people present, there were quite a few people who were among the group present when Yi Yuan challenged the Thousand Query Wall. Regarding whether or not Yi Yuan could answer an alchemy king's question, they were not worried in the slightest. Very uncoincidentally, this alchemy king was not present the previous time. Hence, he was still somewhat doubtful about Yi Yuan's ability. After all, even if a person researched more thoroughly into Tier 1 medicinal pills, it did not have the slightest thing to do with Tier 4 medicinal pills either. Yi Yuan said without any need to think, the Phoenix Flame GRAS, and the Bamboo Filament Azure Yellow, their attributes clash. If you forcefully try to fuse them together, it naturally can't do so perfectly. Each time you were refining the Phoenix Flame pill, was there a feeling of losing control of the fire, the medicinal pill about to jump out of your palm, around 15 minutes before forming the pill? The Alchemy King's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head like a chicken pecking for rice as he quickly said, Yes, yes, yes. It's like that. Master Yi is really like a deity, to actually even know when my problem occurs, as if you've seen it with your own eyes. May I ask, Master, why is this so? Is there any way to resolve? Seeing this scene, everyone all revealed looks of admiration. Yi Yuan was able to guess when this Alchemy King's problem occurred, when he was refining pills just based on his simple description. Moreover, even the timing was said so accurately. This was simply delay skill. Even peak alchemy sovereign experts probably had no way of making such a judgment under the circumstance where they did not witness personally, right? Yi Yuan said indifferently, Is there a type of medicinal herb in the Phoenix Flame pill called the Wood Immortal Root? Presumably, when you were refining pills, you should have overlooked its existence, right? The Alchemy King was stunned and said with a nod, Master, please explain. Could it be that this Wood Immortal Root still has some special effect? I've also thought before in this direction, but after trying several times, I still can't resolve the issue. So I thought that this Wood Immortal Root completely had no use. Yi Yuan said with a smile, The forming of a pill formula is through repeatedly tempering. Each type of pill formula is the crystallization of the predecessor's wisdom. As long as the pill formula doesn't have mistakes, how can medicinal herbs inside be useless? Refining the Phoenix Flame pill, this Wood Immortal Root's effect is indeed not big. But to want to refine high-quality Phoenix Flame pill, this Wood Immortal Root's effect is indispensable. Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance, saying the refining method of this Wood Immortal Root detailedly once. That Alchemy King became more excited as he listened. Towards the end, he was simply about to jump up. When Yi Yuan finished talking, that Alchemy King bowed almost to the ground. He exclaimed, Thankful for Master Ye's guidance. Yin Mu will remember firmly in my heart. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, Next one. Master, I have questions. Master Yi, I have questions too. Master, there's still me. Me? Chapter 545. Alchemy Gods Reincarnation. Chapter 545. Alchemy God's Reincarnation. You still have the time to drink alcohol here? Master Ye's lecture is about to start right away. If you still don't go, there won't be any seat anymore. Master Yi? Who's that? That person looked at the other party with eyes like he was looking at an alien, with a face full of contempt. You don't even know who Master Yi is? He's City Lord Manor's grandson, Yi Yuan, Master Yi. Master Yi is hosting a forum and giving lectures for 5 consecutive days at the Thousand Query Wall to answer any doubts. Once you pass this village, there won't be this temple anymore. It's that grandson of the city lord. His Excellency, that just got recently acknowledged? Isn't he just a teenager? How can he host a forum and give lectures? I say, what have you been busy with these few days? Master Ye's lectures have already swept throughout the entire Wufang city. You actually don't know. Master Yi is simply like the reincarnation of an alchemy God. If one can get Master Ye's guidance, it beats 10 years of bitter cultivation. Now, even alchemy sovereign experts have started posing questions to Master Yi too. Is a teenage youth guiding alchemy sovereigns? Oh my heaven. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. You continue to idle away here then. I'm going to the exquisite Jade Pavilion. As he said, that person left like a gust of wind. Today was already the 5th day, the last day, that Yi Yuan was hosting a forum and giving a lecture. During the previous 4 days, Yi Yuan's reputation already resounded throughout the entire Wufang city. Master Ye's name was practically already a household name in Wufang city. As long as one was an alchemist, regardless whether was it a little alchemy apprentice, alchemy master, or even a high and lofty alchemy sovereign expert, they all took pride in getting Master Ye's guidance. The Thousand Query Wall's main hall was already close to bursting. Every time it reached this time, the inside would be densely packed with practically full of people. Wufang City's alchemy path was extremely flurries. Plusing. The number of alchemists in the city was immense. Yet, these few days, every time it reached the time Yuan was hosting a forum and giving a lecture, the streets inside the city were practically deserted. The originally extremely bustling markets actually had body patronizing anymore. After the first time, those alchemists who stayed behind to listen to the talk all became Yi Yuan's loyal followers one by one. They all started to propagate Master Ye's name without sparing any effort. On the second day, the head count in exquisite Jade Pavilion already soared. It was actually 10 times of the previous days. But among these people, the majority was still harboring half-skeptical attitudes to come and take a look. Yi Yuan carried on as before. What he talked about was all some very basic stuff. But after the second day, none among these alchemists doubted Yi Yuan's strength anymore. Just like this, spreading from person to person, by the time it was the 3rd day, Yi Yuan hosting a forum and giving a lecture already swept throughout the entire Wufang city. Now, even those alchemy sovereign experts in the city came due to its fame as well. Among them included Wu Xian, Chao Zheng, these people. Only until today did Chao Zheng know how brilliant this decision of presenting the exquisite Jade Pavilion to the City Lord Manor was. With Yi Yuan around, the Thousand Query Wall was simply a joke. In these few days, there were many formidable people raising all manners of questions to Yi Yuan. Yet, regardless whether their strength was high or low, how crafty the questions asked was, Yi Yuan's answer was undeniably accurate and detailed, leaving no fault for people to pick out at all. This prowess simply exceeded the people's imaginations. Even Dan Xinzi and Ren Xingchuan could not possibly do it to such an extent either. Most importantly was that when Yi Yuan answered these questions, it was practically blurted out without any effort, as if it did not require any thinking process at all. In the views of these alchemists, this already reached a God-like realm. These alchemists simply did not know what the concept of an alchemy God was. Just like this, the of alchemy God's reincarnation was attached to Yi Yuan. Actually, to them, Yi Yuan was indeed a God-like existence. At least in alchemy, the level Yi Yuan Serpa said them simply could not be measured using realms. Regarding unknown existences, people tend to be willing to throw this on top. Yi Yuan's present situation was like so. All right, everybody quiet down. Yi Yuan's voice spread out faintly. This instant, it was as if the entire world's sounds was voided. The great hall that could accommodate 100,000 people suddenly became dead silent. Everyone held their breaths, fearful of missing out any word that Yi Yuan uttered. What we're going to talk about today is Yi Yuan started today's lecture unhurriedly. In the entire main hall, only Yi Yuan's voice was echoing still. Originally, there were only several thousand people. Being able to maintain silence was very easy. But now, the number of people already broke through to 100,000 people. To still be able to maintain this kind of status, it could be seen how great the attraction of Yi Yuan's lecture content was to them. Same as the previous few days, Yi Yuan's talk was still just some of the most basic stuff. These contents, those alchemists themselves, were already familiar until they could not be any more familiar. But Yi Yuan talked for 5 consecutive days, and they still listened with great gusto. The same kind of medicinal herbs, the same kind of refining methods. Yi Yuan's narration was entirely different from their understanding. Not only did it utter out new meanings, it even showed them heights and depths in alchemy. There was no lack of alchemists present who were here from day one. After they went back, they refined medicinal pills according to Yi Yuan's method too. They discovered to their amazement that some of the very simple things Yi Yuan talked about, even when applied to refining high-tier medicinal pills, was similarly applicable. The quality of the medicinal pills they refined had a considerable raise. This was also the reason why they held Yi Yuan in increasingly greater esteem. The contents Yi Yuan narrated today were a lot, talking all the way from morning till dusk before it finally ended. All right, the lecture ends here. The 1,000-query wall will be opened as usual from hereafter. If everyone has any question, you can come here to pose them, Yi Yuan said coolly. Only now did everyone realize that the 5 days of lectures had already passed. Yi Yuan would not be giving lectures to everybody anymore. Master Yi, can you please expound to us for another 3 days? No, even just 1 day is fine as well. Yeah, Master Yi, listening to your talks these few days, I've gotten considerable gains. It simply beats closed seclusion for 10 years. I beseech you, just lecture for 1 more day. Master Yi, just talk some more. Ren Dong was indignant at this time. He stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "You all stop kicking up a row. Master Yi has to cultivate too. How can he possibly spend the whole day on giving you all talks? You people make him add 1 more day today. Are you still going to make him add another day tomorrow? Like this, when will it end?" Following Yi Yuan's status rising, Ren Dong, this apprentice, also became an immensely popular figure in Wufang City. In a daze, Ren Dong had a feeling of being apprenticed to a sage. This feeling of lording above countless lives was what he simply had no way of experiencing when he was City Lord Manor's young lord in the past. Now, thanks to his new ident, Tai, Ren Dong instead had the liberating feeling of flying in the vast skies. Being rebuked by Ren Dong like this, there was actually not a single person in the crowd below the stage who dared to refute. But they still looked at Yi Yuan with heated eyes, hoping that he could change his decision. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "It's not that I'm unwilling to continue giving lectures. I'll be heading to the vast heaven mystic realm tomorrow to challenge the vast heaven pag. Oh, the inheritance. I seriously can't do anything about this." Chapter 546, Monopoly. Chapter 546, Monopoly. Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to challenge the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. The originally clamoring, shouting voices gradually ceased. It was true. Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was indeed formidable. But his boundary was too low after all. If they delayed Master Yi's cultivation for more lectures, then that would be too sinful. Master Yi was destined to be a skyrocketing figure in the future. How could he possibly waste time here to give talks to them constantly? But a series of lamentings still sounded out in the crowd. They were clearly all very regretful. At this time, a person suddenly shouted in a clear voice, "Master Yi, Yin Mu is willing to wait upon you carefully, even if it's just to be a little medicine boy. Master Yi, please grant my Wisconsin H." Plus, looking carefully, it was precisely that Alchemy King who was the first to pose a question to Yi Yuan on the first day. This Yin Mu was a peak Alchemy King expert. Among so many alchemists here, he was an extremely daunting existence too. He actually requested to be a little medicine boy for Yi Yuan. It was truly rather ludicrous. Yet, Not a single one out of the 100,000 alchemists present felt that it was unexpected, as if it was something so natural. But Yin Mu's actions also reminded everyone. For a time, many people followed him to do so. Master Yi, I'm willing to slave for you as well. My skin is solid and thick and can take lugging. Master Yi, please take me in. I'm willing to be a bed-warmer little maid for Master Yi. Master Yi, please take me in, shouted a female alchemist shrilly. This woman already reached middle age, but had some good looks. Except that her saying this incurred a bout of loud laughter. Ha ha! Old hag Ding, you're too old to even be Master Yi's grandmother. To actually still want to be his bed-warming maid. Even if this old lady is any older, I'm a woman too. Moreover, I'm a woman who ages pretty well. Master Yi is full of vigor and vitality and is clearly still a virgin boy. He just needs a maid like me to warm his bed. How can those little girls wait upon him be better than me? This old lady Ding had no qualms and restrictions at all, daring to say anything. Yi Yuan also sweat profusely in his heart when he heard it. Finding such a bed-warming he could not endure it. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Everybody's good intentions, this Yi appreciates it. But this Yi is not used to being served by people. This matter of a medicine boy, better forget about it. Now that a formidable enemy lies ahead, it's precisely the time for everyone to render your services. This Yi hosted a forum to give sermons in order to raise everybody's strength. If everyone has the heart, you can join the City Lore Manor and offer help for the Endless Alliance. Since everybody regards this Yi highly, this Yi can promise everybody that each time this Yi returns to Wu Fong City next time, I'll host a forum and give a lecture once. As for the time gap, this Yi dare not guarantee. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, these alchemists could not help feeling disappointed. But many people also secretly made up their minds to definitely join the City Lord Manor tomorrow. At least this way, they could be a little closer to Master Yi. Perhaps there might be the opportunity to consult Master Yi on problems. Yi Yuan's requirement towards accepting disciples was extremely high. Although there were some among these people whose talents were not bad, it was still too far away from Yi Yuan's requirement. Wanting to become Yi Yuan's disciple, one at the bare minimum had to reach Xiao Ruyan's and Rindong's level. With these people's talent, they were clearly not just a level inferior. Among these people, just the Alchemy King experts were a large bunch. But the accomplishments of the vast majority among them would halt here. Such strength, how could Yi Yuan possibly expend painstaking effort on them? But Yi Yuan not needing them did not mean that the City Lord Manor did not require them. His old man was now the City Lord Manor's young lord. He was bound to inherit Wu Fong City in the future. Yi Yuan naturally have to gather some forces for Yi Hang. One could only imagine that the City Lord Manor's door's bottom frame will be broken tomorrow. In the past, the Chow family could use the 1,000 Query Wall to gather alchemists. Now, Yi Yuan's status actually already said the status of the 1,000 Query Wall. After all, no matter how strong the 1,000 Query Wall was, it had no way of letting 100,000 people's strength increase either. But Yi Yuan accomplished this. After these alchemists listened to 5 days of his lectures, their strength more or less had some improvement. One individual's strength increase might not have much use, but 100,000 alchemists' strength all increasing, this was a very terrifying force. In the crowd, Chao Zheng gave a melancholic sigh. He said, With this boy around, there is no longer the chance for my Chao family to rise up within 1,000 years. After this, Wu Fong City will be monopolized by the Ren family. But offering the 1,000 Query Wall to the Ren family was the most correct thing that this old man did. This boy's alchemy strength is too terrifying. He definitely had some staggering, fortuitous encounter. Father, after today, I plan to enter close seclusion for a period of time. My gains these few days have been considerable. Yi Yuan's lectures opened up a brand new alchemy path for me. After the seclusion this time, I'll definitely have breakthroughs. Chao Kuan said. Chao Zheng's eyes lit up, and he said, Good. Kuan-er, whether or not my Chao family can persist will be up to you. As long as you can break through to become a peak alchemy sovereign, you can definitely protect my Chow family's legacy for 1,000 years. Of course, the prerequisite is not to have conflicts with the City Lord Manor. Understood? Chow Kuan nodded and said, Father, rest assured. Your child has engraved the matter in his heart. For as long as your child lives, I absolutely won't have any hint of conflict with the Rin family. Furthermore, I have a feeling that Yi Yuan insisting on rejecting the position of young lord, his father Yi Hang's, future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath mine. And you have this feeling too? This boy seems to be impulsive when doing things. Actually, in the end, you'll discover that everything is within his grasp, that Yi Hang's age is still much younger than yours. His potential isn't exhausted yet. How his future accomplishments will be is really hard to say, Chao Zheng said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan stirred up a storm in the entire Wu Fong city these few days. The astonished ones were not just those alchemists. The shock in Ren Xingchuan's heart was not the slightest bit lesser than the others. He thought over and over again and still decided to come and find Yi Hang to inquire about Yi Yuan's affairs. Honorable son-in-law, did Yi Yuan have some lucky encounter before? After talking aimlessly for a long time, Ren Xingchuan finally turned the topic to Yi Yuan. But his form of address towards Yi Hang had already unknowingly changed into honorable son-in-law. Yi Hang was a clever man too. He obviously knew that his position today was all given to him by Yi Yuan. But there was no logic of a father being jealous of his son in this world. His son being promising, he was more than happy. As for Ren Xingchuan's change in attitude, Yi Hang was naturally happy to see it. Wasn't the reason why he came back to Wu Fong City for the sake of this situation today? It was just that Yi Hang never expected that the one who helped him to fulfill his wish was not himself, but his son. However, Yi Hang secretly resolved his heart to definitely cultivate well from now on. He must break through to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years. Otherwise, he would become Wu Fong City's biggest joke. Lord Father-in-law, Yi Yuan, he told me before that he once obtained a pinnacle major power's legacy in his dream before. I originally thought that he just obtained the northern domains, a certain major power like father-in-law's inheritance. I even suspected for a period of time that it was Lord Father-in-law yourself. But looking at it now, it's probably not that simple, Yi Hang said. Ren Xingchuan's eyes glimmered, and he said solemnly, Looks like Yi Yuan's fortuitous encounter already Serpa. Said the endless world, this small world. Chapter 547, Vast Heaven Pag, Chapter 547, Vast Heaven Pag. Oh, the Lord Father-in-law's meaning is the divine realm? Even though Yi Hang already had surmises it long ago, it still felt immensely heavy to say out these two words. His own son actually obtained the inheritance of a divine realm major power. This lucky encounter was sufficiently heaven-defying. However, thinking about his son rising up from the tiny little state of Qin, probably only such an explanation made sense too. Ren Xingchuan nodded his head and said with a solemn expression, In my view, that powerhouse who taught in the dream is likely an extremely formidable existence in the divine realm too. Yi Yuan's alchemy level is not just as simple as Serpa. Sing alchemy sovereign. Yi Hang was slightly apprehensive in his heart. How powerful was extremely formidable, he really could not gauge. In Yi Hang's view, Ren Xingchuan was already powerful until it made people feel suffocated. How powerful did that divine realm major power's strength have to be? The interactions between small worlds and the divine realm was too little. The lower realms simply had no way to obtain the divine realm's news. The more this was so, the more the lower realm martial artists felt that the divine realm was incomparably mysterious. But it was indisputable that the strength of those divine realm major powers was totally not what they could imagine. About Old High's evaluation of Yi Yuan being so high, it is most likely he's eyeing that major power behind Yi Yuan too. Otherwise, with his boundary, even if Yi Yuan was any more talented, it's also impossible to address him as brothers. Rin Xingchuan was no fool. After knowing Yi Yuan's details, he was not far off from Qi Hai's thinking as well. Yi Hang was not concerned about these, though. As long as Yi Yuan could be safe and sound, he would be satisfied. Of course, his son becoming a divine realm major power successor, Yi Hang was naturally very proud. His son was so outstanding. Yi Hang, as a father, naturally could not lose face for his son either. At the very least, he had to stand at the pinnacle of this endless world. And now, Yi Hang finally knew how heaven-defying the two cultivation methods Yi Yuan imparted him was. That was absolutely the divine realm's powerful cultivation methods. If he still could not reach the pinnacle with a treasure mountain, then that would be too useless. This matter, the lesser people know, the better. Or else, I'm afraid there will be people with ill intent towards him. But I reckon that those few old fellows from the three sects more or less have some conjectures. It's just that they don't dare to confirm it. Tomorrow, I'll personally bring Yi Yuan to vast heaven mystic realm. The city lord manor's affairs will be Pa-S. Said to Yujia and you, Ren Xingchuan said. Yi Hang nodded his head and said, Lord father-in-law, rest assured. Yi Hang knows what to do. The next day, early morning, Yi Yuan bid farewell to his parents and headed for the vast heaven mystic realm with Ren Xingchuan. In the past, this vast heaven mystic realm was monopolized by the three sects. Even Wu Fong City did not dare to stick their fingers in. But this time, the vast heaven mystic realm was opened up to everybody. It let those martial artists who originally did not see hope have the chance to advance shoulder to shoulder with the geniuses. And this time, Wu Fong City's young talents, including Ren Dong and Chao Fong, had the qualifications to join in too. The vast heaven mystic realm was at a place adjacent to the three sects forces. There was still a considerable distance away from Wu Fong City. But Ren Xingchuan rode on a profound artifact ranking spirit boat and only used 3 days to reach. The vast heaven mystic realm had long already become an item kept in the three sects bags. Hence, there was completely no danger in here. By the time Yi Yuan's party arrived, there were already several hundred people waiting in the mystic realm. Each time vast heaven pack, opened, there were merely 300 slots. Actually, each time it opened, the slots of the three sects were all not used up. Only this time did the three sects fill the slots to the brim, which was also 300 people. This time, the three sects opened up the vast heaven pag. Many of the itinerant cultivators who fulfilled the conditions naturally did not wish to miss it either. The three sects underwent a round of screening and selected 50 itinerant cultivators who fit the requirements. The various northern domain major factions, excluding the three sects, also picked 100 genius martial artists. Yi Yuan and the others, their names were naturally among the 100 too. The remainder 150 slots. The three sects had 50 people each. Counting it, it was actually still the three sects that occupied the absolute position. But this could not be blamed on them either. Who asked the three sects might to be the greatest in the entire endless world? To be able to enter the mystic realm was already the greatest grace to other people. Upon entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan saw a huge pag. Far away, towering and grandiose. Such a great distance away, and Yi Yuan could clearly sense the archaic and mysterious aura coming from the pag. Yi Yuan was slightly apprehensive in his heart. This vast heaven pag, it was absolutely not ordinary. It was just uncertain what on earth was inside this inheritance, to actually be able to let Lu Linfeng, that old punk, reach such a boundary. Ren Xingchuan seemed to have perceived Yi Yuan's puzzlement and explained, Body knows this vast heaven pag. Da's origins. It was if before this endless world formed, it was already standing here. For close to 10,000 years, this vast heaven pag. Da has experienced several dozen factions, but it ultimately stood firm and immovable. For close to 10,000 years, the talented martial artists who entered inside were as many as several 100,000. But just a mere one individual could make it to the 8th level. and the vast majority of the martial artists can't even make it past the 5th level. However, just by completing the 5th level one can already obtain unimaginable benefits. Yi Yuan became interested when he heard and asked, "Oh, what kind of benefits are there?" "Cultivation methods, martial techniques, medicinal pills, weapons, so on and so forth. The more levels Pa S said, the more generous the rewards obtained. The martial techniques obtained from vast heaven pack. Oh, duh, even if it's just a tier 1 martial technique, are all very heaven-defying. After cultivating them, it's virtually sweeping across those of the same rank." Ren Xingchuan said. These things, Yi Yuan actually paid no attention to it. His cultivation methods and martial techniques are already sufficiently heaven-defying. Without the need for the cultivation methods and martial techniques inside, he could also full well sweep across those of the same rank. Apart from this? Yi Yuan asked. Towards Yi Yuan's reaction, Ren Xingchuan was not surprised. He was aware of Yi Yuan's strength. These things simply had no attraction to him. Concept comprehension, Ren Xingchuan said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. And? How so? What the specifics are like, I have no knowledge as well. But I know that any martial artist who make it past the 5th level and enter the 6th level virtually all ascended to the divine realm later. But in these recent 1,000 years, there's yet to be anyone who made it to the 6th level. There are quite a number of people who made it to the 5th level, though. But they ultimately still failed on the verge of success. These recent 100 years, there's not even a single person who made it to the 4th level. Ren Xingchuan said with a bitter smile. The endless worlds these 100 years was too disgraceful as well. To actually not even have a single person who made it to the 4th level. No wonder their strength was weak until like this. But this had to do with the 3 sects monopolizing resources and all as well. If these slots had been evenly distributed to the other factions and itinerant cultivators, perhaps there might be awe-inspiring geniuses that appeared. This method of closing their doors to the world ultimately caused talents to drop to 0. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Presumably, that Lu Linfeng should have comprehended the concept of formation's path in this vast heaven pack. Oda, that was why he soared to the heaven in one leap. It was just that Yi Yuan was curious about what kind of existence created this vast heaven pack. Oda, when Lu Linfeng was in the lower realms, his comprehension of concepts already far surpa. Said the endless world, this small world, and he only made it to the 7th level. Then, the things in the 8th level and 9th level should be able to reach the level of the divine realm. Why would such an existence show up in the endless world and leave a legacy? Chapter 548. Not someone you can afford to offend. Chapter 548. Not someone you can afford to offend along the way. Yi Yuan continuously sized up the huge pack. Oda, the more he looked at it, the more extraordinary he felt it was. Approaching the front, Yi Yuan said to Ren Xingchuan, "Old man, you go and say hi to them. I'll stroll around myself." Regarding Yi Yuan's form of address, Ren Xingchuan was already used to it long ago. If he tried to gain backface with Yi Yuan, Ren Xingchuan would have long exploded in anger. Ren Xingchuan also discovered that Yi Yuan was very interested in vast heaven pack. Oda, he nodded his head and said, "All right, you go alone then. There are a few of my old friends over there. I'll go and say hi to them. Dong Chao Fong, you guys follow me to greet several seniors." After Ren Xingchuan left, Yi Yuan strolled around the vast heaven pack. To by himself. Only after staring in close vicinity did Yi Yuan discover that he actually had no way of discerning what kind of material this pack was forged with. Although Yi Yuan did not dabble much in the path of refining, with his horizons, he still knew most of the materials in the divine realm. Yet, he was actually unable to discern this building's material. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan even more curious about this vast heaven pack. Oda, spirit gathering formations are laid down around this vast heaven pack. That to supply essence energy ceaselessly into the pack. The body. Countless array formations are inscribed onto the pack. The body. The usage of many array formations. Even I actually can't understand any of them. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath. This vast heaven pag. Oh, it was truly very abnormal. One had to know that although Yi Yuan's formations path attainments could not compare to Lu Linfeng, he himself was a Tier 9 array emperor. Furthermore, he obtained Lu Linfeng's legacy at the Grand Yin True Sect too. His attainments in the formations path were already exceedingly high. With his present visual prowess, he actually could not figure out the array formations inscribed on the pag. Oh, the body. Just what is this vast heaven pag? Oh, Da's origin? Yi Yuan could not help muttering under his breath. Yi Yuan initially thought that everything should be under his control in the lower realms. But only now did he discover that within this endless world, actually there were a lot of secrets that even he could not understand. Not just this vast heaven pag. Oh, even that incomparably mysterious endless forest as well. Yu Mengli said that she had once entered deep into the endless forest. But with her strength, she actually did not dare to enter into the deepest parts. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that this world seemed to be even more complex than he had imagined. A tiny little endless world had so many things that could not be figured out. Then what about the divine realm? Just how many secrets were hidden in the divine realm? Where did those deity realm powerhouses all go to? Why were the current martial artists unable to affirm their Tao and become deities? Yi Yuan discovered that he was too absorbed in alchemy in his previous life, resulting in overlooking many things. Only through this reincarnation did he realize that his understanding of this world was too little. I wonder which hillbilly who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Even the three sects are unable to fully understand this vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's secrets, let alone you, a sea transformation realm boy. Yi Yuan was currently lost in thought when a disdainful voice came from behind. Turning around to look, it was a young man around 30. This person wore the Myriad Sword Sect's outfit. Clearly, he was a Myriad Sword Sect disciple. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly. Each and every one of the three sect's disciples was indeed very arrogant. Although this person had a soul sea realm strength, his pair of eyes were practically growing on top of his head, opening up vast heaven pag. Oh, to everyone this time, the three sect's disciples were clearly very displeased. In their eyes, the young disciples apart from the three sects were probably all good-for-nothings, right? Yi Yuan was disinclined to dispute with him as well. He went to another place without even paying notice to him. When that person saw Yi Yuan's attitude, he immediately had a feeling of being disregarded. Rage welled up in his heart. Stinking brat, I'm talking to you. Did you hear or not? While talking, he reached his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan. He wanted to teach this KY brat a bit of a lesson. A puny little sea transformation realm martial artist actually had this kind of attitude when seeing him. How arrogant. But then in his vision, Yi Yuan became a blurry figure and then disappeared without a trace. Looking again, Yi Yuan already arrived at several dozen feet away, currently sizing him up with unkind eyes. That young man's expression changed, his face revealing disbelief. A soul sea realm, was going to grab an early-stage sea transformation boy, but he actually failed? A feeling of humiliation welled up in his heart uncontrollably. The young man was just about to make a move again to wash away the disgrace earlier when a voice suddenly was heard. Senior apprentice brother Zhou Yi. Turns out you're here. Zhou Yi turned around and said with an unhappy look, Junior apprentice brother Qin Yan, you hang on for a bit. Wait until I take care of this condescending, stinking brat. The arrival was precisely the Qin Yan who had already broken through to Soul Sea Realm. Qin Yan followed Zhou Ye's gaze and could not help saying in surprise, Yi Yuan. But he changed to another expression very quickly and circled around Zhou Yi to come before Yi Yuan. Qin Yan said with a respectful bow, any offense committed against junior apprentice brother Yi previously, Qin Yan apologizes for it here. When Yi Yuan saw that Qin Yan had indeed broken through to the Soul Sea realm, he was also rather surprised. When he captured Qin Yan to be a hostage last time, Qin Yin was still some distance away from Soul Sea Realm. To think that he grew wiser with each setback, and he actually broke through to Soul Sea Realm at the end. Zhou Ye's eyes went wide at the side. The myriad sword sect's proud son of heaven, Qin Yin, actually bowed towards this sea transformation realm, little rookie? Junior apprentice brother Qin Yin, are you mistaken? To actually bow towards this brat? Zhou Yi was full of doubt. Qin Yin said in a slightly solemn voice, Senior apprentice brother Zhou Yi, although I don't know what's going on, junior apprentice brother Yi isn't someone you can afford to offend. You head back quickly. Old ancestor is finding you for something. Zhou Yi's expression was seemingly apprehensive, and he could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. He understood Qin Yin very well. In the sect, he was extremely haughty. But such a haughty Qin Yin actually lowered his proud head in front of this teenage youth. Who on earth was this youth? What are you still in a daze for? You're aware of old ancestors' temper. If you're late, I don't dare to say what consequences there are. Qin Yin frowned and said. Zhou Yi shuddered, nodded his head rigidly, and he hurriedly turned around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Yin and said with a smile, With your present strength, you shouldn't fear me. Why do this? Qin Yin breaking through to Soul Sea was different from those ordinary martial artists. Although similarly first-level Soul Sea, his strength was much greater. To Qin Yin, breaking through to Soul Sea was a qualitative leap. In this realm, it was the period for his potentially greatest burst to go forward. Even the current Yi Yuan did not dare say to be able to beat Qin Yin as well. Qin Yin said rather embarrassed. Sadly, junior apprentice brother Yi and I are destined to not be opponents on the same level. Don't make fun of me anymore. I'm aware that junior apprentice brother Yi slew a Soul Sea Realm expert by yourself. The vast heaven inheritance this time, junior apprentice brother Yi can probably charge into the 6th level. At that time, you'll definitely soar to the heaven in one move. Yi Yuan was rather curious when he heard that and asked, Oh, how do you know that I can charge into the 6th level? The vast heaven pag. Oh, is a place that tests potential and strength. With junior apprentice brother Ye's talent, charging into the 6th level should be highly certain. Qin Yin said, Then what about yourself? Yi Yuan inquired. Qin Yin seemed to have long had a prediction regarding this and said, I have the confidence to charge into the 5th level, but I don't have much confidence in Pious, seeing the 5th level. Chapter 549, Prediction. Chapter 549, Prediction. Oh, I heard that the 3 sects already had no one make it to the 5th level for close to 100 years. You're actually so confident? Yi Yuan asked. Although this Qin can't match up to junior apprentice brother Yi, I still have some confidence after I look at myself. If it were before breaking through to Soul Sea, I really wouldn't dare to say this. But now, Qin Yan's words at the back were not said finish. But it was very clear he had absolute confidence in himself, Pious, seeing through the 4th level. In the case of genius martial artists, they all had full confidence in themselves. This was the essential condition to become a powerhouse. Qin Yin was indeed an outstanding figure among the Endless World's junior generation. Him having this confidence was nothing inappropriate either. If he did not have such confidence in himself, it was not possible to break through to the Soul Sea realm very quickly after receiving stimulation from the incident with Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo. Then I'll have to congratulate senior apprentice brother Qin in becoming the number 1 person in 100 years. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Dare not, dare not. With junior apprentice brother Yi around, how can I dare to call myself the number 1 person? Furthermore, Guo Taochuan and Yin Yanhua are definitely unwilling to be left behind as well, Qin Yin hurriedly said. And turns out that junior apprentice brother Yi doesn't know yet. The 2 of them already broke through to the Soul Sea realm before coming to vast heaven mystic realm. Qin Yin knew that he had yet to receive the news when he saw Yi Yuan's expression. Regarding news of this aspect, Yi Yuan had always been slow. Yi Yuan could not help chuckling when he heard this. The 3 of you are following really tightly behind, but this way is good as well. Walking alone at the front is a bit too lonely. Qin Yin nodded and felt that what Yi Yuan said was correct as well. But he came to his senses very soon. Wasn't this person before his eyes the one walking alone at the front? Even the current him did not dare say to surely beat Yi Yuan, let alone talked about going after the vast heaven inheritance. Second-level sea transformation and able to kill a soul sea realm expert. This Yi Yuan was simply monstrous until it made people feel dread. Actually, after being captured to be a hostage by Yi Yuan, Qin Yin was still very unresigned. He was holding on to this grievance too. That was why he could break through to Soul Sea Realm so quickly. But when he heard the news of Yi Yuan slaying a Soul Sea Realm expert alone, he could not invoke the thought of finding Yi Yuan to take revenge anymore. His disparity with Yi Yuan was too great. Furthermore, this disparity would only become increasingly bigger. Him suppressing Yi Yuan by a major realm did not seem to have the slightest hint of advantage to talk about at all. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's potential, his cultivation speed would only be faster than him. Accompanying Yi Yuan to Tour 1 round, Qin Yin followed Yi Yuan back to the place where those major powers gathered. When Guo saw Yi Yuan, he immediately came up to greet warmly. Isai, haha. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you actually came together with Qin Yin. I just asked City Lord, His Excellency, and was just about to go find you. Yi Yuan's impression of this easygoing Guo was not bad. He said with a smile, having not met for several days, senior apprentice brother Guo improved again. Congratulations. Sai, isn't this still all thanks to you? If not for you stimulating Qin Yin, Fairy Ice Cloud, and I wouldn't be stimulated by him either. I, Guo only submit to you, Yi Yuan, alone. Qin Yin, this punk beating me. I'm not convinced. Guo said smilingly. Humph. No matter what, I won this time too. Qin Yin said with a cold snort. These two people were natural foes. Being together, they would argue within 3 sentences. So what then? Now, everybody is about the same again. If you're not convinced, let's just come and compete for 1 round. Guo said without yielding at all. All right, what's the use of fighting and showing off? If you have the strength, why not spend it on the fierce-scale world martial artists? Yin Yanhua came over here at this time, too, and broke off the pair's intense confrontation. With Yin Yanhua opening her mouth, the two people both shut their mouths sensibly and did not argue anymore. Yi Yuan naturally perceived the delicate relations. H-I+P between these 3 people and did not expose it either. He said with Yin Yanhua with clasped hands, congratulations to Fairy Ice Cloud for breaking through to the Soul Sea Realm. This Yin Yanhua had an icy appearance. Yi Yuan could not be too polite with her either and just lightly congratulated. Yin Yanhua greeted with folded hands at the lower right side and said icily, I've incurred junior apprentice brother Ye's ridicule. Ha, little brother Yi came. I was just betting with old Rin earlier saying that you can definitely charge to the 6th level. Qin Hongtao came over to welcome with a loud laugh. Coming over together with him was still Ning Yixian, Jing Xian, as well as Ren Xingchuan and the rest. These people were all the sect's old ancestor-level figures. For the sake of their juniors, they all put down the important things in their hands and came to the vast heaven mystic realm. The matter of the alliance, these old ancestors determined the general direction. The remaining stuff naturally had other people to do. Their most important thing apart from their own cultivation was to groom junior descendants. Behind Qin Hongtao even tagged along that Zhou Yi. When he heard Qin Hongtao's words, his face swelled to a purple color, secretly looking at Yi Yuan from time to time. What kind of situation was this? His own old ancestor was actually calling this boy his little brother? Wasn't this messing up the seniority? Zhou Yi was thrown into confusion, but there was one point which he was very clear about. Qin Yin really was not joking around with him earlier. This Yi Yuan was really not someone he could afford to offend. These several old ancestor-level figures were on such close terms with Yi Yuan, calling him little brother one after another. The more Zhou Yi listened, the more intense the chill deep in his heart. He was quietly praying for Yi Yuan to not rat on him to his old ancestor. Otherwise, with his old ancestor's temper, he probably would not spare him. Zhou Yi started to listen to the few people converse on tenterhooks. Oh, old ancestor Qin views me so high. If I don't make it to the 6th level, I wouldn't have the face to come out of the pag. Oh, duh. Yi Yuan responded with a laugh. "Ah, little brother, you don't need to be humble anymore. My family's stinking brat already said that he can make it to the 5th level. You charging to the 6th level is absolutely fine." Qin Hong Tao said with a guffaw. Yi Yuan just smiled. Instead, he turned to Ren Xingchuan and said, "Old ancestor Qin guessed that I can reach the 6th level. I wonder what city lord, your excellency, was saying earlier?" Ren Xingchuan smiled too and did not reply to Yi Yuan's words. Ning Yixian interjected, saying, "This old man Ren is shrewd and planning something bad. Just now, we forced him to take a stance, but he just won't say. Maybe in his heart, little brother Yi making it to the 7th level isn't without the possibility too." Of course, this was just Ning Yixian's joking words. In his heart, even though Yi Yuan was monstrous, this vast heaven inheritance was even more monstrous. To be able to make it to the 6th level was already the number one person in 1,000 years for the endless world. How could the 7th level be barged inside that easily? One had to know that up until today, just a mere scanty 3 people made it into the 7th level. It was not that he did not believe in Yi Yuan, but this was the vast heaven pag. Oh duh, it was too perverse. Zhou Yi was filled with fear listening to these few people chatting all this while, but Yi Yuan did not give him a single glance from start to finish, as if he was like air. After chatting for a period of time, Zhou Yi discovered that Yi Yuan seemed to have really forgotten about him. His tightly wound nerves finally eased up slightly. Right at this time, an enormous rumbling sound suddenly came from the pag. Oh, the body. The dark pag. Oh. The body suddenly gave off 100,000-foot light, blinding until everyone could not open their eyes at all. Creak. Vast heaven pag. Oh, das bottommost level gigantic door slowly pulled open. Chapter 550. The first level. Chapter 550. The first level, the vast heaven pag. Oh, the opened. Huh. To think that I still have the opportunity to enter the vast heaven pag. Oh, to in this life. Thinking about it really makes people agitated. Success or failure hinges on this one action. I must stand out above them all. SES. The vast heaven pag. Oh, das abnormal activity aroused commotion from those sects and itinerant cultivators who were taking part for the first time. Compared to them, the 3 sect's disciples appeared rather calm. A light screen poured down from the top of the pag. Oh, akin to quicksilver spilling over the ground. It was an incredibly grand sight. The pag. Oh, the body being swept by this light screen. It actually displayed out rows of names. Yi Yuan focused his gaze. It was only to see a name inscribed at the most conspicuous place, Li Fan Tian. Affixed on top of this name was the 8th level. He was also the one and only martial artist who made it past the 7th level and entered the 8th level in these 10,000 years. Yi Yuan continued looking down. There were 3 names under the 7th level. The first name was called Luo Yanqing. The second name was called Zhuo Fei. And the third name was shockingly Lu Linfeng. This old punk was likely a legendary figure in the endless world back then too. It's just that with the passing of time, his legend has already been gradually forgotten by the later generations. Yi Yuan sighed in his heart. Actually, the primary reason why Lu Linfeng was forgotten by the endless world was still that of the Grand Yin True Sect's destruction. Otherwise, with the Grand Yin True Sect's legacy, no matter how useless, they would also be the overlord of a region in the endless world too. As for after the 6th level, the names were densely packed. It was also uncertain how many there were. Yi Yuan was no longer interested in looking anymore. Yi Yuan coming to the vast heaven pag. Oh. To this time, the lowest target was also the 7th level. If he could not even match up to Lu Linfeng, then what right did he have to get involved with those turbulent waves in the divine realm? But Yi Yuan was also very curious about which era those figures Luo Yanqing and Zhuo Fei were from. Yi Yuan unexpectedly had not heard of them before. Logically speaking, they could make it to the 7th level. They should absolutely not be unrecorded nameless people. Looks like the mighty current of time buried countless geniuses in oblivion. Even if Lu Lin Feng roams obstructed in the divine realm right now, there might not be people who can remember him years later. Yi Yuan sighed quietly. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that beside the names, there was still a patch of blank light screen, but he did not know what use it had. After you all enter, the light screen will display your names and the level you are at. This vast heaven mystic realm doesn't have any danger. But once the mission fails, you'll be transported out by the PAG. Oh duh, your names will disappear with it too. Furthermore, inside the mystic realm, all the pain is real, even if it's death. Yi Yuan looked sideways. Chi-Hai already arrived beside him since who knew when. Oh hi, why did you come? Yi Yuan said in surprise. Oh, little brother, Yi clearing the vast heaven PAG. Oh duh, how can I not come and bear witness to this historical moment? In this 1,000 years, you're the martial artist with the greatest hope of charging to the 6th level. But sadly, time waits for no one. If your boundary could increase some more, you might have hopes of making it to the 7th level. Chi-Hai said with a slight pity. In the end, it was still that Yi Yuan's current boundary was too low. His present strength was at best also just around the strength of Qin Yin and the others. If counting in potential, Chi-Hai's judgment of Yi Yuan was the same. It was entering the 6th level. If Yi Yuan could break through a few more realms, Chi-Hai's judgment of Yi Yuan would naturally be much higher. But this vast heaven PAG, it was clearly harder the further back. The 7th level was already the limits that everyone could understand, except that everybody, including Chi-Hai, all did not know that the lowest target Yi Yuan set for himself was the 7th level. Since old Hai thinks so highly of Yi Yuan, I have to take on this 6th level no matter what. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Oh, this old man will wait and see. All right, it's almost time. You guys should enter. Chi-Hai said. Ning Yixian said in a loud and clear voice, the vast heaven PAG. Oda is already open. Everybody has to put in more effort when you're inside. My endless world's future is resting on you all. But this old man will get the unpleasant things out of the way first. Opening up the vast heaven PAG. This time is for the sake of my endless world's future and in order to resist the fierce Gale world's invasion. After you guys come out from the vast heaven PAG. You must join the Endless Alliance and serve the Alliance. In the future, when the fierce Gale world is defeated, we'll naturally give you guys back your freedom. Alliance Chief Ning, we'll definitely put our best foot forward and serve the Alliance. To these itinerant cultivator martial artists, this was an opportunity that only came once in a lifetime. Once someone's talent showed itself, founding a sect in the future was something easily accomplished too. Ning Yixian said, all right, you all enter from the entrance by yourselves. Under Ning Yixian's command, the group of martial artists all flew over to the entrance, scrambling over each other, especially those itinerant cultivator martial artists. To them, this was a great opportunity for the carp to leap over the dragon gate. Furthermore, to be able to get selected, these people's strength were all preeminent among the itinerant cultivator martial artists. There were people with exceptional talents. They were naturally unwilling to fall behind others. Yi Yuan bid farewell to the group of old ancestors and also followed the group and flew into the PAG. Entering the vast heaven PAG. The scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly changed. It was as if he had arrived at a different world. Yi Yuan had yet to land on his feet, and he saw a blur in front of him. A shadow attacked towards him. But the speed of the shadow was as slow as a snail in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan casually pointed a finger, and that shadow collapsed to the ground with a bang. Looking closely, it was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Junior apprentice brother Ye's luck is really booming. To actually be MP into a demonic beast right after entering, said Guitaochuan, who came to Yi Yuan's side with a wide grin. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just a Tier 2 demonic beast. Not worth mentioning. It's just, the mission of this first level isn't to hunt demonic beasts, right? Guitaochuan smiled too and said, Junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed astute. Actually, the missions in the first 3 levels are all to hunt down demonic beasts. It's just that the ranks of the demonic beasts are different. This first level only has peak tier 2 demonic beasts. What we need to do is to breach the blockade of the tier 2 demonic beasts, and then we're to find the entrance leading to the second level to reach the next level. Yi Yuan was stunned. So simple. Guo Taochuan burst into laughter and said, Simple? Ha! Its junior apprentice brother Yi is thinking of things too simply. Don't look at how we have 300 people who entered this vast heaven mystic realm. In this first level, close to half of the martial artists will be eliminated. We're only at the entrance area right now, so the number of demonic beasts is not many. When reaching the deep regions of the first level, the numbers of these tier 2 demonic beasts will reach an extremely terrifying number. Even sea transformation realm experts might not be able to retreat unscathed. Although I broke through to the soul sea realm now, I don't dare to keep on fighting in the beast horde either. Otherwise, my essence energy will be exhausted sooner or later and be eliminated. Only now did Yi Yuan come to understand. If it was just Vanquish, plussing tier 2 demonic beasts, then that was truly too simple. Although the strength of tier 2 demonic beasts was not powerful, once the numbers reach a certain level, it would produce a qualitative change. No matter how high your boundary was, it could not withstand the exhaustion from confronting too many demonic beasts. High-tier martial artists were hailed as invincible. In real-life situation, that was the case too. But in theory, low-ranking martial artists could completely use numbers to exhaust high-tier martial artists to death. Yi Yuan thought about it and asked, could it be that the demonic beasts in this first level can't all be killed completely? Chapter 551. Why did you only just arrive? Chapter 551. Why did you only just arrive? Hearing Yi Yuan's query, Guo Taochuan could not help being stupefied. I really don't know. Probably. No one will be dumb enough to kill off all the demonic beasts here, right? Although these demonic beasts are not corporeal bodies, their strength is not the slightest bit inferior to real demonic beasts. Those endless demonic beasts, unless one has a divine traversing realm strength. Otherwise, body dares to stay here to kill off all the demonic beasts. Guo Taochuan felt that this question of Yi Yuan's was somewhat hard to answer, so he replied it like this. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. He killed a demonic beast earlier and also felt that these demonic beasts were not corporeal, but it seemed to be formed from some type of energy. But the strength of that demonic beast just now was not the slightest bit inferior to tier 2 demonic beasts. If these demonic beasts reached a certain number, even Soul Sea realm experts would not dare to clash head-on either. They all went to the inner region. Let's go too, Yi Yuan said. Guo Taochuan hurriedly followed after and said to Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother Yi, it's very easy to pass through this first level. How about we compete on who pass SES the first level first? To the current Guo Taochuan, tier 2 demonic beasts truly had no way of threatening him. As long as he charged over with all his might, those demonic beasts could not stop him. With the desire to win stirring inside him, Guo Taochuan gave birth to the thought of competing with Yi Yuan for a bit. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard and said, If it's battling you, I really don't have much assurance in beating you. But to compete in speed with you, you'll definitely lose. Guo Taochuan had a face full of disbelief and said, Might not be so, right? He was at the Soul Sea realm now. Even if he did not have full assurance in winning Yi Yuan, in terms of battle endurance and explosive power, he was confident that he could surpass Yi Yuan. The reason why Yi Yuan could cross boundaries to battle and his greatest reliance were that terrifying concept comprehension of his. If it was competing in speed, with Yi Yuan facing so many tier 2 demonic beast obstruction, for him wanting to be faster than Guo Taochuan, it was virtually impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you don't believe me, let's just compete. But we don't need to compete until the finish point. Just determining the victor will do. Fine. Compete away then. Starting now. Guo Taochuan's voice had yet to fade, and his entire person already dashed out like an arrow discharging. Yi Yuan smiled faintly. His movement technique activated, and he followed after 2. At the start, this stretch of area was practically a vast expanse of flat land. What these two people competed in was naturally leg strength. Yet, Guotao discovered to his dismay that no matter how hard he exerted his strength to speed up his movement technique, Yi Yuan was around not far from him from start to end. Yi Yuan was like a dogskin plaster sticking to him. Yi Yuan's current movement technique was still spirit void shattering S.P.A.C. But ever since comprehending the concept of wind, Yi Yuan applied the concept of wind into his movement technique. The two superimposed. Although Yi Yuan was only second-level C transformation right now, his speed was not the slightest bit slower than Guotao. Along the way, the two people casually slew the Tier 2 demonic beasts around them, running neck to neck all the way. After 2 hours, Guotao stopped gloomily and said to Yi Yuan, "I say, aren't you too freakish? Offensive power, so formidable. Even movement technique is also so freakies. Plus I broke through to Soul Sea Realm now, and cultivated Tier 4 movement technique, and actually can't shake you off." Yi Yuan stopped too and said smilingly, "This movement technique of yours isn't bad. If you can train it to the Great Circle stage, I won't be able to keep up." Guotao involuntarily rolled his eyes. He just broke through to Soul Sea Realm not long ago. How could he possibly train the Tier 4 movement technique to the Great Circle stage? Even if your movement technique is any faster, it's useless too. Starting from now, the number of demonic beasts will get increasingly more. Although movement technique is important, endurance and essence energy are the key to determining victory. Guotao finished talking and dashed out once more. Before long, sure enough, as Guotao said, the number of demonic beasts became increasingly more, virtually surrounding the two people. Everyone's destination was pretty much the same. With 300 people in this first level, the chances of everyone Ping was still very high. But as they got deeper and deeper in, martial artists' miserable cries would sound out from time to time from the two people's surroundings and then disappear. Clearly, they were transported out of vast heaven pag. Oh duh. But those being transported out were basically all C transformation realm martial artists. Like Guotao said, this first level was going to eliminate a large batch of martial artists. Guotao was a peak existence among the junior generation himself. Now, especially after breaking through to the Soul Sea realm, his strength was incomparably daunting. Demonic beasts that approached him practically all had the outcome of being instantly killed. But along with the increasing number of demonic beasts, Guotao also gradually put away his mentality of playing around and started to treat things seriously. Failing miserably at a simple task was not something fun. Around another 2 hours as said, Guotao finally could not resist darting a glance to the back of his eyes. He was delighted inwardly, because there was already no sign of Yi Yuan. Evidently, Yi Yuan was already blocked by the demonic beasts. Even though he overwhelmed Yi Yuan with the advantage of cultivation realm, Guotao still felt very accomplished. Yi Yuan's monstrousness virtually made people despair. Regardless of winning him under any kind of circumstances, it was all something to be very thrilled about. Being besieged by so many demonic beasts, the consumption speed of a C transformation realm's essence energy was much faster than a Soul Sea realm's. In order to reduce this kind of expenditure, the martial artists must carefully utilize their own essence energy. This way, the speed of killing demonic beasts was bound to slow down. Charging ahead blindly, the speed of essence energy consumption would shoot up by several folds. With Yi Yuan's second-level C transformation essence energy level, it would be exhausted entirely very quickly. How could such a clever person like Yi Yuan possibly do this kind of foolish thing because of a small compet? One time? Charge ahead for a distance, then wait for Yi Yuan and tell him that I won. I really want to see the expression of him losing the compet. One time. Guotao was talking, but his hands were not slow. In a blink of an eye, another dozen over demonic beasts were killed, and he charged forward once again. After a while, Guotao suddenly discovered that the demonic beasts ahead seemed to be increasingly lesser. And what's going on? Logically speaking, the further in one goes, there should be more demonic beasts. Could it be that I had too much fun killing and actually lost my way? That's wrong. The direction should be correct. Really weird. Guotao could not figure it out. He continued plussing ahead, but discovered that the demonic beasts around became lesser and lesser. The puzzlement in his heart grew. All of a sudden, ahead of him was clear an Sias, without even a single demonic beast. And in front of him, Yi Yuan was currently looking at him calmly, with a wide grin on his face. Why are you only here now? I've already waited for a long time. With nothing to do, I cleared away the surrounding demonic beasts and finally can have a break, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Guotao stared at Yi Yuan with wide saucers for eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Just how did you do it? You're only at the sea transformation realm. How can you possibly be so much faster than me? It was only after some time did Guotao come back to his senses and ask out this question. Chapter 552. Nameless Energy. Chapter 552. Nameless Energy, of course. Yi Yuan would be that much faster than him. The number of these demonic beasts looked to be extremely horrifying. But to talk about crowd control measures, was there any martial technique more powerful than Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals? At least in this endless world, such a martial technique probably could not be found. If these demonic beasts' ranks were high, then forget it. If it were just tier 2 demonic beasts, Yi Yuan could casually summon a CLUS, Tur of Petals, and it would basically be an instant kill. More importantly, 1,000 flowing petals was a type of perpetual martial technique. As long as Yi Yuan's essence energy was not exhausted, he could constantly summon more petals by his side. Guotao naturally had crowd control type martial techniques too. But firstly, crowd control type martial techniques had tremendous expenditure. Secondly, unleash. Plussing it takes time. The losses outweighed the gains. To the vast majority of the people in the vast Heaven Pag. To right now, charging into the second level was the most important thing. Guotao was clearly not an exception too. Along the way, Yi Yuan displayed the 1,000 flowing petals. His advancement speed was not much slower compared to when without demonic beasts. In comparison, the demonic beasts in front of Guotao got increasingly more. His speed naturally slowed down. I said that you'd definitely lose. You just had to insist on a pummeling. All right, you go to the second level by yourself. I'll circle around the first level some more, said Yi Yuan. As he said this, he was making his move to leave. Guotao was stunned. What's there to circle around in the first level? The first level had long been cleared countless times. If there were any hidden rewards, it would have long been discovered by people. But up till today, there was simply body who discovered any additional rewards. Yi Yuan said smilingly, It's fine. I'm just curious. You go on first. As he said this, Yi Yuan's figure leaped, vanished. Plussing inside the demonic beast herd. Guotao saw Yi Yuan moving freely among the demonic beasts. It was as if it was an uninhabited land. His eye could not help becoming wide saucers. Only at this time did he know why Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than his. The demonic beasts here completely did not have their own consciousness and attacked martial artists with no fear of death at all. But those demonic beasts simply could not approach Yi Yuan's body. CLUS. Turs of petals willfully reaped the lives of those demonic beasts. Monsters are monsters. Indeed, not what mortals like us can compare to. After a long while, Guotao gave a sigh and turned around. Russ. Plus-ing to the depths of the first level. After half a day, in a remote corner of the vast Heaven Pag. Das first level. Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. These demonic beasts are all formed from a type of energy. Slaying these demonic beasts can actually acquire a trace of this type of energy. And this type of energy can actually convert into essence energy, promoting the advancement of cultivation. Truly unbelievably miraculous. Yi Yuan muttered under his breath. In the beginning, Yi Yuan did not notice yet. But when he was competing with Guo, Yi Yuan slaughtered large numbers of demonic beasts and finally noticed a hint of something wrong. After those demonic beasts were killed, there was a strand of extremely minute energy that entered inside Yi Yuan's body. This wisp of energy was extremely minute. It was virtually undetectable. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Yuan killed a large number of demonic beasts within a period of time, and those energies converged to form a small tuft, Yi Yuan would not be able to discover it all. Yi Yuan was also uncertain if this type of energy was harmful to the body or not. So he bid farewell to Guo and found a covert place to investigate. He casually laid down a set of array formation. Those Tier 2 demonic beasts were simply incapable of barging inside. Then he started to study this small tuft of energy. But with this investigation, Yi Yuan discovered that with his experience and knowledge, he actually could not recognize what this energy was. After failing to glean anything with numerous attempts, Yi Yuan simply mustered essence energy and attempted to force that trace of energy out of the body. But Yi Yuan did not expect that once the energy came into contact with essence energy, it actually merged into the essence energy with a whoosh. This was no trifling matter. Yi Yuan hurriedly wanted to expel the nameless energy. But after that tuft of energy fused into his own essence energy, it was like a poisonous sore inflicted deep into the bones, no longer able to separate. Yi Yuan unleashed all of his skills to the utmost and could not do anything to that S of nameless energy. But that S of energy just quietly lay within his essence energy C and did not have make any excessive action. Only then did this let Yi Yuan be slightly at ease. Later on, Yi Yuan might as well just circulate the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art and started to refine that S of essence energy. What surprised Yi Yuan was that the nameless energy really reacted. Before long, the nameless energy was actually refined into essence energy. It made Yi Yuan's boundary loosen up a trace. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Although Yi Yuan had killed many demonic beasts, the nameless energy obtained was an extremely, extremely tiny speck. Yi Yuan internally viewed that trace of essence energy. It seemed to be a little different from the essence energy that he originally cultivated. But just how is it different? Yi Yuan could not determine it. To really say it out, Yi Yuan had a feeling that this kind of essence energy seemed to be even more powerful than the essence energy which he previously cultivated. This type of energy can actually promote essence energy. Then wouldn't I be able to use this energy to undergo cultivation? Guo said that this first level did not have any additional rewards. Could it be that this is the first level's hidden boon? It's just that this type of energy. Just when the world is it? Why is it that even I haven't heard of it before? Yi Yuan thought for a long time and could not figure out the reason why either. But he felt that this energy should not be harmful to the human body. Hence, he made a bold decision. Kill off all the demonic beasts in the first level. Since this type of energy could increase cultivation, how could Yi Yuan let it slip by? When soldiers arrive, use a general to keep them off. When water rises, build a dam with earth. If some problem were to really occur, just think of ways to resolve it in the future. Outside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, those sect's old ancestors all stared at the light screen, wanting to see to what extent their own juniors had progressed to. Somebody entered the second level. N? Who is Lu Hong? He's actually the first one to enter the second level. The first to rush into the second level is actually not the 3 sects' head disciples. Where did this Lu Hong pop out from? The second level was totally empty right now. Therefore, Lu Hong's name was very conspicuous. This name appeared abruptly, making everyone all feel somewhat caught off guard. Because before this, simply no one had heard of this name. The expressions of the 3 sects' old ancestors were very ugly. They had a feeling of getting their faces slapped. It was fine if Yi Yuan was monstrous. Where did this Lu Hong pop out from? To actually prevail over the three sects? One had to know that Qin Yin and Guo Taochuan, they all were at the Soul Sea realm now. Among the junior generation, they should be sweeping away everyone else. But now, they were actually Serpa. Said by an unknown boy. I have some impression of this Lu Hong. Seems to be an itinerant cultivator. During the itinerant martial artist selection, this person's performance was remarkably Estoni's. Plusing. He directly overwhelmed everybody and obtained the right to enter the vast heaven pag. With the status of the first place. To think that he still held back during the selections. His strength is actually so formidable, said a heavenly martial sect's grand elder. He was the main examiner in charge of the itinerant cultivator selection and had some impression of this Lu Hong. Quickly look, Qin, Yin, the three of them virtually rushed into the second level at the same time. At this time, somebody exclaimed. Only after seeing Qin Yin trio entering the second level closely behind Lu Hong did the expressions on the three old ancestors' faces become slightly better. Chapter 553, Blunder. Chapter 553. Blunder, although the first one to rush into the second level, might not mean that he was definitely the strongest one. To a certain extent, it also trotted many problems. Hence, for that Lu Hong to be able to be the first one to rush into the second level, it at least showed that his strength was very formidable. I didn't think that among the itinerant cultivators, a genius junior actually appeared too. Chi-Hai stroked his beard and smiled. To the present endless world, the more geniuses like this, the better things would be. Humph, might just be a moment of luck. Qin Hongtao said with a cold snort. More and more names vanished from the first level. Ren Xingchuan's eyebrows could not help knitting together. He kept on staring at Yi Yuan's name. But Yi Yuan's name did not have any signs of moving throughout. Regardless of how the other people's names moved, Yi Yuan's name remained in the first level from start to end. At this time, somebody reacted to it as well and asked, where's Yi Yuan? With his strength, he should have entered the second level long ago, right? His name is still at the first level. I wonder what happened, Ning Yixin said. No way, right? Yi Yuan is able to kill a Soul Sea realm expert on his own. How can he possibly be trapped at the first level? Maybe he got delayed because of some matter? There's nothing in the first level. Can be held up by what? Is it possible that Yi Yuan can kill Soul Sea realm experts because his explosive power is very great? But to charge into the second level, what's required is abundant essence, energy, and lasting endurance. On this aspect, Yi Yuan is just a second-level sea transformation. He'll probably be at a disadvantage. What this person said was reasonable. Many people could not help falling silent when they heard that. Ren Xingchuan's expression was very ugly. He thought very highly of Yi Yuan and felt that Yi Yuan would bring him a tremendous surprise. If Yi Yuan already fell behind in the first level, the difficulty of the levels at the back would be increasingly greater. How is Yi Yuan going to pass through? Ren Xingchuan looked previously already. Chao Feng was already eliminated in the first level. Although Rendong made it into the second level, he was placed rather behind in terms of timing. If even Yi Yuan failed, then Wu Fong City would be utterly disgraced. In the end, this vast heaven pag. There's still too much for sea transformation realms. Sing through this vast heaven pag. Those checkpoints need to be done in one breath. The more one drags, the less favorable. If Yi Yuan, he continues dawdling, once his essence energy is exhausted, it will likely be very tough to push through the first level. I really didn't expect that a heavens chosen like Yi Yuan would actually suffer a cruise. Plusing defeat in the first level. For a time, the people surrounding and spectating all discussed in low voices. With the pious sing of time, they were clearly less and less optimistic about Yi Yuan. People's hearts were always like this. Yi Yuan rose up extremely fast like a comet. Some of the sect's old ancestors more or less still had some jealousy in their hearts. Now, seeing Yi Yuan about to be eliminated in the first level. Although they would not express it too obviously, there was still some gloating in their words and between the lines. How could Ren Xingchuan not discern the gloating over other people's misfortunes in these people's words? He was even more panicky in his heart. Yi Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Could it be that, with your strength, you can't even make it past the first level? Ren Xingchuan said anxiously in his heart. Time slowly trickled by. The names remaining in the first level became progressively lesser. But among these people, practically body could charge into the second level. The names all directly vanished. Evidently, they were already sent out by the vast heaven pag. Oh duh. Finally, the last name in the first level apart from Yi Yuan's vanished, kicked out by the vast heaven pag. Oh duh. In the first level, only Yi Yuan alone was left. At this time, the second level was densely covered with people, while in the first level, Yi Yuan's name became extremely eye-catching. Yi Yuan's strength is still very powerful among sea transformation realms. He actually persisted for a day and night already. It's just that, who knows how long he can sustain in the end. The first level has a time restriction of only 3 days. If one is unable to make it to the second level within 3 days, they will still get kicked out by the vast heaven pag. Oh duh. The demonic beasts around the entrance to the second level will become increasingly more. For Yi Yuan to want to make it through, it's probably riddled with numerous difficulties. Different from how these people imagined, the demonic beasts around the entrance to the second level was already less than lesser. In the first level, only Yi Yuan alone was left. He had free rein and unleashed the 1,000 flowing petals, willfully reaping the lives of those demonic beasts. The petals which filled the sky were like locusts. Areas they pass, said through, no living thing was spared. Yi Yuan initially thought that these demonic beasts could not be killed completely. But after he slaughtered for an entire day, he finally noticed that these demonic beasts became thinly scattered. Very clearly, the number of the demonic beasts was reducing. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that these demonic beasts would automatically converge at the entrance to the second level to attempt to stop him from entering the second level. However, Yi Yuan's goal was not the second level at all. It was to kill these demonic beasts to obtain that nameless energy. I wonder what kind of effect there will be by killing all the demonic beasts in the first level, Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Of course, increasingly lesser was just relatively speaking. Around Yi Yuan, there were still countless demonic beasts surrounding him now. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to break out of the encirclement now, it was already impractical. At this time, there were already no other martial artists in the first level. Just Yi Yuan alone left. And these demonic beasts seemed to sense it, converging around Yi Yuan unceasingly. Even though the total number of demonic beasts was reducing in the radius of the local area, the demonic beasts were increasingly more, but Yi Yuan did not mind at all. These demonic beasts were entirely unable to approach his body. Just like this, Yi Yuan spent 2 days constantly in the midst of slaughter. Only Yi Yuan could sustain for 2 days under such a high-intensity essence energy consumption. If it were others, they would have died long ago from essence energy exhaustion. Since he wanted to kill off all the demonic beasts, Yi Yuan naturally made preparations long ago. Hence, he was very sparing when using essence energy. But even so, his essence energy was already close to rock bottom at the end of these 2 days. The demonic beasts became lesser and lesser, but Yi Yuan's attacks clearly became sluggish too. Humph, looks like I still have to expend 1 medicinal pill, Yi Yuan said helplessly. He initially thought that he could rely on his body's essence energy to sustain. Who knew that the number of demonic beasts in this first level was too terrifying? Slaughtered for 2 days and did not finish killing either. At this time, if Yi Yuan still did not consume medicinal pills to restore essence energy, he was already unable to carry on sustaining. Yi Yuan's finger twitched. A medicinal pill appeared in his hand. Yet, just as Yi Yuan was planning on swallowing the medicinal pill, a scene which left him dumbfounded occurred. That medicinal pill was actually like weathered away by the wind, breaking down into powder. A light breeze blew, and it vanished. F*** me. No way, right? Could it be that inside this vast heaven pag? Oh, the usage of medicinal pills isn't allowed? Why didn't anyone tell me before? Yi Yuan could not refrain from cursing. Unreconciled, Yi Yuan took out a medicinal pill again. Indeed, it was immediately eroded by the wind. This time, I really made a blunder. Yi Yuan stared wide-eyed and his mouth agape at the thing that happened before his eyes, as he said with a bitter smile. Chapter 554. Instant Cast Martial Technique. Chapter 554. Instant Cast Martial Technique. Yi Yuan daring to fight a battle of attrition here. His greatest reliance was medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan never would have expected that this vast heaven pag, that could actually erode the medicinal pills that he refined with just the wind. This was simply something unheard of. Without medicinal pills to replenish essence energy, Yi Yuan's essence energy was going to be depleted very soon. This was still his first time encountering such a bizarre thing. For a moment, he did not know what he should do either. Could it be that he was really going to be killed by these Tier 2 demonic beasts because of essence energy exhaustion? If he was transported outside, wouldn't it become the entire Endless World's joke? Even though Yi Yuan did not care about other people's views, this kind of failing method, even he himself was unable to accept it too. Damn it. Fight it out. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and completely erupted all of his remaining essence energy. For a time, innumerable petals enveloped Yi Yuan. At the same time, Yi Yuan pushed the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art to the limits, refining the nameless energy that was absorbed into his body. The process of martial artist cultivation was actually the process of splitting open the dantian. When not using martial techniques, the circulation of the essence energy in the body would form a circulatory cycle, reaching a delicate equilibrium with the outside world's heaven and earth quintessence. But once martial techniques were used, the expenditure of essence energy within the martial artist's body would increase drastically. The speed of converting the outside world's quintessence to become the essence energy within the body simply could not catch up to the speed of consumption. The more powerful the martial technique, the more enormous the expenditure on essence energy. Replenies. Plusing it would become slower. Even though Yi Yuan's control regarding essence energy was extremely great, for a martial technique like the 1,000 flowing petals, the consumption was very large too. Only Yi Yuan could utilize this martial technique for 2 days straight. At this time, Yi Yuan's absorption speed already could not keep up with the consumption speed. Only by refining these nameless energies into essence energy could he resolve the imminent danger. Through 2 days of absorbing, inside Yi Yuan's body already ACCU, mulat considerable nameless energy. But in comparison to Yi Yuan's current expenditure, the nameless energy converted to become essence energy was just as if trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. But right now, Yi Yuan already did not have other alternatives. He could only make a last attempt to remedy a hopeless situation. Lasting a while longer was a while. At least it was better than being exhausted to death, right? It was better than being kicked out by the vast heaven pag. And then him explaining to others that he postured, wanting to finish all the demonic beasts in the first level, and that this resulted to his essence energy being depleted and him getting killed by demonic beasts under Yi Yuan's frenzied refining. Those nameless energies were finally converted to become essence energy bit by bit, flowing into the essence energy sea. These essence energies enter the essence energy sea arbitrarily, fusing together with that trace of essence energy which Yi Yuan refined previously. Adding it up, it was merely as big as the rim of a bowl. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could not help smiling bitterly. This tiny bit of essence energy wasn't enough for him to sustain a while at all. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he slaughtered demonic beasts for 2 days and 2 nights, and he actually just ACCU, mew at this tiny bit of nameless energy. Wasn't this thing too precious? Before long, the 1,000 flowing petals which Yi Yuan cast before this was finally depleted. Those demonic beasts charged forward once again without fear of death. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only revolve his cultivation method, mustering up the essence energy in his essence energy sea, which was converted from that tiny bit of nameless energy. Yet, something which made Yi Yuan awkward happened once more. He revolved his cultivation method and actually only mustered a tiny drop of nameless essence energy. The F*CK? No way, right? This is too much of a scam. What can one drop of essence energy do? Yi Yuan nearly broke down. He killed demonic beasts so painstakingly until now, just for the sake of collecting this nameless energy. In the end, he could actually only mobilize a drop of essence energy. This was simply such irony. If he were eliminated like this, Yi Yuan would really have to find a place to enter close seclusion for 20 years and be too embarrassed said to exit seclusion. But the next instant, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. After that drop of essence energy entered the meridians, it suddenly vanished. Yi Yuan had yet to react when an even more horrifying 1,000 flowing petals, when compared to before, appeared without any signs, just like this. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 1,000 flowing petals erupted abruptly, practically sweeping away clean the surrounding demonic beasts instantaneously. What kind of situation is this? This time, Yi Yuan was struck utterly senseless. Ever since entering the vast heaven pag, too many things that exceeded his expectations happened, virtually more than what he could handle. And everything that happened before his eyes clearly made him unable to understand too. One drop of essence energy could actually erupt out such a terrifying attack. Furthermore, him unleash. Plussing the 1,000 flowing petals this time was practically completed instantly. Could it be that this type of essence energy could instant cast martial techniques? Moreover, the 1,000 flowing petals this time, regardless of whether it was at power or range, it was all much more powerful than what he used previously. Even though it was somewhat incomprehensible, without any doubt, Yi Yuan picked up a treasure. One had to know that when martial artists used martial techniques, no matter how pure and simple, it was also impossible to achieve instant cast. Essence energy exit the essence energy sea and circulate within the meridians according to the martial techniques method, working in concert with heaven and earth quintessence, and then releasing them out. In between this, it had to go through a series of transformations. And this sort of transformations naturally needed time to be executed. The more powerful the martial technique, the more time required as well. Very clearly, under the situation where the power of the martial technique was the same, the shorter the time taken to cast the skill, the more advantageous. And this type of essence energy could not only achieve instant cast martial techniques, but it also seemed to have the effects of promoting and strengthening the martial technique. It was seriously too perverse. Looks like expending such a long time wasn't a waste at long last, Yi Yuan said with a smile. As he said, he deployed that nameless essence energy again. 1,000 flowing petals erupted abruptly once more. Sacring S of demonic beasts. Yi Yuan is indeed formidable. To actually be able to last until 3 days. Even though he can't pass S through the first level, it's also sufficient to be proud. Still have 2 hours, and it will be 3 whole days. Even if he's still unscathed, he'll still get kicked out automatically by the vast heaven pag. Looks like he also knows that he can't clear it. So he found a place to rest and rehabilitate, to quietly wait for 3 days' time to be up. Such a pity. A genius like this actually didn't even clear the first level. In the vast heaven mystic realm, everyone was discussing excitedly. Some really felt pity for Yi Yuan, while others were gloating over his misfortune. But no matter what, they all did not think that Yi Yuan could pass S through the first level. Regardless of what reason Yi Yuan had a hold up in the first level, 3 days' time was also plenty for him to finish settling it. those martial artists who were in the second level now. There was a small portion who was at the sea transformation realm too. Even they were able to clear the first level, but Yi Yuan was unable to clear it. That could only show that Yi Yuan's strength was lacking. Ren Xingchuan's old face was black as the bottom of a pot. He never would have thought that the vast heaven pag. Oh, the journey this time, they came in a jolly mood, but returned home disappointed. They were going to head back home so soon. And the Yi Yuan he pinned high hopes on actually could not even clear the first level. About to hit 3 days right away. It's already hopeless for Yi Yuan. Yeah, such a pity. And, you guys look, Yi Yuan's name disappeared. 3 days' time is up. Yi Yuan is probably already transported out. Let's go find him then. Hang on, you guys look, Yi Yuan's name appeared in the second level. He actually said through at the last moment. Chapter 555, Continue Killing Finest.h. Plus, Chapter 555, Continue Killing Finest. H. Plus this stinking brat. Gave me a fright. Ren Xingchuan finally heaved a sigh in relief secretly in his heart. Even if he had experienced countless great storms and waves, his heart still leaped to his throat earlier. If Yi Yuan were to be kicked out like this, then his face would be trashed badly. Fortunately, Yi Yuan finally charged into the second level at the final juncture. What kind of situation is this? Yi Yuan, he actually charged into the second level at the last moment. Yeah, if he long had this strength, why not enter earlier? But if he didn't have this strength, how did he charge inside ultimately? This Yi Yuan is really... He's clearing the vast heaven pag. Oh, while actually teasing with this kind of thrill. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan teasing with this roller coaster ride had indeed made many people have a feeling of plummeting from above the clouds, exhilarating to the max. Actually, many people were already prepared to watch the spectacle. In the end, Yi Yuan just had to clear the first level. This made those people preparing to watch a show suddenly feel very bored. That's not right. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's strength, it's impossible to not clear the first level. But why did he only rush in at the last moment? Just what on earth is he doing inside? Qin Hongtao was similarly very convoluted by Yi Yuan's actions. Their thinking previously was also all very simple. They thought that Yi Yuan's essence energy was not abundant enough, or that only his explosive power was great and actually his endurance was lacking. Thinking carefully about it now, Yi Yuan should not be like this. But for such a long time, what in the world was Yi Yuan doing in the first level? Qi Hai's gaze was glued fixedly on Yi Yuan's name. All of a sudden, he had some guesses. This boy wouldn't be tempering himself inside, right? Somewhere in the second level, Yi Yuan pointed a finger and killed a lion-form demonic beast. His brows could not help furrowing. Is the second level's guardian demonic beast the Aurora Electric Lion? That's pretty hard to deal with. The Aurora Electric Lion is a kind of Tier 3 demonic beast. Not only was its speed unbelievable abnormal, its attacks even carried lightning attribute, rather nasty. An Aurora Electric Lion was naturally nothing much to Yi Yuan. But the thought of that horrifying number in the first level, even Yi Yuan could not help shuddering. Although the demonic beasts in the vast heaven pag, they were not corporeal bodies, their attributes and strength were no different from the outside world. Fortunately, the multiple Aurora Electric Lions that Yi Yuan killed were all just initial stage Tier 3. If this level was all initial stage Tier 3 Aurora Electric Lions, it might not be without the possibility of duking it out. Even so, the difficulty of this second level threw the first level behind by several grades. Tier 3 demonic beasts and peak Tier 2 demonic beasts were on an entirely different level. No wonder Lu Linfeng only made it to the 7th level too. Advancing upwards at this degree of difficulty, how terrifying would it be when arriving at the 9th level? Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Thinking it over, Yi Yuan still decided to enter the 3rd level after killing off all the demonic beasts. The allure of the nameless essence energy was seriously too great to Yi Yuan. Previously at the 1st level, he only used several drops of nameless essence energy and killed all of the demonic beasts. After absorbing those demonic beasts' nameless energy, Yi Yuan discovered that his own realm could no longer be kept in check. So he went with the momentum and chose to break through. With this breakthrough, Yi Yuan directly charged to peak third-level C transformation, just a bit more to reach first-level C transformation. Yi Yuan shockingly discovered that this nameless essence energy actually had the effect of hewing open his essence energy C. Originally, according to his estimations, third-level C transformation should have a 90 feet essence energy C. But now, Yi Yuan's essence energy C already opened up to 100 feet circumference. One should not look at how it was just a circumference of 10 feet. For Yi Yuan's essence energy C to open up and to form perfect spirit condensation, even just opening up a fraction more was also extremely difficult. One had to know that Yi Yuan's essence energy C previously was already around the same as the Divine Realm's pinnacle young geniuses. Now, cleaving open a circumference of 10 feet more, it already said those geniuses with absolute certainty. Yi Yuan discovered that this nameless essence energy was truly incomparably mysterious. Apart from instant casting martial techniques and amplifying martial techniques, it actually had the effect of opening up his essence energy C. He had no idea just what was the origin of this nameless essence energy and what other functions did it still have. But Yi Yuan dared to assume that this type of essence energy was absolutely a heaven-defying level treasure. At least in the Divine Realm, Yi Yuan had never heard before any kind of special essence energy that could have so many enhancement effects. Yi Yuan was increasingly curious about this vast heaven pag. Da's origin. It was simply a treasure vault. Ignoring other things, just this nameless essence energy was enough to make all martial artists go crazy. After musing for a moment, Yi Yuan started making his way to the second level's inner region. Due to the others entering 2 days earlier than him, they were probably about to rush into the third level at this time. This entrance area was naturally already void of people, but Yi Yuan learned to be more cautious this time. He absorbed and refined the nameless essence energy while killing the Aurora electric lions so as to maintain sufficient essence energy. With the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine arts prowess, as long as Yi Yuan did not overexpend it like at the first level, the problem of essence energy drying up would not arise. Yi Yuan planned to kill a batch of Aurora electric lions first, then absorb a portion of nameless energy and make use of the momentum to break through to the fourth level C transformation. He would then head for the entrance to the third level. These Aurora electric lion contained a trace of nameless energy too. Moreover, it was much stronger compared to the first level's demonic beasts. If he could kill off all the Aurora electric lions in the second level, Yi Yuan could refine a lot of this type of nameless energy even while expending them. At the third level's entrance area, dozens of martial artists were surrounded by numerous Aurora electric lion. The battle situation was very alarming. In the fight, there were martial artists killed by the Aurora electric lions every now and then and transported out of the vast heaven pag. At this second level, the martial artists were all feeling increasingly pressured. Even Soul Sea realm experts were no exception. Even though these Aurora electric lion could not threaten them, for them to want to be as leisure as in the first level was not doable. Qin Yin casually slashed out a sword and killed multiple Aurora electric lions. But his gaze was looking at the Lu Hong ahead. I don't know where this person popped out from. His strength is actually so formidable. An itinerant cultivator can actually cultivate to such a level too? Qin Yin said, I have a feeling that he's still preserving strength now. He should be planning on using it at the back. By the side, Guo Taochuan had a solemn look too. Which of the three of us don't have our own trump cards? When the time comes, we might have to use them in order to charge into the fifth level. Qin Yin said smilingly. Guo Taochuan nodded slightly and suddenly said, Oh, right, after I separated from Yi Yuan at the first level, I never saw him all this while. Have you seen him? Qin Yin was stunned and only came back to his senses now. He shook his head and said, I've really not seen him. With his strength, he should have reached here long ago. Yeah, I looked for trouble competing in the speed of killing demonic beasts one time at the first level with him. The result was utter defeat. I feel that even that Lu Hong might not be faster than Yi Yuan either. Guo Taochuan said. Qin Yin laughed in spite of himself and said, You were really taking the road to ruin. Yi Yuan's prowess isn't just reflected by killing a soul sea realm. Forget it. He shouldn't need us to worry. Let's enter the next level quickly. The demonic beasts here are getting more and more now. Chapter 556. Indeed deliberate. Chapter 556. Indeed deliberate. It's that Lu Hong again. He's the first one to enter the third level. This Lu Hong is so strong. To actually overpower the three sects head disciples twice and be the first one to charge into the next level. Just what is this Lu Hong's background? To actually be so powerful? Allegedly, he came from a small sect, but the sect he was from was destroyed later on. He should have obtained some fortuitous encounter afterward. That's how he can have his current strength. Fame can be a double-edged sword. The originally unrecorded and nameless Lu Hong shot to fame in just one move this time. His history was naturally dug out very quickly too. The three sects choosing these itinerant martial artists naturally would not select them casually. They would definitely impose stringent screening on these martial artists, including their past. No matter what, overpowering the three sects head disciples twice in a row was plenty for him to become the subject of everyone's talk. One time could be said to be a coincidence. If it was twice, then it probably was not what a coincidence or luck could explain. In comparison, Yi Yuan, who was the hottest topic in the beginning, was no longer popular at this time. Body would pay attention to a failure. Yi Yuan entering the second level with a buzzer beater was already not viewed optimistically by many people. This vast heaven pack, that always been about fighting for number one. It had yet to be heard of who wanted to fight for the last place. Originally, everyone was all antic. 1p. Aiding Yi Yuan creating a miracle. But now, they focus their gazes on Lu Hong. Actually, the vast heaven pack. Da's first three levels did not have much worth to see. There was not the slightest bit of suspense about prodigious talents like Qin Yin, Guo Taochuan, and Yin Yanhua Paes sing through the first three levels. If one had to say what was worth watching, it was only who would be the first one to charge into the next level. Originally, everyone was the most optimistic about Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually stayed in the first level alone for 3 whole days. Later on, everyone focused their eyes on the three sects head disciples and did not expect a huge dark horse to actually charge out, overpowering the three sects disciples. The vast heaven pack. Da's trial this time could be said to among the most exciting and exhilarating times. It was open for others outside the three sects. To the three sects, they obviously did not wish for their own disciples to lose in their own territory. But to the itinerant cultivators and the other sects, they did not say it verbally. They earnestly wished for somebody to step forward and wreck the three sects. This mentality of sour grapes, many people had it. Hence, when everyone saw that Lu Hong was the first one to charge into the third level, each and every one of them was like being injected with stimulants, praising him to the skies. Yi Yuan was currently following a routine, killing monsters and training, continuously absorbing and converting the nameless essence energy. After a day, a horrifying essence energy storm howled within the beast horde. The essence energy storm was extremely turbulent, strangling the nearby demonic beasts to death in succession. After a day of slaughter, the nameless essence energy in Yi Yuan's essence energy already ACCU, mulat to the size of 2 bowls. The nameless energy contained within the Aurora electric line's bodies were clearly much more than the first level's demonic beasts. Yi Yuan only used a day's time and ACCU, mulat to around the first level's nameless essence energy. After a period of time, Yi Yuan broke through to the 4th level C transformation smoothly. His essence energy C surged once again, reaching a circu, inference of 150 feet. This nameless essence energy is indeed incredible. With my current essence energy potency, winning, even killing second-level soul seas, shouldn't be any problem. But there is an extremely wide gap between each soul sea realm's small boundary. Although I broke through to the 4th level sea transformation now, and I might have the power to contend with 3rd level soul seas, to match up against 4th level soul seas, it's absolutely impossible to win. Yi Yuan estimated his current strength. All along, Yi Yuan could basically cross a major realm to fight the enemy. Even when facing the disparity between the lower 3 realms and middle 3 realms, he could completely ignore it too. But with the increase in realm, his limitations of crossing boundaries to battle clearly became increasingly more too. The huge disparity between Soul Sea realm and Sea Transformation realm was seriously too great. Yi Yuan wanting to match up against 4th level Soul Seas with 4th level Sea Transformation basically did not have too much hope. This nameless essence energy is extremely powerful. If it can erupt instantaneously, it might be able to severely wound those at the 4th level Soul Sea realm. But the nameless essence energy, using a bit, will make them a bit lesser. Unless it's a last resort, best to not use it, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Although the nameless essence energy was powerful, the biggest issue was that it could not be produced again. Regardless of how Yi Yuan absorbed the outside world's essence energy, it had no way of converting into the nameless essence energy. The nameless essence energy could only be a trump card. Unless there were no other alternatives, it could not be used. Previously, Yi Yuan used over a dozen drops in the 1st level. That already gave him unbelievable heartache. With my present strength, I should be able to sweep away these Aurora Electric Lions. Other people entered the 3rd level 2 days before me. In addition to yesterday's 1 day, 3 days have passed, said. They should all have already entered the 3rd level. It's time to go to the entrance area to the 3rd level. This 2nd level's time limit is the same, 3 days. I still have 2 days' time. Yi Yuan's figure moved. 1,000 flowing petals was executed along, and he rushed over towards the entrance area to the 3rd level. After breaking through to the 4th level Sea Transformation, Yi Yuan's spirit, qi, and vitality all reached the peak state. His essence energy, Sea, was 3 times bigger when compared to at the 2nd level Sea Transformation. In his current state, even if he did not utilize essence energy, it was also sufficient to kill off all the Aurora Electric Lions. 2 days later, Yi Yuan became the topic of discussion once more, because he stayed a full 3 days in the 2nd level one more time. The other people already charged into the 2nd level on the 1st day and used 2 days to charge into the 3rd level, which was also to say that Yi Yuan was now 3 whole days slower than them now. What is it with this Yi Yuan? Stayed a full 3 days in the 2nd level again. He wouldn't be treating clearing the checkpoints like a vacation, right? Wonder if he can charge to the 3rd level at the last moment this time or not. It's really hard to say. If he can still rush in at the last moment this time, then it should be deliberate. It's just, I don't know why he needs to stay a full 3 days. Who knows? The time is about to arrive. Name disappeared. Quickly see if he entered the 3rd level or not. There. Indeed there. What is he trying to do? Why must he insist on staying a full 3 days' time on each level? This time, Body doubted if Yi Yuan had the strength to pot S through anymore. The first time could be said to be a fluke, but entering at the same time the 2nd time, it was clearly intentional. Except that Body could figure out what Yi Yuan was trying to do. This stinking brat. What the L is he doing? Teasing with this sort of thrill each time. What if it just missed by a bit? Wouldn't it waste all the previous efforts? Ren Xingchuan panted heavily once again and could not refrain from grumbling. They could not be blamed for this either. After all, there had never been anybody who would do this sort of foolish thing, killing off all the demonic beasts at each level. Even now, Body thought that Yi Yuan was actually doing such a thing as well. They felt that Yi Yuan definitely found a place to hide, and made use of the 11th hour to spurt towards the next level. Ho-ho, City Lord Run, calm down. Yi Yuan isn't a frivolous person. Him doing this surely has his reasons. In this vast heaven pag. Oh, no, it's also not whoever clears the round fastest can walk to the end. Qi Hai reminded Ren Xingchuan, suddenly appearing beside him. Chapter 557. He's different from you guys. Chapter 557. He's different from you guys, oh? Ol Hai, is it possible that you know what Yi Yuan is doing inside? Seeing Qi Hai's attitude, Ren Xingchuan was slightly surprised. Qi Hai smiled slightly and said, Yi Yuan's level is different from the others. The things that he sees are naturally different too. There are countless demonic beasts in the first level and second level. Furthermore, these demonic beasts are not corporeal bodies, an excellent venue for training and tempering. If my conjectures are correct, he should be borrowing these demonic beasts to temper himself. That's why he would hang on to enter the next level each time. Ren Xingchuan's eyes went wide. Even though he was very confident in Yi Yuan, wasn't this too exaggerated? Even Soul Sea realm martial artists did not dare to stay in a level for too long. Yi Yuan dared to stay alone until the time was almost up. Furthermore, without other people pinning them down, how did he charge past alone? Old Hai, even though Yi Yuan's strength is pretty good, he's at the Sea Transformation realm after all. Training inside like this, I'm afraid that his essence energy can't sustain. Ren Xingchuan said tactfully. These words sounded like concern on the surface, but actually, it was reproaching that Yi Yuan was messing around too much. So many demonic beasts inside. If his essence energy were exhausted and he got eliminated, just how unjust a matter would that have to be? If he was really eliminated, forget about him, this city lord. Even Yi Yuan himself would not be able to preserve his face either. Oh, you this old man are losing yourself in concern. Furthermore, this grandson of yours, you yourself probably still don't have much understanding. Yi Yuan appears very impetuous when doing this, even somewhat disregarding consequence. But after the matter, you'll discover that he already calculated every single thing. Him stopping the Purple Mansion sect, detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson, eradicating the Heavenly Evil sect, which incident wasn't carried out after scheming. Relax, this boy will be fine. Qin Hongtao said very affirmatively. Ren Xingchuan thought about it. It seemed to be truly, as Qi Hai said. His understanding of this grandson of his was really pitiably little. Of course, this was also related to Yi Yuan deliberately keeping him at a distance. This boy's temper was even worse than his. The two people frequently could not even see eye to eye. If he did not yield in the end, this boy could even poke a hole in the sky. Qi Hai was very confident in his judgment, but he could not dare dream that Yi Yuan's final goal was actually to kill off all the demonic beasts in a level either. If he knew what Yi Yuan was doing inside, it was uncertain if he could still be so composed. After entering the third level, Yi Yuan suddenly noticed that it was much more size. Within the first level and the second level, it was densely populated with demonic beasts. Especially the first level, that sort of density simply gave people a feeling of their scalp tingling. Just those numbers made people feel despair. But after Yi Yuan entered the third level, he suddenly discovered that the demonic beasts did not seem to be as many as before. He had already entered this level for some time and actually did not even see a single demonic beast. It could not be to the extent where these demonic beasts were all killed by other people, right? Yi Yuan was 3 days behind the rest. So at this time, the third level should have already been void of other people long ago. The other martial artists should have already cleared the third round or were already kicked out. Which was also to say that currently in the third level, there was only Yi Yuan alone, the one and only person. Strange. Even if this third level's demonic beasts would have some reduction, it can't be diminished to such an extent either, right? Just what on earth happened? Yi Yuan said depressedly. Since it could not meet demonic beasts, Yi Yuan simply just flew towards the entrance to the fourth level. Yi Yuan was also rather looking forward to it now, because after clearing the third level, there would be an interim reward. If it was before coming in, Yi Yuan absolutely would not be looking forward to it like so, because cultivation methods and martial techniques and whatnot, he really was not lacking any of them. Just the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was enough for him to cultivate to the divine king realm. Why would there be a need to take such a superfluous action to learn other cultivation methods? Even if he knew that Lu Linfeng's sword from here, Lu Linfeng's level was merely just slightly stronger than him. To really talk about interest, Yi Yuan was just interested in the things after the 6th level. But now, Yi Yuan's thinking completely changed. This vast heaven pag, it was too mystical to actually have this sort of thing like the nameless energy. Then what would the rewards for the first 3 levels be? Because the path was free and unobstructed, Yi Yuan's speed was exceptionally fast. He only used 2 hours' time and was about to reach the 4th level's entrance already. However, everything before his eyes left Yi Yuan staring wide-eyed and his mouth agape. F***ck me. Are you S-H-I plus ting me? Yi Yuan looked at the scene before his eyes and could not help rolling his eyes. At the same time, in a nameless S-P-A-C, a group of martial artists was currently discussing fervently. Finally, Pa-S said the 3rd level and can obtain the first stage's reward. Yeah, although the demonic beast's rank only increased a small boundary with each round cleared, it feels more than several times more powerful. This 4th level, I can't clear it no matter what. Those blue sand beasts were really hard to tangle with. I almost suck. You, bed in the 3rd level. If I couldn't even Pa-S the 3rd level, this trip would be considered wasted. Yeah, the blue sand beasts are extremely formidable existences among Tier 3 demonic beasts too. Although the few of us are soul sea realms, being surrounded by so many blue sand beasts was really enough for us to die. Very clearly, the 3rd level gave considerable pressure to these soul sea realms. One should not look at how each level's demonic beasts only raised by a small boundary. The increase in the degree of difficulty was not simple. Facing never-ending attacks, no matter how powerful the martial artist, they would be exhausted to death too. Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was so subtle, and he nearly screwed himself to death, let alone other people. Furthermore, these demonic beasts were not ordinary demonic beasts. Their strength in the same rank was very formidable too. If one did not have the corresponding strength, they would simply be unable to breach through the encirclement. Entering the vast heaven pag. To this time, a total of 300 people entered. Yet, only less than 20 people were still inside this nameless S-P-A-C right now. These people were all the same. They were all Soul Sea Realm experts. Sea Transformation Realm martial artists were already wrecked by those demonic beasts until not even dregs were left. The only Sea Transformation Realm martial artist surviving was just Yi Yuan alone. Right at this time, an archaic voice suddenly sounded out. Welcome to the Inheritance S-P-A-C. Congratulations to everyone for successfully clearing the vast heaven pag. Das first 3 levels. I'll give you each your corresponding rewards according to your performances in the first 3 levels. Guo Taochuan was the second to enter the nameless S-P-A-C. After entering the nameless S-P-A-C, he had been staring at the entrance all this while, wanting to see Yi Yuan's silhouette. But sadly, he did not even see a freaking shadow all the way until this voice sounded out. Could it be that Yi Yuan really failed? But how was this possible? Guo Taochuan and Qin Yan exchanged glances, both looking absent-minded. Just when in the world happened to Yi Yuan to actually fail? May we ask Senior, there should still be one of us who hasn't arrived yet, right? At this time, Yin Yanhua suddenly spoke. Everybody fell silent. They all knew who Yin Yanhua was talking about. He's different from you guys, said the voice, after musing for a moment. Chapter 558, different in what way? Chapter 558, different in what way DMN? Is this to let I, little lord, to review the troops? So many armored diamond bulls are here, just to wait for me? Only seeing the scene before his eyes, did Yi Yuan finally know why he did not run into demonic beasts along the way. All the demonic beasts were already gathered here, waiting in battle formation. In front of Yuan, it was all herds of large black bulls as far as the eyes could see, stretching to infinity. These big black bulls were blazing with anger and seething with killing intent, as if they had long been awaiting him. Of course, Yi Yuan was still currently unaware that what those people previously encountered were all blue sand beasts and not the armored diamond bulls. This armored diamond bulls belonged to the category of extremely formidable existences among Tier 3 demonic beasts. The skins of these large black bulls were COA-RSE. They had thick flesh. Ordinary attacks simply had no way of penetrating their defense. Under normal circumstances, even peak crystal formation realm human martial artists had no way of breaching middle stage Tier 3 armored diamond bulls' defense too. One could imagine just how freakish this demonic beast was. More importantly, this type of demonic beast even had the bull species' savageness. Its offensive power was extremely formidable. Ordinary martial artists, even if they got grazed, the outcome would be exceedingly wretched too. Of course, no matter how powerful the armored diamond bull was, it was merely just a Tier 3 demonic beast. To those at the sea transformation realms and soul sea realms, they were not worth mentioning at all. Yet, armored diamond bulls which blotted out the skies and covered the earth was an entirely different matter. If what those people previously encountered were armored diamond bulls, it would be pretty good to have 5 people managing to get past it. It was precisely because he knew these armored diamond bulls' prowess that Yi Yuan could not resist swearing and have a myriad of profanities running through his head. If he could use medicinal pills, Yi Yuan would not fear these savage bulls at all. But without the support of medicinal pills, the result was hard to say. This was a very spectacular image. On one side were Civ black bull herds blotting out the skies and covering the earth. On the other was a frail youth. The visual impact of this image was incredibly intense. The two sides formed a strong contrast. Yi Yuan in front of this sea of armored diamond bulls was a feeble existence like a small rowboat, possible to capsize at any moment. However, killing these large raging bulls should be able to obtain considerable nameless essence energy, right? As he said, Yi Yuan took out the shinning sword in ACCU. Mulat his power, waiting to make a move. Come on, large raging bulls. Yi Yuan gave a clear cry. A half-moon cleaved out domineeringly. Roar. Roaring sounds that reverberated throughout the skies emitted from these bulls' mouth, vibrating until Yi Yuan's eardrums hurt. At the same time, Yi Yuan raised his sword. Those armored diamond bulls moved too. They charged towards Yi Yuan without heed for anything. That imposing manner could really topple mountains and overturn the seas. Rumble. Half-Moon stuck close to the ground and flew over towards the armored diamond bulls, cleaving a large gouge in the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The places where the Half-Moon Pa-S said through, the armored diamond bulls were completely decimated and wiped out. Just one move, and several hundred armored diamond bulls were killed. But sadly, several hundreds did not even count as a single hair from 9 oxen to such a Civ bull herd. Yi Yuan was very unsatisfied at the effects of this attack. The defense of these large savage bulls was not ordinary at all. If they were to be other demonic beasts, this attack should be able to cut down up to 1,000. If he attacked like this, his essence energy expenditure would be much fiercer. Even though his present essence energy C already expanded to a circumference of 150 feet, the strength of the demonic beasts rose by a lot too. If he continued expending essence energy like this, he would not be able to take it either. COA-RS. Skin and thick flesh. Indeed, not easy to deal with. Yi Yuan sighed with a vicissitude of emotion. The attacks of these large black bulls, Yi Yuan was not very concerned. He had comprehended the concept of wind flow. Under such circumstances, it was even easier to avoid those large black bulls' attacks. These large black bulls simply could not touch him. The problem was how much consumption could his essence energy take? Unless there were no other alternatives, Yi Yuan did not wish to employ the nameless essence energy. Expending the nameless essence energy in such a place was truly too regretful. He was not worried about these large Black Bull's attacks now. But once his essence energy ran out, the attacks of these large Black Bulls would be terrifying. Yi Yuan slaughtered the armored Diamond Bulls nonstop while he was coming up with countermeasures. In the Inheritance S, P, A, C, those martial artists had blank looks. Different from us? What does that mean? Could it be that Yi Yuan still hasn't been eliminated now, and he's still in the midst of clearing the rounds? No way, right? Already 7 days have passed, said here. He should be in the 3rd level right now. His clearing speed is so slow. He's not even equal to us. Very clearly, these people all knew that the mysterious person and Yin Hua were talking about the same person. It was Yi Yuan. However, the mysterious person's appraisal made these people all very displeased. If Yi Yuan entered ahead of them, then forget it. But it was very clear right now that Yi Yuan was inferior to them. Even if he was not eliminated, what could such slow clearing speed explain? In these people's thinking derived from experience, it was still whoever entered the next level faster, the better. Body would be foolish enough to stay behind to kill off all the demonic beasts in a level. Hearing the mysterious person's appraisal, Lu Hong frowned slightly too. Before coming to the vast heaven pag. He already planned properly. This time, he must shock everyone in one move, and to overpower the 3 sects head disciples. Now he accomplished it, clearing the rounds twice consecutively. He was the first person to enter the next level. And the compet. 1. Tying at the back. He believed that he would not lose as well. But now, what did this mean? That punk called Yi Yuan was not here at all. Could it be that Yi Yuan was even more incredible than him? Lu Hong was a shockingly talented itinerant cultivator. After his sect was destroyed, he obtained a peak divine, traversing realm expert's inheritance by chance. During the past years, he had been cultivating bitterly in close seclusion all along and finally acquired a certain level of achievement. Coincidentally, the 3 sects opened up the vast heaven pag. To this time, Lu Hong naturally had to come and give it a shot in order to advance further. His horizons were exceedingly high now and were long already not that small sect's disciple back then. Lu Hong's current goal was very clear. He wanted to ascend to the divine realm. Right at this time, the 3 sects opened up the vast heaven pag. To 2. This was simply a descent opportunity. Even the heaven wants me, Lu Hong, to soar to the skies with one leap. What reason do I, Lu Hong, have to refuse? This was Lu Hong's first reaction after getting this news. In Lu Hong's view, this vast heaven pag, was specifically opened up for him. Otherwise, why was it not opened up sooner or later? But it was open to the public right at the critical juncture of him exiting seclusion. Troubled times create heroes. He was surely the hero created by this era. But what was the meaning of the words said by this mysterious person? Could it be that this Yi Yuan was actually even more special than him? Lu Hong had been in close seclusion all along. He was very uninformed about news and completely did not know just what kind of existence Yi Yuan was. In his eyes, the 3 sect head disciples were the targets that he had to Serpa. Senior, I wonder how is he different from us? Even since entering the vast heaven pag. Lu Hong had been moving alone the entire time. But this time, he finally could not resist voicing out. Yet, when he opened his mouth, the Qin Yin trio all looked at him as if they were looking an idiot. Chapter 559, Vast Heaven Steel. Chapter 559, Vast Heaven Steel different how? Too different. Only the Qin Yin trio, who had personally experienced Yi Yuan's terror, knew how monstrous Yi Yuan was. The other people, including all the Soul Sea realms present, only heard about Yi Yuan from other people's mouths. These people were all proud children of heaven, who would truly be convinced by a genius that they had only heard of before, let alone that this so-called genius was even so much slower than them to enter the inheritance S.P.A.C. You all don't need to ask anymore. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Now, Prepare to receive the rewards. The mysterious person's hollow voice sounded out once more as if it was not interested in replying Lu Hong's question at all. Right at this time, several dozen streams of light shot down from the air, suspending in front of everybody. After a short while, the light faded away. All kinds of rewards suspended before their eyes quietly. The other people tossed Yi Yuan's problem to the back of their minds very quickly. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, it had nothing to do with them in the slightest either. But these rewards were real. Ha ha ha. This is a Tier 5 cultivation method. It can cultivate all the way to peak divine traversing realm. This cultivation method is way stronger compared to our sect's main cultivation method. It can be used as the sect's supreme treasure. This is 3G. Oh, DS9 Cries Pill. The effect is improving the meridians, increasing 10% cultivation speed. Ha ha, really picked up a treasure. A medicinal pill with such effects is simply unheard of. Too heaven-defying. This is a profound artifact. Even though it's a low-grade profound artifact, the quality is exceedingly high. On these treasures, all of them had simple inscriptions telling these martial artists the functions. The way these people saw it, these rewards were already very incredible. Just the cultivation method was already much stronger than their sex. These things were all very heaven-defying existences when brought outside. No wonder the final accomplishments of the people who walked out from here were all extraordinary. But these treasures clearly had the distinction of good and bad too. In comparison, cultivation methods were the best, medicinal pills were second, and finally, weapons were the lousiest. Cultivation methods could be regarded as a legacy treasure. This martial artist taking it out could even establish a sect. Medicinal pills could aid cultivation, especially medicinal pills which improve the meridians. This was simply a heaven-defying treasure. As for weapons, it was merely just external objects. Even though it could improve strength in a short time, it was ultimately just an assistance. Martial artist prowess ultimately relied on oneself. Of course, if one was so powerful, having a heaven-defying weapon was naturally something superfluous. Qin Yin, what's that of yours? Guo Chuan asked. Martial technique. You? Mine is martial technique too. Moreover, it seems to be a martial technique custom-made for me. Guo Chuan said rather excitedly. For them, unless it was a heaven-defying CLA's cultivation method, otherwise they would not take fancy of it at all. But martial techniques were different. A powerful martial technique could even boost their combat power several times over. And the four of them, including Lu Hong, all obtained a martial technique. Even though Lu Hong overwhelmed Guo Chuan they all, the disparity was very small. Even though Lu Hong was formidable, in terms of combat power, he might not be much stronger than Guo Chuan they all. As for the specifics, without going through a fight, there was simply no way to speculate. Bang! A gigantic stone steel descended from the sky and landed in the inheritance SPAC. The vast heaven steel. It's the vast heaven steel. It finally came out. Seeing that steel, a martial artist immediately cried out agitatedly. When Qin Yin Trio saw this steel, they were rather excited too. All right, the time flow rate here is 1/15 of the outside worlds. You all have 1 day's time to contemplate the vast heaven steel. How much you can comprehend will be up to your fortune. After 15 days, you all will automatically enter the 4th level. If you want to study the vast heaven steel again, you must clear the 6th level. You guys try your best. When the mysterious person finished talking, he did not make any more sound again. But the others were already not interested to bother with him. The time to contemplate on the vast heaven steel was too precious. Not a single second could be wasted. For a time, the inheritance SPAC was dead silent. They all started contemplating on the vast heaven steel. When the others were currently studying the vast heaven steel, Yi Yuan was currently in the heat of battle in the 3rd level. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. myriad rain sword blades. Yi Yuan growled. 10,000 sword blades rushed towards the black bull herds like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. The power of the myriad rain sword blades was seriously too strong. This one move down was akin to the wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Waves of armor diamond bulls turned into flying ash. Yi Yuan's current essence energy, C, was already 3 times bigger than before. But this move still expended close to 1/3 of his essence energy. This move was powerful. It just cost too much essence energy. 1/3 essence energy was even more than the total essence energy when he was fighting Dai Yuan. The power of this move could be seen at a glance. Those armor diamond bulls were hailed as impervious to swords and spears. But under this move of Yi Yuan, it was like paper. They were utterly unable to withstand it even in the slightest. The sword blades directly pierced through far into the distance before gradually vanish. H.I. Plusing. The power of condensed form of gathered essence was not what these tier 3 demonic beasts could withstand. This sword SLAs. H.I. Plusing down, most probably tens of thousands of armor diamond bulls were instantly killed. But the problem was that these armor diamond bulls did not have their own consciousness at all. They totally did not know what was called being afraid. The place of those large black bulls killed were very quickly filled in by their companions that charged at Yi Yuan once more, without fear of death. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and did not attack either. His figure moved, fluttering like a piece of paper. No matter how ferocious those raging bulls' attacks were, it could not touch the corners of his sleeves. Even though the armored diamond bull's natural endowments were extraordinary in terms of dodging, how could they be mentioned in the same breath with the Yi Yuan who comprehended the true intent of wind flow? Yi Yuan shuttled back and forth within the bull herd, like fish in water. At this time, Yi Yuan used the wind flow true intent in the concept of wind and the transmission true intent in the concept of fire at the same time, lowering the essence energy consumption to the minimum. At the same time, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art within his body was revolved to the limits, recovering essence energy frenziedly. Just like this, Yi Yuan's essence energy, C, was slowly recovering. Roughly the greater part of an hour later, Yi Yuan's expenditure previously was finally finished replenished. H.I. Plusing. Hence, Yi Yuan wielded Shinying sword. Myriad rain sword blades was released once more. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of armored diamond bulls collapsed again. This was the method that Yi Yuan thought of in the end. Since medicinal pills were unable to be used, then he would absorb essence energy himself to recover. At this time, the powerful aspect of Yi Yuan's cultivation method was manifested. How could ordinary cultivation methods possibly replenish the expended essence energy in such a short time? Furthermore, at the same time that Yi Yuan was replenished, H.I. Plusing essence energy, he was still expending a portion of it to maintain his movement technique. The essence energy within this vast heaven pag, it was very plentiful. Yi Yuan absorbing, it was accomplished with high proficiency. Just within a greater part of an hour, and it would replenish completely. Just like this, every greater part of an hour pass, said, Yi Yuan would fire out myriad rain sword blades once, killing large groups of armored diamond bulls. Chapter 560, Gold Color Name. Chapter 560, Gold Color Name. During these 3 days, Yi Yuan's nerve had been in an extremely tense state the entire time. He was maintaining non-stop operation of 2 kinds of true intense under heart like still water heart realm, and he was also revolving the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to the limit. This burden was not an ordinary kind of difficulty. It was more than just being difficult. If he did not have the support of heart like still water heart realm, he would have given up long ago. Seeing as the 3 days limit was about to reach, the armored diamond bulls in front of Yi Yuan were finally only left with the last batch. Bye-bye, big raging bulls. At this instant, Yi Yuan pushed the myriad rain sword blades to the limits, directly expending the greater half of his essence energy. Rumble. After a series of slaughtering, the entire third level finally quietened down. Huff! These large raging bulls were really hard to tangle with. But my harvest this time was also not an ordinary kind of big. Apart from those nameless energies, Yi Yuan operated so many skills at such high intensity. The benefits gained were naturally not few either. Ignoring the too true intense, his comprehension became even deeper. What made Yi Yuan wildly ecstatic was still heart realm. He felt that his heart, like still water realm, was already approaching the bottleneck. Advancing a step further, and it would be the heart, like monolith realm. Heart realm breakthroughs are extremely difficult. If without suitable opportunities, not breaking through for life is also a possibility. This bottleneck isn't that easy to cross. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. One would become insatiably greedy upon tasting the benefits. Heart like still water realm had brought too many benefits and assistance to Yi Yuan. Hence, when he saw hopes to reach the heart like monolith realm now, he naturally very much hoped to be able to break through. However, even though heart like still water realm to heart like monolith looked to be a step away, many divine kings were not able to cross it. This step was way too difficult. Forget it. Let nature take its course. This kind of thing can't be imposed on. When the opportunity arrives, one will naturally break through. To be able to cultivate heart like still water realm to this stage, it's already very lucky. Following the breakthrough in heart realm, Yi Yuan became more open-minded about such things too. Resting slightly for a short while, Yi Yuan headed for the entrance leading to the inheritance SPAC. Quickly look. Yi Yuan entered the inheritance SPAC too. Following the disappearance of Yi Yuan's name, somebody shouted. They were originally already not optimistic about Yi Yuan and did not think that Yi Yuan actually would reach this step by persisting alone. Unrivaled geniuses were unrivaled geniuses. Regardless of where, one should not look down on him. Otherwise, one's face would get slapped. Those people initially planning to watch the joke were secretly gloomy in their hearts too. Even though Yi Yuan's clearing speed was slow, he would always succeed in sing through at the last moment. This was clearly done intentionally by him. Want to enter? Then enter. The other people already came out from the inheritance SPAC long ago and entered the fourth level. With Yi Yuan's strength, clearing the first 3 rounds isn't something impressive, right? Some people said scornfully. Ever since they knew that Yi Yuan did it deliberately, those people originally skeptical no longer doubted Yi Yuan's strength. What they were curious about was why Yi Yuan wanted to do this. When Ren Xingchuan saw this scene, the smile on his face could not be held back anymore. The corners of his mouth curled by a small arc. The City Lord Manor's people were already eliminated finish. Now, there was only Yi Yuan alone. But Yi Yuan was the City Lord Manor's biggest chip. Ever since hearing Qi Hai's words, Ren Xingchuan already firmly believed that Yi Yuan was the vast heaven pag. The inheritance's biggest dark horse this time. No, how could Yi Yuan be a dark horse? He was originally that strongest one. You people praise that whatever Lu Hong to the skies. Give it another few days, and watch Yi Yuan slap your faces one by one for you to see. Let you all see what was called a true genius. Ren Xingchuan was just beaming proudly to himself when all of a sudden, somebody exclaimed, "Quickly look!" Yi Yuan's name became golden color. What's going on here? This cry immediately startled everyone. Name becoming golden. This was something that had never happened before. What in the world did Yi Yuan do for his name to actually become golden? The crowd looked towards Yi Yuan's name. Indeed, they discovered that Yi Yuan's name became gilded gold color. It was remarkably dazzling. Even if he was still in the inheritance SPAC right now, and was in the last place, that light could not be concealed either. This unexpected change made everyone extremely shocked, especially the 3 sects' old ancestors. Their faces all showed immense shock. From the three sects being established until today, they had sent many genius disciples over to this vast heaven pag. Oh duh. But such a situation had never occurred before. Ning Yixian, Qin Hongtao, and Jing Xian, the three of them exchanged glances. Evidently, they did not know what was happening as well. Finally, the three people focused their gaze on Qi Hai. Qi Hai's seniority was even older than them. Furthermore, Qi Hai's understanding of the endless world was absolutely above the three of them. If even Qi Hai did not know what happened, then Body knew. Qi Hai's expression turned into a never-before solemnness as he muttered, This can't be right. How is this possible? Old Hai, what in the world happened? What's going on with Yi Yuan's name? Qin Hongtao asked anxiously. Everyone stared at Qi Hai, wanting to hear what kind of answer he would give. This sort of bizarre event, only Old Hai, this kind of accomplished master-level expert, knew what was happening. Qi Hai did not answer them, but he fell silent for a long time, seemingly digesting this matter. Only after some time did Qi Hai draw a deep breath and said slowly, I didn't expect that the legend was actually true. The people at the sides were already beyond anxious. Could your elderly self not pause when talking? Would saying things till the end in one breath kill you? Qi Hai looked at everyone and said, rather disbelieving still, Legend has it that this vast heaven pag, inheritance's rewards, are given out according to the challenger's completion rate. The higher the completion rate, the greater the rewards obtained too. There's actually still such a saying? This vast heaven pag, Da's round clearings wasn't competing in who is the first to rush into the next level. All along, we've been competing like this, said a three-sex grand elder in surprise. Actually, it was not just him. Everybody present here all thought that way. Hence, seeing that Yi Yuan was always the last one to successfully clear the round each time, they had long been pessimistic about Yi Yuan. The reason why these people chased Lu Hong was precisely because he was the first one to rush into the next level each time. In normal understanding, Lu Hong was the number one person in this batch of people. Even the three sects head disciples could not compare either. But hearing Qi Hai said so now, they discovered that it seemed to completely not be the case. Even Qi Hai said that it was a legend. Who knew if it was real or fake? Qi Hai smiled bitterly and said, Actually, I thought that way all along as well. But I somehow feel that the clearing method we thought of is a very grave error now. Old Hai, can you clear it up? This was all pious, set down by our forefathers. How can it be wrong? Since this is wrong, then what kind of clearing method is correct? Ning Yixian said perplexedly too. Qi Hai's expression froze, and he said solemnly, the correct clearing method isn't competing in speed, but competing in the number of demonic beasts killed. Chapter 561, Perfect Completion. Chapter 561, Perfect Completion. What? Old Hai, you are making a joke, right? Yeah. Old Hai, is there a mistake? The numbers of the demonic beasts in this vast heaven pag. Da's first three levels are extremely terrifying. How can a bunch of Sea Transformation Realm and Soul Sea Realm juniors compete in killing demonic beasts inside? Medicinal pills can't be used to replenish essence energy inside the vast heaven pag. Even the three sects head disciples will die from essence energy exhaustion from constantly killing inside the first level. Qi Hai's statement was seriously too subverting. It was completely exceeding everyone's understanding. Forget about the third level. Just in the first level, it was also impossible for these sect disciples to stay inside for a long time. If they had that capability, the three sect disciples would have long slaughtered the first level clean. How could they possibly wait until today? This old man just stated his view. Why is there a need for you all to approve? As for to believe it or not, it's naturally up to you all, Qi Hai said with a cold snicker. Actually, he himself spent a very long time to digest this news as well. He obviously did not hope to convince these people with a few sentences. The reason why legends were legends was that it was practically impossible to accomplish. Hence, once a legend became a reality, It was basically very hard to make ordinary people believe, because within the scope of their understanding, it was simply impossible for something like this to happen. Old Hai, calm your anger. Old Hai's meaning is that, actually we got it wrong all along. Ning Yixian saw Chi Hai flare up and hurriedly voiced out to advise. Chi Hai nodded and said, in truth, these things, I came to know of it, but naturally I don't believe it either. With our age, it's obviously impossible to enter the vast heaven pag. Oh, dug in to ascertain things for sure. But without a doubt, the average sea transformation realm and soul sea realm absolutely don't dare to make extra stopovers in the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Once they fall into a tight encirclement, it would basically be the outcome of getting kicked out. The vast heaven pag. Oh, the inheritance's chance is extremely hard to come by. And, oh, body dares to make this sort of bet. And martial artists who were able to be the first one to charge into the next level were all the strongest one among them under normal circumstances. The number of demonic beasts killed was naturally the most as well. Hence, the reward they obtained was naturally the most generous. In the course of time, we fell into a misconception and think that the martial artist who enters the next level earlier would obtain more rewards. Even though the others did not believe, they were also listening to Chi Hai's explanation very attentively. Chi Hai's lysis was very on point. It essentially restored the truth of history to its original state and had immense convincing power too. While these people present still did not dare believe it, subconsciously they still felt that Chi Hai's lysis was not wrong. Ning Yixian's eyes showed deep pondering, and he said, so it's actually like this. But what does this have to do with Yi Yuan's name turning golden? Chi Hai drew a deep breath and said, I heard the previous generation realm lord said before, legend has it that in this vast heaven pag, the inheritance, there's a kind of completion rate called perfect completion. Ning Yixian's pupils constricted slightly as he drew a cold breath and said, Old Hai's meaning is that. The others had yet to react, but Ning Yixian's brain spun the fastest. He virtually knew at the first moment what the perfect completion Chi Hai was talking about was. Previously, Chi Hai kept saying that the clearing rewards was related to the completion rate. The so-called completion rate was the number of demonic beasts killed. Then, what perfect completion meant did not need to be verbalized any further to understand it. Chi Hai nodded his head and said, that's right. If the legends are true, Yi Yuan, he must have killed all the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels and obtained the perfect completion's reward. Hence, that's why his name would turn into gold color. What? Yi Yuan killed off all of the demonic beasts? Is this what a sea transformation realm can accomplish? The demonic beasts in each level are absolutely not beneath millions in number. Yi Yuan, a sea transformation realm martial artist, how can his essence energy possibly sustain until killing off all the demonic beasts? Yeah, moreover, all of this have to be achieved within 3 days, which is also to say that Yi Yuan must expend essence energy constantly every second. Under the circumstances where he had no medicinal pills to replenish, this is simply something impossible. Chi Hai's words made everyone all burst into a discussion. Not that they did not believe Chi Hai's words, but that his words were too outrageous. If Yi Yuan had Soul Sea realm strength now, they would not feel that the so-called perfect completion was that impossible either. But Yi Yuan was only at the sea transformation realm currently, especially the 3rd level. Those demonic beasts were only a major boundary lower than Yi Yuan. Numbers in the millions was an exceedingly terrifying force. How could Yi Yuan possibly finish alone? If they knew that what Yi Yuan killed was the extremely hard to tangle with the armored diamond bulls, it was uncertain what thoughts they would have. In the inheritance SPAC, a light flashed. Yi Yuan was transported inside. Young man, congratulations to you. You've become the first martial artist to achieve perfect completion in this 10,000 years and will obtain tremendously generous clearing rewards. The mysterious person's voice sounded out right away. At this time, the others had already entered the 4th level. In this inheritance S, P, A, C was just Yi Yuan alone. Perfect completion. Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard that. That's right. You annihilated all of the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels. In the vast heaven pack. Oh, the inheritance. It's called perfect completion. Explained the mysterious person. Yi Yuan was enlightened. He only finish all the demonic beasts because he wanted to collect the nameless energy. To think that a perfect completion actually came from stumbling about blindly. However, he was the first one in this 10,000 years. Speaking of this, the difficulty of this perfect completion was really not an ordinary kind of big, especially the 3rd level. Those armored diamond bulls were simply powerful until it could be said to be perverse. Even when the spirit bristle divine king was young, he might not be able to clear it either. So that's how it is. May I ask, Senior, what the reward of perfect completion is? Cultivation methods and the likes of medicinal pills. Forget it, Yi Yuan said. The mysterious person was clearly stunned by Yi Yuan's such insolent and wildly arrogant attitude. The other people clearing 3 rounds consecutively, which one of them did not overflow with grat. 1. Tude when seeing these rewards? Yet just this punk was actually still so picky. Young man, what high-sounding sentiments. Do you know what kind of heaven-defying items the cultivation methods and medicinal pills in this vast heaven pack? Oh, Doar? The mysterious person's words carried a hint of anger. In fact, the mysterious person truly did not plan on giving Yi Yuan cultivation methods and medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan's attitude made him very displeased. However, Yi Yuan paid no attention to his displeasure. He said, I know, but I'm really not lacking in cultivation methods and medicinal pills. Therefore, can it be exchanged for other things? If there seriously isn't, changing medicinal pills to some precious medicinal herbs works too. Is that so? If I insist on giving you cultivation methods and medicinal pills, said the mysterious person, somewhat irately. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, if it's like this, Senior better keep it for yourself. These 2 really don't have much effect on me. Yi Yuan could also guess with his eyes closed that even if he achieved perfect completion in the first 3 levels, the cultivation methods and medicinal pills obtained also could not possibly be very heaven-defying items. At least, it was not possible to be more powerful than his spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, and it was also impossible to Serpa S's alchemy skills. Since that was the case, why did he need to waste time? Chapter 562. 9 characters true word formula. Chapter 562. 9 characters true word formula. A long silence. Yi Yuan did not rush that mysterious person. He just waited quietly. All of a sudden, several beams of light descended from the sky. 3 talismans suspended in front of Yi Yuan quietly. This is your reward. 3 Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans. Each Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman is equivalent to a Peak Divine Traversing Realm Martial Artist's all-out attack once. Additionally, there is still a martial technique. You open up your sea of consciousness now. The vast heaven pack. Oh, it will imprint it into your sea of consciousness. You can slowly comprehend it, said mysterious person after falling silent for a long time. Seeing those 3 Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans, Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up. This was good stuff. If used well, it could even kill a Peak Divine Traversing Realm Martial Artist. Such a talisman was absolutely a heaven-defying CLA's treasure in the endless world. Yi Yuan's research into talismans was not much, but he also knew that this kind of one-time attack talisman was exceedingly valuable. It was equal to storing an extremely powerful martial technique. This was undoubtedly an additional major killing tool to the current Yi Yuan, as long as he did not battle against Peak Divine Traversing Realm experts. He could practically do whatever he wanted in the endless world. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, offhandedly keeping the 3 talismans into the spatial spirit artifact. But what made Yi Yuan even more curious was still this martial technique. Regarding imprinting in the sea of consciousness, this sort of inheritance method, Yi Yuan was naturally not foreign. Any and all things Pa-S said down through this sort of method, the power was all extremely formidable. Furthermore, they were incredibly abstruse and hard to understand. It was because this sort of martial technique could only be understood but not expressed in words. It was simply unable to be inscribed into jade slips. Now, you can begin receiving the inheritance. Once the mysterious person's voice faded, a stream of light shot out from the firmament and directly entered into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Yi Yuan naturally would not fully open up his sea of consciousness. He S-H-I plus L'd the golden characters and the black bead, these things using mystic arts. One could not be without vigilance against others. Yi Yuan did not wish for his secrets to be pried by people. The light flashed, then faded. Yi Yuan instantly felt that inside his sea of consciousness had additional 9 words. Lin Bing, Do, Zhejia, Lai Zhun, Qian Xing. This is the 9 characters true word formula. Each word encompasses SES, the maxim of the great Tao. You should study it well. This martial technique is not some earth-shaking great skills, but it can develop the potential in the human body to the extreme. It is far from what ordinary martial techniques can be equated to. The mysterious person seemed to be worried that Yi Yuan did not know about the goods. That was why he talked a whole bunch to explain it. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. He was an alchemy emperor of his generation in his previous life. His understanding of heavenly Tao was exceedingly profound. How could he not tell that these 9 characters contain the maxim of the great Tao? With his horizons, he was actually unable to fully understand a single word. Just as the mysterious person said, this martial technique was not some earth-shaking great skill, but it was even more incredible than those things. Cultivating them to the peak, he would most probably have the capability of obliterating heaven and earth, even affirming one's Tao and becoming a deity. The item rewarded from this perfect clear was indeed incomparable from normal rewards. Yi Yuan knew that this 9 characters true word formula, even when placed in the divine realm, would probably stir up a Beal. Why slaughter among martial artists too? Thank you very much for seniors present. Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said gratefully to the void. Yet, the mysterious person ignored him. The vast heaven steel directly descended from the sky and landed in front of Yi Yuan. You cleared the first 3 levels perfectly. The time for comprehending the vast heaven steel is 3 times of others, which is also 45 days' time. Grasp it well, said the mysterious person coldly, and then no longer made a sound. Yi Yuan could not help smiling wryly. This mysterious person seemed to be throwing a little tantrum because of his contempt previously and did not want to respond to him. But Yi Yuan did not think too much either. His attention was very quickly drawn by the vast heaven steel. The first impression that the vast heaven steel gave Yi Yuan was all-encompassing, as if this small stone tablet was the crystallization of myriad life on earth. Yi Yuan's understanding of the Tao was far from what those rookies could compare to. But even he could not discern this vast heaven steel's origin. This vast heaven inheritance is truly unbelievably mystical. Could it actually be an item left behind by a deity realm powerhouse? Disregarding this vast heaven steel, even the 9 characters true word formula and that nameless energy are top-notch inheritances when placed in the divine realm too. Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. However, he had a feeling that within this vast heaven steel, the most powerful object was none other than this steel before his eyes. Anna was teeming with the aura of the Tao. It was simply a heaven-defying treasure. Yi Yuan put away his thoughts very quickly and entered heart like still water heart realm, sinking his divine sense into the vast heaven steel. 45 days' time looked to be a lot. But to contemplate this steel, it's something in the course of a twinkle. Having such a precious opportunity, Yi Yuan did not wish to waste it. Bang! Instantaneously, Yi Yuan was seemingly placed within a boundless sea of fire. His entire person seemed to be about to combust. Yi Yuan was dragged into this S.P.A.C. right as his consciousness came into contact with the vast heaven steel. This stretch of S.P.A.C., apart from flames, did not have anything. Didn't expect that what I will contemplate in is the concept of fire. It's just who knows how much can be comprehended from the visualization this time. Yi Yuan was also somewhat secretly looking forward to it. The concept of fire was actually the concept that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend the most. In his previous life, and this, he had a baffling affinity with fire. But yet, he used essence fire to an exceptionally profound realm, but did not comprehend any kind of true intent involving fire. To think that this vast heaven steel was actually this mystical, knowing what he needed, directly bringing him to a flame world. It's just that these flames don't seem to be that powerful. How should I comprehend true intent? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the surrounding flames were not as powerful as imagined. It could not cause any harm to him at all. Under such circumstances, how should he comprehend concepts? No, wait. The temperature of these flames is slowly rising. If one doesn't pay attention, it won't be detected at all. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered the abnormality and became alert. The surrounding flames suddenly became violent. Tongues of flames wantonly extended, as if it was going to devour everything. In an instant, Yi Yuan was engulfed by countless flame tongues, burning him to ashes fully. Coming back to his senses again, Yi Yuan was actually standing there perfectly well again, as if the same as when he just came in. The neither warm nor violent flames were currently blazing, as if it was completely harmless to man and beast. But all of a sudden, the flames erupted abruptly, leaping up once more. Is this wanting to burn me to death countless times to let me experience the flames scorching true intent personally? Haha, indeed a fine method. This vast heaven steel is indeed mystical. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. That taste of being burned to death, Yi Yuan felt like he had experienced it in person. If he did not wish to be burned to death, then he had to comprehend the scorching true intent as soon as possible to be able to be spared from the torture of being immolated. Fortunately, although it was the consciousness which entered into the S.P.A.C. inside the vast heaven steel, heart like still water heart realm could still be used. Yi Yuan was not careless either, directly entering into the state of heart like still water realm and started comprehending the concept of scorching flames. Chapter 563, Flame Movement Carnage. Chapter 563, Flame Movement Carnage. This is already Yi Yuan's third day inside this inheritance S.P.A.C., right? The reward of this perfect clear is truly incomparably bountiful. Yeah, the quintessence of this vast heaven pack. Is the vast heaven steel's comprehension. Yi Yuan obtained perfect clear. The time is actually 3 times of others. I really don't know what level Yi Yuan will reach after coming out from the vast heaven pack. The inheritance S.P.A.'s time flow rate is 15 times slower compared to the outside world, which is also to say that Yi Yuan has 45 days time to go and comprehend the vast heaven steel. With his talent, I really don't know to what degree he can comprehend to. Seeing that gilded name on the light projection, the audience all felt envious. For the vast majority of martial artists, the vast heaven pack, inheritance only had the opportunity to comprehend the vast heaven steel once. It was because they simply could not make it past the 6th level, which was also to say that how much could be comprehended after clearing the 3rd level would be up to the martial artist's own comprehension abilities. The time was only 15 days. Some people would be able to rely on this opportunity to soar to the heavens in one move, while others still remain lost in the SES. But without any doubt, to be able to obtain the chance to contemplate the vast heaven steel, one would at least be a notable figure in a region. City Lord Run, congratulations. Your grandson is actually able to achieve the perfect completion in the legends. His gains this time is bound to be unbelievably startling. Wufang City's position in, body in the entire endless world can replace it. Ning Yixian went forward to congratulate. Not at all, not at all. This boy's temper is stubborn as H-E-L-L. This old man can't tame him at all. I only hope that he doesn't add more problems for me. Although Run Xingchuan kept only grumbling in his words, the expression on his face betrayed him. Anyone also knew the delight in his heart right now. As it went, when one man attained the Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. It was roughly this meaning. At this point, body suspected Qi Hai's words anymore. The reward of this perfect completion was absolutely incomparably lavish. Plus otherwise, how could Yi Yuan possibly stop for 3 days' time in the inheritance S-P-A-C? The momentum of Wufang City's rise was already unstoppable. In the future, it might even overpower the 3 sects. Therefore, starting from just now, there were many people going forward to congratulate, to express goodwill to Run Xingchuan, so as to establish a relations. H-I plus P with Wufang City. But toward this situation, the 3 sects' old ancestors did not seem to have any displeasure. In truth, when they knew that Yi Yuan was Run Xingchuan's grandson, the 3 sects knew that Wufang City was likely about to become the endless world's most special existence already. It was just that they did not expect that this day would actually arrive so quickly. If there weren't the fierce Gale World's invasion, these 3 sects would surely think of ways to suppress Yi Yuan and not let Wufang City rise up. But being forced by the current situation, internal strife would only let the endless world fall apart to pieces. The 3 sects' old ancestors naturally did not dare to make a move without careful consideration. They were even the same as other people going to build a connection with Ren Xingchuan as well. In truth, everyone had a score in their hearts. If the endless world were able to beat back the fierce Gale World by luck this time, the northern domain's topographical arrangements would undergo tanic changes too. Within the vast heaven steel's consciousness S-P-A-C, Yi Yuan was already the embodiment of a flame person at this time. Over 30 days had already passed, said from the very first time being burnt to death. And in these 30-plus days, he already died several hundred times. From the earlier survival of just at most few breaths of time, now he could already persevere for an entire day. The surrounding flame temperature was unbelievably high. If one did not know the scorching true intent, one would simply not be able to make it through very long. And the scorching true intent was also an extremely profound and powerful true intent. It was even harder to comprehend than Yi Yuan's own falling flower, floating zero sword intent. For ordinary martial artists, even for martial artists that cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods, wanting to comprehend the scorching true intent was exceedingly difficult too. And the supreme true intent that evolved from the scorching true intent was even more absurdly daunting. This supreme true intent was also one of the spirit bristle divine king's greatest reliance to roam the divine realm unhindered. It could be seen how hard this true intent was to comprehend. If Yi Yuan could comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, its power would be much more daunting compared to the Azure Dipper floating zero sword. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan was so interested in the scorching true intent. Another reason was naturally that he liked to play with fire inherently. As an alchemist, he naturally sowed inseparable destiny with fire. But an alchemist's fire control and comprehending true intent were 2 entirely different concepts. Controlling fire was the manipulation of essence fire. As long as one had the corresponding seals, it would do. But comprehending true intent required understanding the original source of flames. What one comprehended was the great Tao maxim of the fire element. Although fire control was also an extremely profound study to alchemists, compared to comprehending concepts, the degree of difficulty was still a little lower. If not like so, Yi Yuan would also not possibly have not comprehended scorching true intent until now. But within this vast heaven steel's consciousness S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan finally found the turning point for comprehension. Experiencing over 30 days of tempering, Yi Yuan finally fumbled out some knack to it. Looks like this fire control and the true intent of fire are completely two extremes. The art of fire control is to produce a resonance with the essence energy within the body and essence fire, and from there, drive the essence energy for one's own use. While the true intent of fire is to convert essence energy into the most fundamental form of fire to immolate the opponent with an exceptionally terrifying temperature. No wonder I couldn't find the entrance threshold of the scorching true intent all this while. Looks like it was alchemist, this occupation, which misdirected me. If not for contemplating the vast heaven steel this time, I'm afraid that I would still have to wander around inside this mistaken area for a long time. But looking at it now, 45 days should be enough. Yi Yuan said with a vicissitude of emotion. Yi Yuan being burnt to death so many times was naturally also not dying for naught. Gradually, he touched upon some scorching true intense tricks as well and started to maneuver the essence energy within the body to simulate the concept of scorching heat. Yi Yuan gave a miserable cry and was burnt to death by the flames once more. Very quickly, he obtained new life again and endured the broiling of this limitless flames once more. For so many days, Yi Yuan's path of comprehension was not that simple. He went through a torment that the average person could not imagine. Even though this immolation would not really cause death, that kind of anguish made people go insane. This method of comprehension was for the sake of letting the martial artist clearly sense the scorching true intent with every inch of their flesh and skin. That kind of torment was even harder to bear. Furthermore, this kind of agony became clearer along with the true intent Yi Yuan comprehended becoming increasingly profound. Because in pace with the survival time extending, this agony was magnified limitlessly. If it were a normal person, they would long have been unable to bear it. They would withdraw out of this consciousness S.P.A.C. themselves. Yet, Yi Yuan did not ease up for even a moment, repeating this process of revival after death and dying again after living for hundreds of times. On the 45th day, Yi Yuan, who had been standing still freely allowing the flames to burn, finally had some movement. It was only to see him tightly clenching both fists, bending his body slightly, then abruptly blasting both fists out, akin to a flood dragon heading out to sea. Flame movement carnage. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. All of a sudden, the entire consciousness S.P.A.C. trembled. The flames which originally filled the entire consciousness S.P.A.C. actually scattered and disappeared into nothingness under Yi Yuan's one punch. Chapter 564. Illusionary Spirits Killing Array. Chapter 564. Illusionary Spirits Killing Array. Inside the inheritance S.P.A.C., the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly. His consciousness had already withdrawn out of the vast heaven steel. It could be discerned from Yi Yuan's expression that he was still pretty satisfied with the power of that one punch earlier. My sword moves are mostly long-distance attacks. Close combat has always been the weakest link. But with the flame movement carnage, my close combat abilities now are rather impressive as well. This vast heaven steel is indeed mystical to actually be able to let people comprehend true intent with this kind of method. Truly remarkable. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Yi Yuan comprehended the scorching true intent and created this flame movement carnage move in these 45 days. This was what he completely did not expect before this. Yi Yuan had close ties with the spirit bristle divine king in his previous life and had a clear understanding of both the scorching true intent's comprehension difficulty and power. Therefore, prior to this, Yi Yuan actually did not have confidence in comprehending true intent at all. It was just that he did not expect that this consciousness S.P.C. was very mystical to actually be able to let people comprehend concepts through such a method of experiencing true intent personally. This flame movement carnage was a martial technique that Yi Yuan created himself. He formed his own style. In terms of power, this move, apart from myriad rain sword blades, was already not weaker than his other martial techniques. Listening to it did not seem to be anything impressive, but one had to know that this move was still a move released with the scorching true intent. Once Yi Yuan made further progress and comprehended the scorching supreme true intent, how terrifying would the power of his moves be? Although this move was not as outrageous as the wind-fire violent blaze transforming dragon, the power could not be underestimated either. More importantly, this move compensated for Yi Yuan's close combat weak point, making his combat abilities even more comprehensive. Flame movement carnage, this move was executed by converting the essence energy into scorching true intent and storing it in the fist. Once it landed on the other party, it could pour in the extremely scorching energy into the other party's body, causing tremendous damage from there. With Yi Yuan's bizarre and agile movement technique, coupling it with the flame movement carnage was absolutely formidable to the extreme. Furthermore, the area of effect of this move is extremely small, so the essence energy expended was very little. Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was extremely precise in the first place. Using this move could entirely be sustained for a very long time. If he had comprehended this move before this, the first 3 levels would not need to be so taxing at all. It's time to go to the 4th level. 3 days was almost already up. Yi Yuan had comprehended the scorching true intent too. He obviously would not stay here on top of that. All of a sudden, the inheritance S.P.A.C. trembled abruptly. A vortex suddenly appeared behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was sucked into the vortex without the slightest precaution. This brat to actually dare look down on this venerated self serves you right to suffer some hearts. H.I.P. At this time, within a nameless S.P.C., a faint black shadow said with a cold snort. Hearing the voice, who could it be but that mysterious person? Looks like he was still very displeased with Yi Yuan's haughty attitude. However, this boy actually comprehended the scorching true intent within such a short time. Truly staggering talent. His talent is not at all inferior to Master's, muttered the mysterious person to himself again. The mysterious person also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually directly visualized out the scorching true intent. In the beginning, he still felt that Yi Yuan was reaching too far beyond his grasp. After all, this scorching true intent was famed for being hard to comprehend. Even for some normal true intent, comprehending them requires more than 10 years as well. And this standard was still applicable to Qin Yin, Guo Taochuan, their level of geniuses. To ordinary martial artists, they would not be able to comprehend even an extremely simple true intent for all their lives. To ordinary people, true intent was a height that they would be unable to reach for all their lives. The scorching true intent was an extremely high-end existence among true intents. Even if one's talent was startling, comprehension time was also calculated in units of decades. Unless one's talent was heaven-defying until the mysterious person's master's height. Otherwise, it was absolutely reaching beyond one's grasp. Even though the mysterious person was very pleased with Yi Yuan's performance in the first 3 rounds, he was still not optimistic about Yi Yuan being able to fully comprehend the scorching true intent within a short 45 days. Yet, Yi Yuan's performance made him wide-eyed and dumbfounded with shock. Right at the beginning, Yi Yuan was burnt to death by the flames very quickly. The mysterious person was still secretly taking delight in his misfortune by the side. But a few days later, he could not laugh anymore. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too rapid, from several breaths to several dozen breaths. Then to 15 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Yi Yuan's improvement speed practically climbed vertically. Over a dozen days later, the mysterious person was already staring woodenly with his jaw slack. At the rate of this improvement speed, maybe Yi Yuan could really comprehend the scorching true intent within 45 days. When Yi Yuan's flame movement carnage was executed, the mysterious person almost jumped up. Yi Yuan really did it. He completely comprehended the scorching true intent. Within 45 days, from being instantly killed to fully comprehending the scorching true intent, just how heaven-defying a talent did this require? How could there be such a freak in this world? This brat is really interesting. I increased a bit of difficulty for him previously in the 3rd level. To think that he's still finished perfectly. Now, he even fully comprehended the scorching true intent during the 1st reward. Truly remarkable. Looks like he really cares not for cultivation methods and medicinal pills. This brat's soul force isn't weak. Could he be an alchemist still? If that's true, then this boy will really be heaven-defying. This venerable has guarded here for countless years. Finally, I encountered an interesting youth. In these countless years, this is still the first time that I'm so looking forward to a youth, said the mysterious person to himself. Ouch! Yi Yuan gave a miserable cry, landing heavily onto the ground. This fellow is actually so petty. I merely just didn't want his cultivation methods and medicinal pills, and he actually restrained my essence energy, directly throwing me into the 4th level. Yi Yuan rubbed his B-U-T tox and stood up. Right away, Yi Yuan guessed that it was the mysterious person playing tricks. But this fall was really heavy. Even with Yi Yuan's physique, he cried out in pain too. However, after entering the 4th level, Yi Yuan's essence energy was already recovered. Slightly circulating essence energy a bit, the pain instantly disappeared. And the 5th level's entrance is actually right there. What the H-E-L-L is with this 4th level? Why isn't there anything at all? Could it be that that mysterious person saw that this young master is incomparably talented and that the 4th level couldn't stump me? So he directly guaranteed me to enter the 5th level? Yi Yuan guessed very Keely. This 4th level was greatly different from the first 3 levels. It could be seen through at a glance. The 5th level's entrance was not far ahead. Yi Yuan could go over with a few leaps. Furthermore, this 4th level's layout was different from before. It seemed to be an illusionary S-P-A-C. The surrounding was void of anything. Who cares? Head over first before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan opened up his footsteps and directly walked over towards the 5th level's entrance. Yet he had just walked for not very far when all of a sudden, several dozen phantoms descended from the sky, encircling Yi Yuan in the center. The illusionary spirit's killing array. Activate now, said one of the phantoms faintly. Chapter 565, Cracking the Formation with Might. Chapter 565, Cracking the Formation with Might. Seeing those phantoms, Yi Yuan could not help turning solemn. Illusionary spirit bodies. That middle-aged man at the helm was stunned hearing that as well, and said, rather surprisedly, "Young man, you actually know about the illusionary spirit body. Indeed, you have some knowledge and experience. No wonder you could perfectly clear the first 3 level." The so-called illusionary spirit body was created by refining the divine soul spiritual body with an extremely special method into a virtually undying, imperishable state. This sort of illusionary spirit body was exceedingly hard to tangle with, because they were very difficult to kill. Even when blasting them into dregs, they could still restore their original appearance very quickly. Unless the martial artist's realm was much higher than the illusionary spirit bodies and used a mighty arcane ability to utterly annihilate them. That was how one could kill them. Yi Yuan had very in-depth research into the divine soul before and saw through at one glance that these people were illusionary spirit bodies. Senior, you actually have your own consciousness. Hearing this middle-aged man actually speak to him, Yi Yuan was stunned as well. As far as he knew, illusionary spirit bodies generally had their consciousness wiped by others, becoming an unfeeling killing machine. Yet, these people in front of him had intelligent eyes. Clearly, they had their own consciousness. This unwittingly made Yi Yuan greatly surprised. "Looks like you know quite a bit," Relax, we were refined to become illusionary spirit bodies out of our own accords and at the same time preserving our own consciousness, said the middle-aged man. Willingly, Yi Yuan could not help being amazed. The process of refining an illusionary spirit body was exceedingly tortuous, even for the divine soul spirit body. That anguish could also overwhelm people until they wish for death. Moreover, to refine an illusionary spirit body, one must kill the other party in front of them and extract the soul to undergo refinement. The method was exceptionally cruel. It was precisely because of so that this sort of method was signified as a forbidden art in the divine realm. Once it was discovered that somebody refined an illusionary spirit body, they would be rallied upon and attacked together. These illusionary spirit bodies before his eyes were all actually refined out of their own free will. This truly gave Yi Yuan a surprise. That's right, we received the vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's owner's great grace while we were still living. But because of an accident, all of us fell. The vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's owner made it at the last moment and killed the adversary. That's how we were spared from the outcome of our souls dissipating. The middle-aged man seemed to be very spirited and actually chatted with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan only came to a realization after hearing it. But he said, doubtfully again, with the vast heaven pag. Oh, the owner's means, even if he couldn't revive you guys, finding a couple of bodies to let you all take possession to revive should still be achievable, right? The middle-aged man laughed and said, certainly. It's just that we weren't willing, that's all. Back then, the vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's owner gave us two options. One was to let us take possession and revive. The other was to become this vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's guardian spirits. The few of us discussed it and finally still decided to become the guardian spirits. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Since these people were willing, then he was naturally disinclined to poke a finger into other people's affairs as well. Senior, just what kind of person is this vast heaven pag? Oh, Da's owner? Yi Yuan could not hold back the puzzlement in his heart, and he inquired, I can't talk about this. If you have an affinity with this vast heaven pag, Oda, you'll naturally know in the future, said the middle-aged man. Looking at the middle-aged man's appearance, Yi Yuan knew that he could not inquire anything either. He clasped his hands and said, make a move then, senior. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Yuan and said smilingly, even though I find you, this brat, rather pleasing to the eye, we won't pull our punches. Senior, just feel free to take action will do. Yi Yuan did not care a whit. These illusionary spirit bodies before his eyes were clearly not just sea transformation realm strength, but they suppressed their realms at the middle stage sea transformation without exception, matching theirs with Yi Yuan's realm. The power of the array was released, and Yi Yuan sensed a pressure blotting out the heaven and earth approaching. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he could naturally discern that these illusionary spirit bodies formed a set of array formation. Furthermore, this set of array formation, Yi Yuan actually had not seen before, but using his to think, even he could also figure out that the power of this array formation was bound to be extraordinary. Young man, take this. A cold light flashed. Countless streaks of sword light, sailed towards Yi Yuan. With this attack, Yi Yuan knew that the difficulty of this round rose more than just a tiny bit compared to the first three levels. Even though it was much lesser in numbers, in terms of quality, it was more than a level stronger. Although the first three levels were challenging, that was only in terms of demonic beast numbers. On a small scale, it simply had no way of stopping Lu Hong and Qin Yin, these people. But wanting to charge out of the formation in this fourth round, without some capabilities, one probably could not pass it. However, Yi Yuan's current goal was not just to make it through, but it was to thoroughly crack the array formation, even going as far as to kill all of these illusionary spirit bodies. Having tasted the benefits of perfect clear, Yi Yuan was naturally unresigned to just simply succeed in clearing the round. The fourth, fifth, and sixth level, these three levels, he wanted to perfectly clear them too. The allure of the vast heaven steel was seriously too great. Aha! Just comprehended the flame movement carnage. Perfect for trying it this time. Yi Yuan chuckled lightly, his figure instantly becoming strange. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan unleashed 3 punches in succession, directly scattering aside all of the sword shadows. Scorching true intent. Fine, lad. The middle-aged man's shock was by no means small. This array formation of theirs killing middle stage C transformations was no different from pinching an ant to death. But now, it actually could not form an effective attack in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just relied on the flame movement carnage and actually utterly suppressed all of them. This involuntarily made the middle-aged man feel very aggrieved. This 4th level's mission was to make them suppress their boundaries to the same level as the challenger. They were simply unable to unleash the strength that they should have. Initially, with their martial path cultivation and coupled with this set of array formation, suppressing opponents of the same realm was simply like playing around. But he never could have expected that Yi Yuan's true combat strength far set his own realm. Moreover, flame movement carnage, this move was extremely powerful. It was simply unrivaled in front of those of the same realm. If not for their martial path experience being very abundant, that strike just now would already have let Yi Yuan directly crack the array formation. With the middle-aged man's visual prowess, he could obviously tell that with their present strength, they were simply incapable of stopping Yi Yuan from entering the next level. Right at this time, a voice sounded by the middle-aged man's ear, Kuai Liang, raised the threshold to the late-stage C transformation. Kuai Liang's eyes lit up, and his face could not help showing an amused look. This voice came from none other than precisely that mysterious person. Okay, very clearly, the others received the same order too. In an instant, these people's auras skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the middle stage C transformation and rising to the late stage C transformation. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not refrain from saying disdainfully, "Senior, can you all still be like this when guarding the pass? Isn't it too shameless?" Kuai Liang chortled with laughter and said, "Young man, we can't be blamed for this. Want to blame? Blame for yourself for being too monstrous. Come on." Yi Yuan grinned and said with a laugh, "Senior is thinking too much. Do you think that by advancing to late-stage C transformation, you can stop me from cracking the formation? Are you ready? I'm coming." Kuai Liang's smile froze abruptly on his face. "Quick, combine attacks and kill this boy." This blow of Yi Yuan's carried tremendous power. The might of one punch actually made even him feel somewhat of a shudder. Bang! Just one punch shattered the grand array, which Kuai Liang presided over into smithereens. Chapter 566, 5th level. Chapter 566. 5th level. The might of that fist was dreadfully powerful. In the past, when Yi Yuan encountered array formations, he would think of cracking them first. But this time he did not. In order to test out the power of the flame movement carnage, he threw a punch over crudely, just like this. This punch collided head-on with Kuai Liang without the slightest bit of gaudiness. The result was Yi Yuan's complete victory. One had to know that behind Kuai Liang there was the support of an array formation. What Yi Yuan faced was not him alone, but it was the entire array formation. Yet, this punch directly blasted everyone flying. Apologies for offending, Senior. This he wants to clear the round perfectly and have no choice but to kill you all. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, and a punch rumbled towards Kuai Liang once more. "Fine, lad. I'll wait for you at the next level." At this time, the grand array was simply unable to finish forming. The late-stage C transformation Kuai Liang, when facing Yi Yuan, only had the chance to close his eyes and await death. "Okay, let's meet at the 5th level," Yi Yuan said verbally, but his attack was not careless at all, directly blasting Kuai Liang into residue with a punch. Regarding the other people, Yi Yuan followed suit as well, disposing them one by one. Without the combined power of the array formation, These late-stage sea transformation illusionary spirits simply could not cause any threat to Yi Yuan. After these illusionary spirits were killed by Yi Yuan, they did not appear again. They vanished. Since Kuai Liang said to meet again in the next level, it naturally showed that the next level was even harder and that he would not appear again. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either and directly entered the 5th level from the passageway. Quickly look. Yi Yuan entered the 5th level. Why is it so quick? Yes. He spent 3 days in all the first 3 levels before making it through. But in this 4th level, he actually didn't even use 15 minutes? Isn't this too exaggerated? Right now, in the 5th level, there's only Lu Hong, the 4 of them. They stayed in the 4th level for quite a few days. Yi Yuan actually said through instantly. Yi Yuan's name only stopped in the 4th level for a very short time before directly showing up in the 5th level. This gave everyone a huge shock. About Yi Yuan being able to clear the 4th level, these people already did not have objections long ago. But Body could have expected that Yi Yuan's clearing speed would actually be so swift. What's this boy? Playing it again? Ren Xingchuan said somewhat perplexedly. Hoo-hoo, if my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan might have reaped considerable gains in the inheritance AC, and his strength at a very great improvement. Hence, his clearing speed is this quick, Chi-Hai said. I think so too. But doesn't this boy want to clear the round perfectly anymore? Ren Xingchuan said. How can perfect completion be that easy? After the 4th level, the difficulty will get increasingly greater. Wanting to clear the round perfectly is practically impossible. Looking from Yi Yuan's performance previously, him clearing perfectly in the first 3 levels was probably very strenuous as well. Or else, he would not have said through right on the time limit each time either. Now, he definitely knows that he's incapable of clearing perfectly. Hence, that's why he would choose to charge through directly, Chi-Hai said. Ren Xingchuan nodded his head and rather approved of this notion as well. It was true that Yi Yuan was impressive. But to let him perfectly clear another 3 rounds again, that was virtually something impossible. This 4th round already had close to 100 years since someone said it. The level of difficulty could be imagined. Even if Yi Yuan's strength stood head and shoulders above others, if he wanted to clear the rounds perfectly again like before, the likelihood was not big. And truthfully, wanting to clear Kuai Liang this round was not something that easy. If Yi Yuan did not glean tremendous harvests in the first 3 levels and in the inheritance it was also impossible for him to want to pass through this round so effortlessly. Perhaps he would have to employ the myriad rain sword blades. But with Yi Yuan's present control over the myriad rain sword blades, unless he made use of the nameless essence energy, otherwise, Kuai Liang would not give him the time to execute the skill. In the 5th level, light flashed at the entrance area. Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared. Not far away, 3 people were currently looking at the Lu Hong within the array formation with ghostly pale expressions. Within the array formation, Lu Hong was teetering on his feet. How is there still any hint of the demeanor of an expert? He's about to die. Yi Yuan judged the outcome indifferently. Qin Yin trio watched too nervously, so they did not notice Yi Yuan's appearance at all. With Yi Yuan talking, the 3 of them were startled awake abruptly. Turning around to look, Guo Taochuan said in astonishment, Yi Yuan, you actually really made it here. The 3 of them were still unaware of the matter of Yi Yuan clearing the rounds perfectly. Although they heard the mysterious person said that Yi Yuan was different from them, but specifically in what way, they did not know. Seeing Yi Yuan at this time, Guo Taochuan blurted it out right away. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, You guys all made it over. Can I make it through? Guo Taochuan was stunned. Then he said with a forced smile, Makes sense. It's just why were you so slow? With your strength, you should have entered even earlier than us. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not answer, but looked at Lu Hong and said rather surprisedly, Who is this person to actually be able to make it here with you all? Qin Yin said with a disdainful look, He's called Lu Hong. A very KY fellow. He kept on posturing in front of us and actually even wanted to clear the 5th level. You look, he can't hold on anymore, right? Even though Qin Yin was very displeased with this Lu Hong, his strength was not the ordinary kind of strong. During the 4th level, Lu Hong finally revealed his true strength, and he was again the first one to charge into the 5th level. And Lu Hong's battle finally made Qin Yin trio realize that this boy's strength was indeed above theirs. Now, Lu Hong had already fought for a day and night inside this array formation. To be able to persevere in the 5th level until now, it could be seen that this Lu Hong strength was rather uncommon. And how many days has it just been? You're actually already 4th level C transformation, almost 5th level C transformation? Qin Yin said in amazement. Although just a few days had passed, said in reality, Yi Yuan already stayed for 45 days inside the inheritance S.P.A.C. Experiencing this period of ACCU, mutilation, Yi Yuan was only a step away from the 5th level C transformation. Oh, I had some gains in the first few levels. That's how I was lucky to break through. That Lu Hong almost can't hold on anymore. At most 5 moves, he's dead for sure, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The 3 people being led by Yi Yuan like this unconsciously looked towards Lu Hong. Once 5 moves passed, said Lu Hong was indeed stabbed by a sword with a moment of carelessness. Following that, he was very quickly killed by a flurry of swords. Afterward, Lu Hong's body disappeared just like this and was transported out of the vast heaven pag. Oh duh. All right, you guys came first. I want S.N.A.T.C.H with you guys. You all discuss for a bit who goes first then, Yi Yuan said faintly. Qin Yin and Guo Taochuan exchanged glances, both having some fear. These people were too strong. They made no pretense to be stronger than Lu Hong and simply could not make it through at all. Including Yin Yanhua, they all did not move after hearing Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan gave them a glance and said smilingly, "Since you all are declining so modestly, then I won't be courteous." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and directly stepped into the array formation. Chapter 567, really different. Chapter 567, really different. Lu Hong was transported out just like this. But he did not feel dejected at all. During the vast heaven pag, to trip this time, he felt that he perfectly accomplished the objectives he targeted and would definitely make the 3 sects gave him a sidelong glance. He would surely receive the 3 sects' attention this time and become an immensely popular figure. Yet, when he arrived at the vast heaven pag, Da's main entrance, he discovered that there was not a single person paying attention to him. Everyone was staring at the light screen, as if they could make out what was happening inside from those scanty few remaining names on it. Weird. I already came out. What are they still looking at? No matter how impressive those 3 sects head disciples are, they can't possibly last longer than me in the 5th level either. Lu Hong thought perplexedly to himself. Lu Hong was very curious. And being transported out, everyone should already be aware of it. But why was there not a single person paying attention to him? According to what he had in mind previously, he should already be encircled by the various major sects now, and he would be warmly invited to join the Endless Alliance by Ning Yixin they all. But everything happening before his eyes was too different for what he predicted previously. Not a single person seemed to pay attention to his appearance. Everyone's attention was still on the vast heaven pag. The inheritance. As for what the mysterious person said before, Yi Yuan being different from them these words, Lu Hong had flung it to the back of his mind long ago. He did not feel that there was anybody who could obtain even more dazzling results than him in the vast heaven pag. The inheritance this time. His Lu Hong's opponents were only the 3 sects head disciples. But what kind of situation was this right now? Unable to hold back the puzzlement in his heart, Lu Hong grabbed an itinerant cultivator disciple who was kicked out by the vast heaven pag. De long ago. This vast heaven pag. The inheritance is also about to end soon, right? What are they still looking at? Lu Hong inquired. That person turned back to take a look. Seeing that it was Lu Hong, he was a little agitated. The vast heaven pag. The inheritance this time Lu Hong had indeed achieved very dazzling results. And his itinerant cultivator ident. 1. Tai also made him be idolized by many itinerant cultivators. Turns out it's senior apprentice brother Lu. You're already out. Senior apprentice brother Lu shocked everyone with one move. Truly the role model of my generation's itinerant cultivators. Being B. U. T. Teared up by this person, Lu Hong instantly found a sense of existence. Holding back the wild elation in his heart, he feigned indifference and said, "Not at all, not at all. We all came from itinerant cultivators' background and should naturally advance and withdraw together." That person had a pleasantly surprised look when he heard. Even though he was selected to enter this vast heaven pag, Oda, inheritance too, compared to Lu Hong, it was undoubtedly one in the heaven, the other on the ground. To be able to establish such a relations. H, I, plus P, it was very useful to him in the future as well. After all, everybody was about to all join the Endless Alliance. With Lu Hong's strength, he was bound to be able to receive an important post. Senior apprentice brother Lu is indeed modest, with the demeanor of a major sect's disciple. After the vast heaven pack, inheritance this time, senior apprentice brother Lu is most likely the younger generation's number 2 person already. Truly remarkable. That itinerant cultivator sighed with admiration. These words of his were originally flattery, but to Lu Hong, it sounded very grating on the ears. He was clearly the number 1 person, all right? Why was he the number 2 person? Could it be that among those 3 people, there was still somebody who could break through the 5th level? Oh, right. Why is everybody still staring at the vast heaven pag? If barring no accidents, the inheritance this time should be ending latest by tomorrow, right? Everybody should be preparing to leave, said Lu Hong, pressed down the unhappiness within. Ending? It's still early, right? You look at that light screen. On it has a scalding gold name. That person is incredible. Those old ancestors all don't dare to blink their eyes right now, fearful of missing this historical moment. The person clicked his tongue in admiration. Lu Hong followed the direction he pointed at and looked over. Indeed, he saw that there was a gilded name in the 5th level. It was precisely Yi Yuan. This astonishment was not small. Apart from himself and the 3 sect's head disciples, there was actually still somebody who made it into the 5th level. How is this possible? He was trapped inside the illusionary spirit's killing array previously and did not notice that Yi Yuan had already entered the 5th level at all. What special meaning does this gilded name have? Lu Hong frowned and asked. It naturally has special meaning. That gilded name represents perfectly completing the first 3 levels. Perfect completion means killing all of the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels. That person was scared that Lu Hong did not know what perfect completion meant, and even specially explained it to him. What? Killing all of them? How is that possible? Lu Hong almost leaped up. This shout of his immediately attracted many gazes to look at him. Yet, not a single one of those old ancestors turned around, their gazes still staring fixedly at the light screen. The itinerant cultivator saw Lu Hong's eye. Pop out and could not help saying with a smile, "Actually, when I heard those old ancestors say this, my reaction was the same as senior apprentice brother Lu's. But looking at it now, that Yi Yuan should have really done it, because the time he stayed in the inheritance S.P.A.C. was 3 times compared to you guys." Lu Hong drew a cold breath. This news was seriously too staggering to him. All of a sudden, he recalled the words said by that mysterious person inside the inheritance S.P.A.C. and could not help quivering. He's different from you guys. Turns out that he was really different. Lu Hong did not know where this Yi Yuan popped out from, to actually crush him until he had not a single patch of skin unscathed. His gaze was also glued tightly on that gilded name on a light screen and was speechless for a long time. "Hey, do you guys think that Yi Yuan can pass through this round or not?" Guo Chuan asked the other 2. Yin Yanhua said icily, "I've never doubted Yi Yuan being able to clear the 5th round before." Qin said, Yi Yuan has clearly experienced some things that we don't know about down below. Otherwise, how could his realm possibly rise so quickly? When he was at the first level C transformation, he already killed a Soul C realm expert. Now that he broke through to the peak 4th level C transformation, his strength is truly hard to gauge already. And that's odd. Doesn't these spirit bodies match according to the level of the martial artist that enters? Guo suddenly said. The two people's expression changed when they heard that and also discovered what was amiss. Previously, when these illusionary spirits killed Lu Hong, they were 1st level Soul C boundary. Now that Yi Yuan entered the array formation, they actually did not suppress their boundary, but maintained 1st level Soul C realm. Could it be that these illusionary bodies want to battle with Yi Yuan with Soul C realm strength? Isn't this too much of a bully? Qin Yin said in astoundment. Yin Yanhua's eyebrows knitted slightly and said, Looks like these spirit bodies' judgment of Yi Yuan's strength has already placed him in the same CLA. S's Soul C realm. The three people drew a cold breath at the same time. In this 5th level, these illusionary spirits' concepts and martial techniques were much stronger compared to at the 4th level. Under such circumstances, they were actually still going to use Soul C realm strength to deal with Yi Yuan. This was simply too much of a bully. It was also to say that the difficulty of Yi Yuan Pi's seeing this round was several times of theirs. Could Yi Yuan really make it through this round? Young man, at the 4th level, our strength was only 30% of the same boundary. But now, we possess 70% of our original body strength. You have to be careful, Kuai Liang said. Chapter 568. Meet again in the next level. Chapter 568. Meet again in the next level. The 70% strength that Kuai Liang talked about was naturally not referring to his cultivation, but the concept strength at the same realm, which was also to say that originally Kuai Liang comprehended 100% of the concepts. But at the 4th level, he only used these concepts 30%. Even 30% was stronger than the vast majority of the martial artists that came to challenge the rounds. With 70% strength, even if it was just 1st level Soul C, it was not what a martial artist like Lu Hong could resist. Let alone that there were still several martial artists at the same boundary, adding on with an array formation. Lu Hong and Qin Yin, they all may well be facing numerous difficulties to want to pass through this 5th level. Senior doesn't have to be courteous. Just bring it on. Yi Yuan fully released his aura. The surroundings faintly had a red glow revolving around, but condensed and did not dissipate. This was precisely the mark of the scorching true intent showing outside. Seeing this scene, Kuai Liang's expression was slightly apprehensive as he said, Essence energy is converting to become scorching true intent. To actually be able to achieve condensing and not dissipating. Looks like your control over essence energy has already reached an extremely profound boundary. Even my original body is incapable of achieving your level. Young man, you've really brought us too many surprises. Yi Yuan said smilingly, just display my slight skill before an expert. Senior strength should greatly surpass mine. If not for adhering to the rules, killing me is probably just a matter of a twinkle. Kuai Liang waved his hands and said, That's different. Me being stronger than you is just in terms of realm. Your concept's comprehension and control over essence energy are much stronger than mine. I truly dare not imagine that you're only 17 years old. Oh, Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan is making a move. Come on. Yi Yuan's fist momentum erupted abruptly, his entire person entering a frenzied state. It could be said that each fist landed solidly on the flesh, suppressing the array formation formed by these illusionary spirits. These illusionary spirits were all 1st level Soul C boundary. Yi Yuan, a 4th level C transformation, actually suppressed so many people. Seeing this scene, the three people by the sides were dumbstruck. They never would have thought that just around 10 days or so of not meeting, Yi Yuan was actually formidable to such a level already. I originally thought that I had considerable gains myself in this vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, and should have shrunk the distance between Yi Yuan by a little. Never expected that. The gap between us is becoming greater and greater. Qin Yin said with a bitter smile. This set of fist arts of his seems to have scorching true intent. My God, this level of true intent. Yi Yuan actually fully comprehended it. Guo Taochuan's jaws nearly fell off from shock. Yin Yinhua's expression was grave, as she said with a nod. It's indeed the scorching true intent. Being so far away, the essence energy within my body actually feels discomfort. Yi Yuan's current strength is seriously too terrifying. The three of us most likely can't even exchange a single blow with him. No wonder that mysterious person said that Yi Yuan was different from us. Looks like his harvest in the earlier few rounds was far more than we imagined. Qin Yin said. What's laughable was that I still thought that Yi Yuan tripped and stumbled previously. Thinking about it now, he was long not on the same level as us. Guo Taochuan said speechlessly. Yeah, disregarding other things, just this combat strength of his right now is likely plenty to overpower third-level soul Cs. Crossing boundaries to fight to his sort of degree is also considered a wonder, Qin Yin said helplessly. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan was akin to entering an uninhabited zone. Places where his fists pass, said by those illusionary spirits all clamored to evade. But one could tell that this group of people's cooperation had a very tacit understanding. Furthermore, their fighting experience was very abundant. Under Kuai Yang's guidance, they did not clash head-on with Yi Yuan at all. With their present strength, they simply had no way of counter-pressuring Yi Yuan. They could only drag the time patiently with Yi Yuan, looking for the opportunity. And the primary target of Yi Yuan's attacks was placed on Kuai Yang. He was the core of this array formation, guiding the cooperation of the entire array formation and acting as a middleman, being highly important. But Kuai Yang was very smart. He lay low within the array formation all along and did not come into direct contact with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's fists were always blocked by the combined power of the array formation. This set of array formation could not be said to not be strong. A bunch of first-level soul Cs teaming up together virtually had the strength of a peak third-level soul C already. But even so, they were still domineeringly suppressed by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, Senior, do you think that by hiding for a moment, you can still hide for life? Kuai Yang was concealed within the array formation as he called out in a clear voice. If you have the capabilities, then drag me out. Huh. Senior, look closely. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly shot out, but did not rush for Kuai Yang. Bang! Another illusionary spirit was sent flying out. But his position immediately had people covering. That illusionary spirit was fine and returned to the array formation again very quickly. This was the formidable aspect of array formations. Ho, young man, it's useless, Kuai Yang said with a laugh when he saw this scene. Is that so? Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. His figure moved, but he rushed towards another person. Bang! That person was blasted flying out too. Bang! 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 For a time, there were people blasted flying out without pause. In the beginning, Kuai Yang still did not take it seriously. But very soon, he discovered something amiss. The entire array formation seemed to have a feeling of sluggishness and was not operating as smoothly as before. But by the time he came around, it was already too late. How could Yi Yuan possibly give him the opportunity? Kuai Yang's eyes blurred. Yi Yuan actually appeared before him from G. Oh, D knows when. Haha, apologies, senior. Let's meet again at the next level. Bang! Yi Yuan did not pull his punches in the slightest. He mustered essence, energy fully, and gathered it onto his fist, then blasted Kuai Yang into residue with one punch. In terms of combat power alone, none of these illusionary spirits was Yi Yuan's match. As long as Yi Yuan grabbed hold of a weakness, wanting to kill them was not something difficult. The core of this set of array formation was at Kuai Yang's place. The most vulnerable link was here too. Even though Yi Yuan had never seen before this array formation, his formation's path attainments were exceptionally high. Those fights previously, Yi Yuan was not lost. Plussing out blindly like a headless fly, but he is actually feeling out this array formation's method to crack it. But sadly, how could Kuai Liang know? Not only was Yi Yuan's combat strength as Stony's plussing, but he was also even a level 9 formation's path expert. Although this set of array formation was profound, as long as Yi Yuan worked hard to find the flaw, how could Kuai Liang conceal it? He only practiced this set of array formation to the point he became proficient in it. But he did not understand the principle of the array formation after all. Unless they could finish off Yi Yuan very quickly, otherwise, the final outcome could only be having the formation cracked by Yi Yuan, then routed each of them one by one. Once Kuai Liang died, the entire array formation clearly became too weak to withstand a single blow. Yi Yuan followed suit, killing these illusionary spirits one by one, and perfectly clearing the 5th level very quickly. Qin Yin and the others were already staring wide-eyed and their jaws slack. What kind of situation was this? Them attempting to challenge this level was by breaching the constraints of the array formation at all costs and Russ. Plussing towards the next level's entrance. But Yi Yuan? Not only did he crack the array formation, he even killed all of the illusionary spirits. One had to know that these illusionary spirits, each one of them in terms of strength alone, was not beneath theirs. Chapter 569. Who's bullying who? Chapter 569. Who's bullying who? Everyone, I'm making a move first. Yi Yuan greeted the Qin Yin trio and directly entered the 6th level. Qin Yin and the others exchanged glances and already did not know what they should say. At this time, the illusionary spirits that were already killed by Yi Yuan emerged once more one by one. Do you guys still plan on challenging around? Seems like we don't have any hope at all, Qin Yin said rather dispiritedly. Guo gritted his teeth and sighed. Already came here. We can't retreat without fighting. I'll go first. As he said those words, Guo entered inside the array formation with a leap. Yi Yuan, he really entered the 6th level. He has produced the best result in this 1,000 years. After entering the 4th level, his speed became fast instead. The 4th level only used 15 minutes to clear it. This 5th level is also merely just using the lesser part of a day's time. Truly inconceivable. Wonder just where this fellow's limits lie. I don't know if he can clear the 6th level or not. If he can even make it past the 6th level, then he'll be the 5th martial artist who charges into the 7th level in this 10,000 years. Such monstrousness simply SES ancient and modern times. This isn't very likely, right? I heard that this 6th level's guardian strength is even a cut above the challenger's own strength. Adding the supplementation of the array formation, it's simply impossible to make it through. Who knows? Ignoring the differences in strength, just talking about what happened inside this vast heaven pag. Oh duh, how many miracles has Yi Yuan created already? The other person did not reply. Yeah, just within this vast heaven pag. Oh duh, how many turning points had Yi Yuan already created? The first 3 levels cleared perfectly, obtaining 3 times the inheritance time of others. Other people all got increasingly slower as they challenged the rounds. But after Yi Yuan entered the 4th level, his speed became faster instead. Consecutively clearing 2 levels actually only used half a day's time. Who could ascertain that Yi Yuan definitely could not clear the 6th level? Lu Hong stared at that gold-colored name blankly. The sense of defeat in his heart was incomparably intense. He originally thought that he was the most talented youngster in this endless world. Who knew that there were people beyond people? This Yi Yuan's talent flung him more than several streets behind. What was laughable was that he still prided himself on being exceptional previously, and he even shrugged off that mysterious person's words. Yi Yuan's performance in this vast heaven pag. Oh, it was much more dazzling than his. Forget about the 3rd level. Even the 1st level, Lu Hong did not dare to remain behind to kill off all the demonic beasts. And at this time, each step that Yi Yuan advanced trampled on his self-esteem once. Soon, it was going to be crushed. At the 6th level, Kuai Liang was already waiting in full battle formation. "Young man, what's your name called?" "This seat is called Kuai Liang. You just call me Elder Brother Kuai will do." This was Kuai Liang's first time telling Yi Yuan his own name. In this 10,000 years, he had just spoken to a scanty few people before. But Yi Yuan was clearly the one that he spoke the most to. "Junior Yi Yuan has seen Elder Brother Kuai." Yi Yuan reported his family name. Kuai Liang nodded and said, "Yi Yuan, you're very decent. This 6th level, it's already been 1,000 years since anybody entered. Even if this 10,000 years, not many people could barge into the 6th level too. Furthermore, perfectly clearing these first 5 levels is just you alone." "Oh, but previously, someone made it to the 8th level, right? Could it be that he didn't clear perfectly?" Yi Yuan asked rather curiously. "That person called Li Fantion walked even further than Lu Linfeng. Logically speaking, he should be a world-shaking figure. Such a genius should logically have the possibility of completing each level perfectly." But it was only to see Kuai Liang shook his head and said he did indeed achieve perfect completion in the first 4 levels. But he fell short of success at the 5th level. Hence, your talent is still above his. Successfully clearing and perfectly clearing, the difficulty was not even on the same level. The 5th level's degree of difficulty was indeed not an ordinary kind of great. If Yi Yuan did not comprehend a number of true intents, wanting to perfectly clear this round was likely not that easy as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head, but he said with a forced smile, "But Elder Brother Kuai, isn't it somewhat high-handed for you guys to guard this level with the strength of 4th level Soul Sea Realm?" Kuai Liang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Your true combat power can't be measured using realms at all. The hurdles that the vast heaven pag, to set up are used to test the martial artist's potential. You were able to clear the round perfectly at the 5th level and kill our 1st level Soul Sea doppelgangers. The might of your combat strength is thus obvious. Furthermore, I have a feeling that you didn't go all out when you were at the 5th level." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Fine then. In a while, Elder Brother Kuai have to show leniency." Showing leniency can't be done. The stronger you are, the more we can't pull our punches. This time, we're going to unleash 100% of your concept strength." Kuai Liang said with a laugh. TSK, how ruthless. Since Elder Brother Kuai regards me so highly, then I naturally also have to strive with all my might this time. But before this, can Elder Brother Kuai allow me to break through realm first?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. Kuai Liang was startled. "Oh, you're going to break through again so quickly? Fine. What's the harm in letting you break through?" Yi Yuan said with clasped hands, "Thank you very much, Elder Brother Kuai." Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, directly sing immense heaven and earth essence energy, and started to break through to the 5th level sea transformation. Roughly 2 hours later, the storm ceased. Yi Yuan's aura rose by a level once more, and finally broke through to the 5th level sea transformation. "Elder Brother Kuai, thanks for waiting," Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Kuai Liang looked at Yi Yuan. His gaze revealed astonishment. "You, puny little sea transformation realm, actually have such impact when breaking through a minor boundary. If not for witnessing with my own eyes, I even thought that you were assaulting the Soul Sea realm." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I've incurred Elder Brother Kuai's ridicule. The cultivation method that I cultivate in is rather special. The essence energy required is very massive, so the commotion when breaking through is a bit big." It was more than just a bit big. It was very huge, all right? Kuai Liang nodded and said, "Your strength is so formidable. The cultivation method that you cultivate naturally can't be too lousy. Looks like your inheritance isn't simple. It probably isn't what this small world can have." Yi Yuan smiled. He knew that this could not hide from Kuai Liang's eyes either, and he could only change the topic. Elder brother Kuai, let's begin. Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and was about to land inside the array formation. At the same time, the essence fire within Yi Yuan's body erupted abruptly. During the process of him leaping, the aura in his body erupted once more, and his boundary soared up mightily. By the time he landed inside the array formation, he already directly broke through to the 7th level C transformation. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Following Yi Yuan's boundary slowly advancing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was already unable to sustain him breaking through 3 minor boundaries. Even breaking through to late stage C transformation this time was quite forceful. Fortunately, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was very powerful among Tier 4 essence fires. Only then did it forcibly support his breakthrough. When Kuai Liang saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Fine lad. To actually still have this card up your sleeves? This martial technique is remarkably powerful. To actually directly aid you to break through to the late stage C transformation. I originally thought that I could bully you properly this time. Now, why do I feel like it's still you bullying me? Chapter 570. 2 Great Concepts of Fire. Chapter 570. 2 Great Concepts of Fire, haha. Elder brother Kuai, I'm coming. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Bring it on. Facing Yi Yuan bearing down menacingly, Kuai Liang awaited in full battle array. Presently, Yi Yuan broke through to the late-stage C transformation realm. His strength soared fiercely once more. Flame movement carnage was brandished. It was on a completely different level than before. Kuai Liang, these people used all of their power. Their concepts were clearly all true intent level and above. But Yi Yuan's scorching true intent overwhelmingly crushed them. Flame movement carnage was just created, and its power was already not worse off compared to the 9-sword stance and 1,000 flowing petals, these martial techniques. It could be imagined how formidable the might of scorching true intent was. Even in terms of instantaneous explosive power, flame movement carnage was even stronger than the move Yi Yuan created using supreme true intent. What was even deadlier was that Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was very precise. One should not look at how each punch of his seemed to use all the strength in his body. It actually did not expend much essence energy. With his present essence energy density, even if he fought nonstop for a day and a night, he would not exhaust all the essence energy within his body at all. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Origin Spirit 9 transformations could sustain for such a long time. For a time, the situation inside the array formation was actually the same as in the 5th level. Kuai Liang's side was completely suppressed by Yi Yuan. Elder brother Kuai, this array formation of yours is already useless against me. If you don't wish to lose, quickly think of a way, Yi Yuan said to Kuai Liang as he punched out. Kuai Liang was also someone who was a veteran of 100 battles. Looking at Yi Yuan's performance in the 5th level, he knew that the array formation was already useless. Rumble. After a violent collision, Kuai Liang and Yi Yuan both separated. Yi Yuan, you're indeed formidable. This array formation, we brothers practiced for a very long time before slowly understanding it well. You merely entered the array for half a day and actually already have a thorough understanding of the array formation. Kuai Liang said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan's monstrousness totally exceeded his expectations. This boy seemed to have limitless means. He had already guarded this pot, S here for G. Oh, D knows how many years, and had yet to be suppressed to this extent by a junior. Although he admired Yi Yuan's talent, Kuai Liang still felt very aggrieved. He was a powerhouse that controlled a region while he was still alive. Even if he became an illusionary spirit guarding this pot, S now, his pride still remained. Being beaten by Yi Yuan for 3 consecutive rounds like this, it brought out his temper. However, we brothers are not easy to bully. What I want to tell you is that not using array formations can instead increase our combat strength even more. brothers, go full power. Kuai Liang roared. Each and every one of those illusionary spirits was like injected with stimulants, instantly erupting with a powerful aura. Even though their boundaries were still 4th level Soul C, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that these illusionary spirits became somewhat different, as if all of a sudden, these illusionary spirits became DS of war one by one, giving people a feeling of peerlessness. Ha! How many years has it been since this feeling of hot blood boiling? Thank you, Yi Yuan. If it wasn't for you, we'd probably all remain as emotionless walking corpses. Kuai Liang said with a loud laugh. The Kuai Liang at this time was akin to a D of war, his eyes radiating a brilliant light, as if two different persons from that previous lifelessness. Seeing Kuai Liang bar, with fighting spirit, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Looks like these few years, elder brother Kuai was shackled by the rules and became overly cautious and didn't dare to act boldly. Since that's the case, I'll consult elder brother Kuai's true strength then. Good. Yi Yuan, I'll put forth my best effort to defeat you. This round isn't that easy to clear. Go. Under Kuai Liang's command, those 30 illusionary spirits rushed towards Yi Yuan without any pattern at all. It was entirely different from that strict order previously. But Yi Yuan's face became solemn. These people became completely different. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not show weakness either. His figure moved, and he charged towards those illusionary spirits. With his current late-stage C transformation strength used in conjunction with the scorching true intent and concept of wind flow, it was not too difficult to contend with 4th level Soul Cs. In an instant, Yi Yuan fell into these 30 people's encirclement. Different from landing in the array formation prior to this, these illusionary spirits' attacks were without any order to speak of. It was completely each fighting their own battles. But not knowing why, these people's combat power suddenly soared by a level. Furthermore, even though they were each fighting separate battle, the cooperation between each other was extremely well coordinated. Frequently, as Yi Yuan's fist was just thinking of hitting towards a person, he would suffer the pincer attacks of multiple people at the same time. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only give up the attack and switch to defense. The teamwork between these people was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Although there was no array formations augmentation, the pressure that Yi Yuan felt was much stronger than when they formed an array formation. Yi Yuan crisscrossed among the illusionary spirits and displayed the wind flow true intent to the limits. There was actually a feeling of beyond one's power. This made Yi Yuan very baffled. Just what in the world happened to these people? Back then, we were all a mercenary team. Every fight was all acting in concert together. For close to 1,000 years, we ourselves can't remember clearly how many times we've fought together either. This sort of fighting instinct has long been assimilated into your blood already. Without the constraints of array formations, the teamwork between us will become even closer instead. Yi Yuan, if you can defeat us under this condition, you'll have the qualifications to accept the challenge of the final 3 levels. Kuai Liang said loudly. Yi Yuan was enlightened in his heart when he heard that. No wonder he had a feeling of being unable to carry out every time he attacked. Turns out that these people had long taken team fights as their own instincts. The incomparable trust between each other. Even communicating with their eyes was not needed. It was simply a complete plussing things with a thought. Fighting instinctively like this was undoubtedly extremely formidable. So that's how it is. Elder brother and everyone else are indeed very strong. Your trust between each other also makes Yi Yuan visibly moved. However, this 7th level I must go. Finished talking. Yi Yuan's aura likewise erupted abruptly, soaring tremendously once more. Essence, energy, ignition. Flame movement carnage. Yi Yuan gave a roar. The essence energy within his body instantly ignited. Instantaneously, Yi Yuan's fist exploded with a dazzling red light. An appalling aura forced those illusionary spirits back. Following that, Yi Yuan swung out a fist, SMAs. Plussing it towards that group of illusionary spirits like a tempestuous storm. Rumble. The transmission true intent coupled with the scorching true intent, two types of true intents added together for the first time, making the power of flame movement carnage soar explosively. Even though what Yi Yuan was facing a group of 4th level Soul C experts, this punch still beat the opponent down to the mortal world like breaking a dead branch off a tree. Those dozen over-illusionary spirits at the forefront were practically obliterated by Yi Yuan at the first moment. Those illusionary spirits at the back also received injuries to varying degrees. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intent of stopping. A punch smashed over again, annihilating quite a few illusionary spirits once more. 2 punches down, only a scanty few illusionary spirits remained in good condition. Seeing this scene, Kuai Liang's complexion was white as a sheet. Chapter 571, Creating History. Chapter 571, Creating History. This Yi Yuan was actually someone who had become stronger when encountering strong enemies. Regarding the strength of these brothers of his, Kuai Liang was all too clear. But even so, they were still crushed by Yi Yuan domineeringly. Those 2 punches earlier, even he felt terror. Too strong. Could it be that this boy had no limits? This group of people was all 4th level Soul C strength. What did this US trait? This showed that when these people were at the 4th level Soul C, as a team still could not triumph over Yi Yuan this 5th level C transformation. Furthermore, when they were at the 4th level Soul C, they did not have their current concept comprehension at all. Yi Yuan using these 2 punches perfectly elucidated what was called powerful. Kuai Liang looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! How many years has it been? The vast heaven pag. Oh, to finally welcomed an interesting youth. Yi Yuan, you're excellent. This vast heaven pag. Oh, the inheritance. The final 3 rounds are the most important. You have to put in great effort. Don't let me down. As he said, Kuai Liang swung his sword in a circle, then swiped towards his own neck. The other illusionary spirits all followed suit, all choosing to commit suicide. Very soon, Kuai Liang and the rest all revived from the dead, appearing in front of Yi Yuan once again. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you very much, elder brother Kuai." Oh, thank for what? There has never been Compa. Shown in the martial artist world. Only strength. If you don't have adequate strength, how can you be qualified to let me view you in a different light? Who knows how many martial artists came to this vast heaven pag? Oh duh, but barely any had the qualifications to let me a word more. And you have this qualification. All right, you go to the inheritance See then, Kuai Liang said. Yi Yuan nodded and said farewell. Cleared. Really made it through. The 7th level. 7th level. Outside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Everyone's emotion was boiling over. The 7th level. This was a result which created history. Since Lu Linfeng made it into the 7th level, several thousand years had already passed. During this period, no body ever made inside. Lu Linfeng's prowess. Body dared to dispute it. After a time interval of several thousand years, was another Grand Yin, true Lord such existence, going to appear again? Entering the 7th level meant that Yi Yuan at least made into the top 5 in this 10,000 years. 10,000 years. How many geniuses slowly rose up, then vanished in a long process of history again? To be able to rank in the top 5 of all the geniuses in 10,000 years, this glory, just thinking about it made people feel excited. Quickly look. You guys quickly look. Yi Yuan's name is changing again. On the light screen, the originally gilded Yi Yuan, 2 characters were gradually plated with a layer of purple halo. The initially gold-colored name, after adding this layer of purple halo, actually became sacred. When the surrounding martial artists saw that name, a feeling of prostrating in wars. plus P actually birthed in their hearts. Yi Yuan's name actually became purple gold colored. What does this represent? Ning Yixian said in astonishment. Ning Yixian, Qin Hongtao, and Jing Xian exchanged glances. Their hearts all had a conjecture which shocked them to the core. Yi Yuan should have perfectly cleared the round once again. Qi Hai's voice suddenly rang out. Although they had surmised it in their hearts, hearing Qi Hai say it out, the shock in their hearts was still beyond words. The Grand Yin, true lord, swept across the endless world after coming out from the vast heaven pag. Back then, this legend was pious, set down all the way until now. But Ning Yixian, they all had never heard before that the Grand Yin, true lord, had once perfectly cleared the rounds. How many times greater was the difficulty of the middle 3 levels compared to the first 3 levels? But under such circumstances, Yi Yuan still cleared the rounds perfectly? What in the world did Yi Yuan do inside this vast heaven pag? If he can even perfectly clear the 6th level, what kind of realm has his present strength already reached? Ning Yixian felt rather hard to wrap his mind around it. The middle 3 levels all configure the opponents according to the martial artist's own boundary. Yi Yuan's realm is only C transformation realm, but his true combat power can cross a major boundary. If it's like this, he has a huge advantage in clearing these middle 3 levels, Qin Hongtao said. Not so. When Yi Yuan was at the 5th level, the opponents he faced were all 1st level Soul C. I witnessed with my own eyes that those opponents were all killed by Yi Yuan. Qin Hongtao had just finished talking when a voice immediately jumped out to refute. Everyone turned around to look. It was precisely the Guo Taochuan who was already kicked out of the 5th level. Guo Taochuan's words stirred up an intense wave once again. What? You said that Yi Yuan's opponents in the 5th level were actually all 1st level Soul C? Ning Yixian's eyes became round as a ball. Guo Taochuan nodded and said, That's right. Furthermore, there was the augmentation of array formation. The power of the illusionary spirit's killing array is very strong. Even if I have 3rd level Soul C strength right now, I might not be able to pa S through the 5th level either. And I personally witnessed that Yi Yuan carried out a complete suppression against the illusionary spirit's killing array right from the start, all the way until they were all killed. Silence. Deathly silent. The news that Guo Taochuan brought was even more astounding than Yi Yuan's name becoming purple gold earlier. A C transformation realm martial artist actually suppressed a group of Soul C realm illusionary spirits across the board, and he even killed all of them. How horrifying a combat power did this required? Right, what does this perfect completion that you guys talked about mean? Guo Taochuan had just come out from the vast heaven pag. And was still unaware of what perfect clear signified. Ning Yixian briefly explained to Guo Taochuan. Guo Taochuan was not as shocked as imagined, because he already personally witnessed Yi Yuan's prowess in the vast heaven pag. Except that after hearing Ning Yixian's explanation, Guo Taochuan could not help saying with a bitter smile, Looks like at the 5th level, Yi Yuan did not use his full strength. I reckon that the opponents in the 6th level are at least at the 3rd level Soul C realm, maybe even 4th level Soul C. He actually still killed all the opponents same as before. This shows that the 5th level was just an appetizer to him. Guo Taochuan never could have expected that the vast heaven pag. The trip this time actually pulled apart the distance between him and Yi Yuan so greatly. The present Yi Yuan was already on an entirely different level from them. These juniors. Ren Xingchuan's entire body was somewhat trembling right now. How many years has it been since he was so agitated? Even when he became Wu Fang City Lord back then, he had not been so agitated before too. The worry in the beginning to the pride and arrogance now. This sort of situation made him, this old man who had experienced the hards. H.I. plus PS of life, somewhat surging with agitation in his heart. At present, Ren Xingchun involuntarily recalled the scene of him forcing Yi Hang and Ren Hongling husband and wife out of Wu Fang City back then. Thinking about it, He truly did something extremely foolish back then. If one person's willpower was not staunch enough between the two of them, how could he have such a remarkable grandson now? If his separation of the loving couple back then succeeded, Ren Xingchuan even did not quite dare to imagine right now. Yi Yuan's rising momentum was too strong. With Yi Yuan around, Wufang City would become the entire endless world's pinnacle existence for at least 1,000 years. Before long, Wufang City would completely quash the three sects, becoming the #1 major faction in this endless world. Ren Xingchuan was an ambitious old man. Thinking about Wufang City's future, he was rather agitated. Chapter 572, True Dragon's Blood. Chapter 572, True Dragon's Blood. In the Inheritance S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan appeared, but his expression froze. A black-clothed man was currently standing with his hands behind his back, and his back facing Yi Yuan. You're very decent. In this recent 10,000 years, you're the first young genius to perfectly clear the first 6 levels. This black-clothed person was clearly that mysterious person in the Inheritance S.P.A.C. previously. Regarding this mysterious person making an appearance in person, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He even thought that this person would be like before, remotely controlling here from some hidden place. Looks like consecutively clearing the rounds perfectly twice had already made this black-clothed person have a completely new appraisal of him. So, you felt that I have the qualifications to let you show up and meet in person? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile and was not very overwhelmed by the grace. The black-clothed person was clearly quite surprised. This boy seemed to forever be this calm and collected. Nothing could visibly move him. He was completely not unlike a lower realms youth. This boy actually even haggled with him previously, angering him plenty. Now that he showed up in person to meet, this boy still had a punchable look. Really makes people displeased. The black-clothed person did not speak. He just casually waved his hand. A small bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. This is the reward for your second perfect clear, the black-clothed person said. Yi Yuan checked his palm and could not help sizing up this small bottle. Inside the bottle was stark empty and only had a drop of fresh blood. This drop of blood was clearly not quite the same as ordinary blood. It was not bright red in color, but revealed a golden color in the bright red. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Could this be a divine beast blood essence? Yi Yuan evidently recognized this item and said in amazement. The black-clothed person turned around rather surprisedly, but his profile remained hidden in the black robes. Yi Yuan could not see it all. Furthermore, Yi Yuan felt that this black-clothed person before his eyes had a quite unreal sensation. He was clearly standing in front of him, but seemed to be very distant away. This made him slightly apprehensive in his heart. The black-clothed person's strength was most likely not an ordinary kind of strong. You actually know about divine beast blood essence? Looks like your background isn't normal, said the black-clothed person in surprise. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and forcefully pressed down the shock in his heart and said, You must be kidding, senior. Within this fresh blood, it faintly exudes a golden color. This is the hallmark of demonic beasts starting to evolve to become divine beasts. This second perfect clear's reward was simply too generous. Yi Yuan could not help quivering in his heart as well when he recognized this drop of blood essence. What was the concept of a divine beast? Every divine beast was all genuine deity realm powerhouses. The so-called divine beasts under this stretch of heaven now were actually all rubbish. At the very most, they could only be hailed as divine beast progenies. True divine beasts no longer existed in this world. Hence, how precious this drop of blood essence in Yi Yuan's hands could not be imagined at all. Yi Yuan knew that there were that few demonic beasts in the divine realm. Their blood was this sort of color as well. However, those few demonic beasts were all the divine realm's peak existences. Among the human martial artists, only existences like the 10 great divine kings could be on par with them. Wanting to obtain their blood was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. Yi Yuan never could have imagined that he could actually obtain a drop of blood like this inside this vast heaven pag. Oh duh. Haha, you this boy are indeed interesting. To actually even know about this sort of thing. That's right, this is a drop of true dragon's blood. Since you know that this is a divine beast blood essence, about its usage you don't need me to say any further, right? The black-clothed person said smilingly. The black-clothed person played it down, but Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he said, "What did you say? This is a true dragon's blood?" This time, Yi Yuan was really astonished. Although deity realm powerhouses were already gone like clouds dissipating, the footsteps of martial artist pursuit of the deity realm had never stopped. The legend of deity realm powerhouses also circulated on in the divine realm all along. Divine beasts were undoubtedly extremely formidable existences. But among divine beasts, there were distinction of superiority and inferiority too. The four great divine beasts were clearly the pinnacle-most existences among divine beasts. Now, Yi Yuan actually obtained a drop of true dragon's blood. Even if this drop of blood essence came from one that had yet to completely evolve to become a divine beast, it was still an extremely valuable item. Haha, brat, are you still going to say that the things which this seat gives you are worthless now? Said the black-clothed person with some ridicule. Yi Yuan was speechless. This fellow still remembered this matter until now. This person's strength was unfathomable. To think that he was actually so narrow-minded, involuntarily making Yi Yuan feel contempt in his heart. But he gave away so many valuable things. Yi Yuan could not very well give him a blow. He just clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks for senior's gift." Yi Yuan was not some hillbilly who had not seen the world after all. After the shock, Yi Yuan adjusted his state of mind very quickly and recovered. When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan actually recovered back to normal so quickly, he was also rather surprised secretly. Even a fellow who did not know about the goods also knew just how precious an item like true dragon's blood was, let alone Yi Yuan who recognized it at a glance. Facing such temptation, this fellow could actually remain so composed. This involuntarily made the black-clothed person's appraisal of Yi Yuan rise up a level once again. No need to thank me. These are the rules that fellow set. Since you cleared perfectly the second time, this is the reward that you deserve. But I have to warn you, true dragon's blood is abnormally tyrannical. Your current boundary is still too low. I advise that you better wait until after divine traversing realm before taking it. Or else, if you explode from being loaded up by the true dragon's blood, I'm not responsible. The black-clothed person said. True dragon's blood was extremely tyrannical and violent. Ordinary martial artists were unable to harness it at all. Even if ordinary martial artists obtained true dragon's blood, they would not dare easily consume it either. But Yi Yuan said with a laugh, although taking the true dragon's blood at the divine traversing realm is safe, the benefits to me won't be that great anymore. At present, my essence energy has just opened up not long ago. Consuming this true dragon's blood is precisely the ideal period. When Yi Yuan knew that this was true dragon's blood, he already made up his mind to immediately consume it. Yi Yuan naturally knew the overbearingness of true dragon's blood, but he also knew that his condition at the moment was precisely the ideal period for consuming the true dragon's blood. Sea Transformation Realm was a new beginning, and it was also the foundation of all the boundaries in the future. The four great divine beasts were all the beloved of heaven and earth. True dragon's blood had the powerful effect of remolding a martial artist's bloodline. Not only could it let the martial artist increase their boundary within a short period of time, but also it could even let the martial artist's affinity with heaven and earth essence energy rise multiple levels, greatly increasing the martial artist's cultivation speed. This, to martial artists, was simply a priceless treasure. The black-clothed man snickered coldly when he heard that and said, "Brat, I admit that you're extraordinarily talented. But don't be arrogant and overweening too. Arrogant people never have any good endings. Even though you are aware of divine beast bloodlines, You've never experienced before how powerful divine beast bloodlines are, right? True dragon's blood is an extremely powerful existence among divine beast bloodlines, too. If you swallow it with your present boundary, you'll die for sure. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Senior, since this true dragon's blood is my reward, then I'm the one who makes the call, right? Chapter 573, Slaughtering Cities. Chapter 573, Slaughtering Cities. The black-clothed person's expression involuntarily choked up as he said indignantly, Fine, I see that you're a talent. That's why I'm giving you a piece of advice. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'm not to be blamed for it. Although your talent is decent, your disposition is terrible. Even if you don't die today, you'll die sooner or later in the future due to your wild arrogance. However, Yi Yuan was neither anxious nor worried as he said with a smile, Many thanks for Senior's concern. But Yi Yuan's matters, I have score in my heart. True dragon's blood is so powerful. If I can't bring out its full might, wouldn't it be a wanton waste of D's good gifts? Don't you agree, Senior? Humph. All the best to you, said the black-clothed person with a cold snort, and vanished with that. Yi Yuan looked at the true dragon's blood in his hand and could not help being out of sorts. He also did not expect that the vast heaven pag. To trip this time, the gains would actually be so bountiful. Regardless whether was it the nameless essence energy, or the vast heaven steel, or the 9 characters true word formula, they were all top-notch treasures. Even when placed in the divine realm, it was very hard to come by as well. And the 6th level's perfect completion would actually reward him with a drop of true dragon's blood. This was truly an unexpected surprise. To say such words, it was not exaggerated at all. Martial artists who got their hands on true dragon's blood and used it could be said to cast off their old self and be reborn anew. Even if it were a pig, his cultivation speed would also be swift to the extent where it made ordinary people despair. Cultivating essence energy had always been painstaking work. Even though Yi Yuan could pop pills, along with his boundary getting increasingly higher, the requirements towards medicinal herbs also became progressively greater. He did not have a medicine king hall behind him to support his cultivation now. Even if he could bear the cost of medicinal herbs, he could not find so many high-tier medicinal herbs either. Furthermore, frankly speaking, this body's talent honestly was not much. It had tremendously huge constraints on Yi Yuan's cultivation speed as well. Yi Yuan's boundary rising until now was basically all relying on medicinal pills and lucky encounters. Strictly following the routine cultivation time was really not much. With this true dragon's blood, he would not need to worry about cultivation speed this problem anymore in the future. Right away, Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed without any hesitation and entered heart like still water heart realm to adjust his body's condition to the prime. True dragon's blood was powerful, but just as the black-clothed person said, a moment of carelessness and it would stuff the martial artist until they exploded. Even though Yi Yuan had confidence in subjugating this true dragon's blood, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest either. This was a tempo of playing with one's life. Yi Yuan carefully opened up the small bottle. A peerlessly tyrannical aura gushed out, seemingly wanted to rip this entire stretch of S.P.A.C. to shreds. Instantly, Yi Yuan seemed to have seen a true dragon rush out of the small bottle, circling around in the air. Indeed, well-deserving of being a true dragon's blood. Even if it's just one drop of blood essence, it has such power too. Yi Yuan praised with a sigh. Without hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed the blood essence into his abdomen. Immediately, he felt like his internal body was like being immolated. Only at this instant did Yi Yuan know what was genuinely called viscera burning up. Ark! Yi Yuan could not hold back a long cry, reverberating around the entire inheritance S.P.A.C. Inside the void, the black-clothed person watched this scene indifferently as he said coldly, "A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Originally thought that you were somewhat different from the others. Didn't think that you're still a fool. Refining true dragon's blood The most terrifying thing isn't the energy contained within the true dragon's blood, but the dreadful, true dragon's will. Even for divine traversing realm martial artists, a moment of carelessness, and they would have their will obliterated by the true dragon's will as well, becoming a walking corpse. Forget it. A fool like this, if he's dead, then he's dead. Nothing to feel regret about either. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth till it chattered. Every inch of skin and flesh on his body was immolating. The surface skin and flesh actually gradually cracked open, looking very awful. Yi Yuan was still under the heart, like still water heart realm right now. All of the pain, all appeared especially vivid. That anguish gave people an impulse to want to commit suicide. True dragon's blood was indeed abnormally tyrannical. It actually wanted to forcibly load Yi Yuan up to death. Within all of Yi Yuan's meridians at the moment, violent energy was teeming everywhere. Even when Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to the limits, it was unable to digest those violent energies either. Very soon, Yi Yuan fell into an extreme crisis. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, the black-clothed person could not help rebuking him again. Ha ha, tasted the hearts. H.I. plus P.S., right? Who asked you to be arrogant? Even though this true dragon's blood isn't a genuine divine beast's blood essence, the energy contained within is also not what a puny little sea transformation realm like you can subjugate. Truly a fool. As the black-clothed person said this, he suddenly gave a melancholic sigh. He said, finally managed to found a peerlessly talented genius. Didn't think that he would actually die just like this. That fellow is seriously. Why did he have to freaking give some true dragon's blood? It's great now, isn't it? To wait for another genius like this. No idea how many years it will take either. Outside of the vast heaven pack, a commotion suddenly arose. A Soul Sea realm martial artist barged into the vast heaven mystic realm and sprinted straight for Ning Yishian. Alliance Chief, things are bad. That martial artist had a manner of utmost urgency. Ning Yishian's heart thumped, but he still asked in a low voice what happened. This martial artist was his confidant. He stayed in Wufang City to assist a heavenly martial sect's grand elder in dealing with alliance matters. Looking at his appearance, something extraordinary most likely happened. Indeed, that martial artist said with a look of righteous indignation, Fierce Gale World's 5 Great T. Tans personally moved out, directly storming and capturing the northern domain's southeastern strategic city, Cloud Iron City, and activated the transmission array. Now, Fierce Gale World martial artists already invaded the northern domain on a large scale, attacking and occupying the southeastern side's 3 cities in one move. Furthermore, with this, everybody's expressions changed. The Fierce Gale World's 5 Great T. Tans personally moving out. This was terrible. The Fierce Gale World did not have any activities all along after entering the southern domain for so many. To think that once they moved out, it was so swift, precise, and fierce. Ning Yishian, they all originally thought that with the endless forest, this natural protective defense, the Fierce Gale World wanting to invade as he could not be accomplished within a short period. Who knew that these 5T, Tans would actually be so decisive in going for the kill, directly attack over the endless forest. Those beneath divine, traversing realm were incapable of flying over directly. Only by entering the divine, traversing realm could one have sufficient capabilities to preserve themselves. The 5 Great T. Tans personally moved out to seize the transmission array. This was what Ning Yishian did not expect prior to this. Furthermore, what? Don't be like a woman. Quickly say. Ning Yishian said anxiously. That martial artist said with a look of grief and anger. Furthermore, after the Fierce Gale World occupied those 3 cities, they actually issued the order to slaughter the people, killing all of the Endless World martial artists in those 3 cities. The count is most likely is Civ as in the millions. What? What did you say? Slaughter everyone in the 3 cities? Ning Yishian doubted his own ears a little. Could it be that those people were all madmen? According to what Yi Yuan said, and looking from the situation that they came to learn about now, the Fierce Gale world only came for the Endless World's resources. If they adopted conciliatory strategies, the Endless World would definitely have many people whose determination was not firm cross over to the other side. But once this sort of tactic like slaughtering the city was implemented, it would undoubtedly arouse all the Endless World's martial artists' frenzied resistance. Such a simple logic. Could it be that those Fierce Gale world martial artists did not know? Chapter 574, Slaying True Dragon Will. Chapter 574, Slaying True Dragon Will. A million martial artists were just a small figure to the Endless World. But the influence of the Ma's sacring of the city's occupants this time towards this war was Ma's sieve. This was forcing all the Endless World's martial artists to rise up in resistance. Either you die or I perish. Plus the Fierce Gale world's way of doing things left everyone very perplexed. We planted quite a few hidden agents in the southern domain. Nearby, the Endless Forest has a lot of hidden sentries too. Could it be that they did not detect anything in advance? Ning Yixian said furiously. Although both ends of the Endless Forest basically broke off contact, as the Alliance chief, how could Ning Yixian possibly not think of ways to plant some informants in the southern domain? If one was oblivious to the situation, this war did not need to be fought either. That martial artist shook his head and said, no news was sent back from the southern side. The hidden agents in the Endless Forest detected it. But the 5 Great Peaks' sovereign speed was too fast. They simply could not transmit the information in time. Ning Yixian felt a headache. The 3 cities were just a small area of land to the Ning Yixian. But once this hole opened up, the Fierce Gale world could send in reinforcements endlessly through these 3 cities. This realm war was also considered to have officially started. Oh hi, how do you view it? Ning Yixian was also rather ruffled at this time and could only ask Qi Hai. Qi Hai had his brows tightly locked all this while as well. Seeing Ning Yixian inquire, he waved his hand and said, you lead the others back first. I'll wait here for Yi Yuan and the other 2 to come out. Gauge out the intention of the other party Ma's sacring the cities first before deciding again. Additionally, spread this information around the world. Let every martial artist in the Endless World all know that they already don't have a way out. If it's not the Fierce Gale world's defeat, then it's our own death. Qi Hai clearly could not figure out what the other party was playing at either. Ever since the Realm Pa's Sageway linked together, the information that the Endless World knew about the Fierce Gale world was seriously too little. They were simply unable to have any effective response. Ning Yixian heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, there's only this as well. Then I have to trouble Old Hai with Yi Yuan. I'll bring them back right away. Qi Hai's brows were tightly locked. He nodded his head, but did not speak, lifting his head to look at that purple gold name on the light screen. Only after Ning Yixian brought everyone away did Qi Hai look at Yi Yuan's name and said with a long sigh, Yi Yuan, you're the Endless World's final hope. Quickly get stronger. Inside the Inheritance P.A.C., Yi Yuan's breath became weaker and weaker. The boundless energy contained in the true dragon's blood looked to be loading him up until he was about to explode. Right at this time, a majestic consciousness instantly intruded inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness and turned into an azure dragon's appearance. Boy, you actually dare to refine this in, bleed true dragon's blood. Pay the price for your ignorance. The azure dragon was very haughty inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. At this time, although Yi Yuan was in unbearable pain, under heart like still water heart realm, he could still preserve his own consciousness. In front of this young master, you dare to call yourself in, Yi Yuan said coldly. Ha ha, you are but a sea transformation realm little b, A-S-T, A-R-D, to also dare be arrogant in front of our bleed dragon race. Wait until I thoroughly obliterate your consciousness and turn you into a walking corpse. See what you still have to be arrogant in front of this dragon. said the Azure Dragon with a roaring laugh. With the likes of you? Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look. Humph, ignorant child, still being stubborn on your deathbed. Although this dragon is just a tiny bit of remnant consciousness, to deal with a sea transformation realm brat like you, isn't it still defeating you with ease? Watch closely. This dragon will completely wipe away your consciousness right now. Finished talking, the Azure Dragon gave a dragon roar, shocking until Yi Yuan's consciousness nearly collapsed and almost dissipated. Damn in it. Why isn't there any activity from the golden characters yet? If this carries on, this lousy dragon is really going to disintegrate my consciousness. The will of an Azure Dragon was no joke. They were the proudest existence beneath this sky, and also the most overbearing existence. Even just a tiny hint of remnant, what was extremely proud and powerful too. Yi Yuan waited without fear. What he relied on was naturally the golden characters in his sea of consciousness. But until now, they did not have any movements at all. Damn in it. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, break for me. Yi Yuan's condensed his own consciousness to become a sword, stabbing towards that Azure Dragon. Haha, paltry tricks. Want to deal with this dragon with just the likes of this? The Azure Dragon extended a dragon claw, lightly grabbing towards that sword. Yet, right at this time, the black bead within Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness suddenly quivered. The next instant, that colossal Azure Dragon illusion seemed to be struck by lightning, actually unable to move his entire body. The dragon claw that he extended froze there too, unable to advance an inch. Swiss. H. Plus the soul sword that Yi Yuan condensed penetrated through the Azure Dragon illusion, just like this. The confrontation between consciousnesses was the most perilous. Yi Yuan's soul sword condensed all of his attainments on the divine soul. This attack was by no means insignificant. Arg, how can this dragon be killed by a sea transformation realm brat? Impossible. Imposs. The Azure Dragon's roars gradually became weaker, all the way until that phantom turned into nothing and finally vanished. H.I. Plusing. Ho. Yi Yuan let out a long breath, looking at that black bead in his sea of consciousness with an astonished gaze. Just what is this black bead's origin? To actually be able to produce such power to restrain a true dragon's will? If not for the black bead remedying the situation today, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to finish off the Azure Dragon with such ease. This black bead was too mysterious. Also don't know just what was its origins. But through today's matters, Yi Yuan could confirm that this black bead's origin was absolutely extraordinary. One had to know that a true dragon had one of the strongest types of will in this world. Even Yi Yuan did not dare say he had full confidence in dealing with it either. But that black bead just quivered slightly, and that Azure Dragon formed from that strand will actually become incapable of moving. At this moment, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that he had many staggering secrets on him. Yet, he could not control even a single one of them. No time to think too much. Better absorb the true dragon's blood fast. Yi Yuan calmed his mind very quickly and absorbed the true dragon's blood in full force. Without the true dragon will's guiding, this true dragon's blood became much more obedient. It was not as tyrannical and brutal as before. The powerful energy in the dragon blood continuously baptized Yi Yuan's body, strengthening his essence energy. Yi Yuan's aura could be seen with the naked eye to be strengthening rapidly. After half a day, Yi Yuan successfully broke through to the 6th level sea transformation. What's going on? That boy is actually breaking through? When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan was already severely injured and on the verge of dying, he was disinclined to pay attention to him again any longer. At this time, suddenly detecting somebody breaking through, he hurriedly paid close attention to Yi Yuan. With this look, he could not help jumping in fright. The flesh and skin on Yi Yuan's body covered in cracks not only recovered as good as new at this time, it even became S-colored, faintly exuding powerful strength. Not only did Yuan not show the slightest hint of being injured, but his aura also was terrifyingly powerful. Did he really succeed in refining the true dragon's blood? How is this possible? True dragon is abnormally ruthless and tyrannical. He's only sea transformation realm. How can he possibly beat the true dragon will? This time, the black-clothed person was really stunned.